The weather is beautiful today. At the airport, this place is bustling with people on the move. Almost everyone has their own busy affairs. Some happily board flights while others quietly walk alone. The figure of a young man slowly pulling a suitcase appears in the airport. Following him are an older man and a woman. The older man is excited as he walks out of the airport. Indeed, Korea's atmosphere is truly different. The woman laughs and says, "Honey," saying that here will get you in big trouble. The young man suddenly scowls and says, "Comrade, do we really have to wear these weird outfits?" The woman pats the young man's head and softly says, "My son, my handsome son, absolutely don't talk like that here. Ha ha ha." A little later, on the highway, they take a taxi away from the airport. It is the first time these people have seen high-rise buildings. The unique architecture. The man in the floral shirt sticks his head out of the car door, unable to contain his excitement, as if they've just come up from the countryside to the city. "Are all the buildings here this tall?" The woman smiles silently, visibly enjoying it, but only the young man doesn't seem very pleased. The taxi driver laughs and says, "Seems like it's been a long time since you visited Seoul." Unexpectedly, the father turns and honestly replies, "It's our first time, truly, the first." Just as he was about to say something else, the mother's hand suddenly reaches forward. Then, pretending clumsily, she pulls the car's seatbelt hard, making the father grimace. "Oh dear. Honey, look at those buildings." The driver, startled by their odd behavior, is left momentarily speechless. He notices the father's stunned look and fears he might have hurt his neck. The wife in the back giggles while trying her best to act natural. Cut to a large building. This is where the family is headed. The parents are overjoyed. "Oh my. I love it so much. Dear." And the father is delighted. This house is worth over $4 million. Note the large house. Perhaps this is a place they've never lived before. The young man thinks to himself, "Spacious." At that moment, a security guard approaches them. He asks which apartment they're visiting, if there are no residents. They can't enter. The two men become cautious while the mother continues to feign calm. The father points to the building and tells the guard, "The top floor. The largest unit. That's my home." The guard is dumbfounded for a moment, unable to respond. The mother giggles and, to sound natural, says, "We just moved in last month." The guard is speechless, sweat covering his face. At Seoul International High School, a teacher standing on the podium is introducing a new transfer student to the class. Many students are quite puzzled by him, a transfer student, not an exchange student. Even the laziest boy in the back looks up. They're whispering about the new young man. The teacher says, "Just knowing he's been placed in our advanced class says it all from now on. Get along with one another." Seeing he still hasn't spoken, she prompts him gently, "What are you doing? Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" Standing at the front of the class, the young man doesn't know what to say and stays silent for a long moment. Then he introduces himself, "I'm Kang Jian. Please take care of me." A girl in the class notices Kang Jian. "Wow. He's so cool. Totally my type." The girl next to her says, "Hey, Ara just took a photo." At that moment, the teacher on the podium urges everyone to start the lesson. Kang Jian also goes to his seat. He slowly sits down. A male student, one desk over, notices him. That student seems to have a clique, and his face clearly shows dislike toward the newcomer. Because Kang Jian is new, the teacher shows some concern. "Are you keeping up? This is the second semester of 11th grade. You know." But Kang Jian, newly arrived, doesn't act like a diligent student and doesn't even bother to pay attention to the teacher's words. On the board is a math problem. She asks if he wants to come up and solve it. He rolls his eyes with a nonchalant look. Then, sitting all the way in the last row, he calls out the answer plainly, 224. The teacher shudders at that answer. A student hurriedly writes down every step of the solution. This student raises her hand to look good and says, "Teacher, I just finished solving it." The answer is correct. And she didn't expect that Kang Jian could know the result without writing anything down. The teacher is bewildered. Can this kid do the math mentally like that? In such a short time, this makes the red-haired boy pay even more attention to Kang Jian. The top students in the class are also astonished by this. and the brown-haired girl who's been watching him grows even more fond of him. Just entering the class, Kang Ji-yeon has captured everyone's attention. Tall, handsome, and smart. Along with that is an indescribable coldness. He constantly tells himself he will complete the mission. He recalls how he trained like mad back in the day. From a young age in his hometown, Kang Ji-yeon had to train at high intensity. Alongside that came strict schooling. Everything was supervised. Not only that, from childhood he had to learn swordsmanship. He practiced knife use and combat every day. He trained his reflexes and standard targeting. Growing up under that strict regimen, Kang Ji-yeon became a sturdy sharpshooter. Because he was trained from a young age, he's like a fighting machine, with strength unmatched by most. The North Korean military trains with extreme harshness. Kang Ji-yeon is a product forged from childhood into adulthood. At this moment, he faces a soldier. Kang Ji-yeon sprints forward so the two can fight one-on-one. They are evenly matched, exchanging powerful and fierce strikes with hands and feet. He can also evade dangerous moves and use them to counterattack. At that moment, he senses something sharp coming toward him. As a result, the soldier lands a kick into his body. This soldier's skill is terrifying as well. The kick leaves Kang Ji-yeon with a cut on his forehead. He now pulls out his dagger and prepares to react. Thus Kang Ji-yeon trained like that until the day he received his mission. His area of operation is South Korea. Accordingly, the commander said he must stay there for at least 10 years. Possibly longer. His mission is to infiltrate the upper class in Korea, building the best political and economic connections. Then he is to await orders from above. The first time Kang Ji-yeon receives the mission, he feels somewhat flustered, but he tries to remain calm. He vows to himself that he will do his best to complete the assigned task. After the commander leaves, someone arrives. Two people accompany him, one posing as his father and one as his mother. These two are also members of the North Korean Special Forces. The commander also clarifies that these two will be comrades carrying out the mission with Kang Ji-yeon. When he first sees his new colleagues, the two of them solemnly nod to the commander. The commander politely pulls down his hat as a formality. At that moment, Kang Ji-yeon turns with a look. The older soldier also pulls his hat down. They say nothing, but inside, they are determined to complete the mission for their country. Cut back to the present. The man and woman posing as Kang Ji-yeon's parents are enjoying the luxurious atmosphere in the living room. The father looks slightly pensive as he gazes outside. The mother anxiously asks whether Kang Ji-yeon has been bewitched. The father turns to look. Then the two don't know what else to say. Their moods restless and worried. He draws his wife close and holds her. "Don't rush," he says. "It's enough that we've brought him out of that hell." Cut back to Kang Ji-yeon's classroom. He seems to be the focus of many female students' attention. But overall, he pays no attention to anyone, and instead feels irritated by these girls. "Why did you transfer at this time? How did you get in here? Where are you from?" They even want to pry for more details. "Are you from abroad? The US or the UK? Is your father a diplomat?" Seeing he doesn't answer, the girls become increasingly rude, making Kang Ji-yeon truly uncomfortable. At that moment, someone steps forward. This person has such presence that the three girls immediately step back. It's the brown-haired girl who had been watching him. She introduces herself as Lee Ara. She asks, "You're Kang Ji-yeon, right?" He scowls, annoyed. He glares at the girl before him without saying a word. That night, back in his room, Kang Ji-yeon opens his books to study. But it seems he's not studying. What he looks at are Lee Ara's details. Kang Ji-yeon studies this matter quite seriously. Just then, comrade father opens the door and steps in. He glances over at him. The father says, "These are the files on the targets you need to investigate. The number of persons of interest is higher than expected, so remember them." Saying that, he sets a stack of files down on the table. Kang Ji-yeon nods. "I understand." The father says, "Ah, right. Now I have to fix your way of speaking." He turns to hear this. Feeling somewhat annoyed and puzzled, the father speaks calmly. "Don't forget, you must behave completely like a local. Understand?" His tone hardens. He replies, "Understood." The next day in class, Lee Ara comes over to his desk again. She is currently target number 1. And yesterday he thoroughly investigated her. Lee Ara is the daughter of the largest conglomerate in Korea. Samjong Group is a multinational corporation with the world's top market capitalization. His mission is to maintain good relations so that one day he can exploit the corporation's secrets. Lee Ara is quite interested in him. She proactively asks, Are you always this quiet? Kang Jian, having just yawned, casually utters. Lee Ara holds her phone out in front of him. She wants to get his Instagram. Lee Ara presses the phone up against his face, making him a bit flustered. He doesn't know how to respond. She asks again. You don't have Instagram, do you? Don't tell me you use Facebook. He still doesn't answer. Lee Ara grows annoyed and says, Fine. Give me your phone so I can save your number. Actually, it's not that he's cold, he just doesn't know what to say. In his head, he doesn't know what Instagram or Facebook even are. He's sweating as if struck by lightning, seeing he still doesn't react. Lee Ara asks an even more shocking question. No way. You don't even have a mobile phone. At that point, he is speechless. His eyes fixed on target number 1. Lee Ara finds it odd. What is this? Are you living in the Stone Age? She now feels insulted and stares at him for a moment. Then she turns and walks away. As for Kang Jian, he doesn't know how to handle it. He freezes like a stone statue. While the sleepy students near him grin broadly, they look at him with contemptuous, mocking faces. Afterward, the news that Kang Jian has no Instagram and no phone becomes a hot topic of conversation in class. So the 3 girls stop gathering at his desk and leave in annoyance. He is suppressing his anger, gripping his pants with his hand. His head is full of chaotic thoughts. Instagram, Facebook, phone, until the afternoon. His mind is only filled with Instagram and phones. He trudges across the schoolyard looking exhausted. Each step feels heavy, but suddenly he notices something strange. In front of him is a long motorcade. Each car has someone holding the door. And at the head is a sleek, black luxury vehicle. A slim, black-haired girl briskly walks past him. She moves like a noble heiress, completely indifferent to his presence. Kang Jian clearly sees the young lady's face. She is extraordinarily beautiful and exudes immense wealth. He is stunned to realize she is the 0-number target. Suddenly, a tall security guard steps right in front of him. He is 3 times bigger than him, towering in height. He shoots a bullet-like glance at his face. Though smaller, he isn't afraid and stares him down. The guard respectfully bows and invites the young lady into the car. After the young lady gets in, he carefully closes the door. At that moment, Kang Jian also sees Lee Ara approaching. She notices him. Lee Ara gets into the blue car behind the black one. The car carrying the black-haired young lady revs and drives off first, while the guard remains standing, watching the car. And now Lee Ara's car also departs. Watching this, he feels a bit daunted because their starting points are so far above his. Just then, a hand from someone touches his face. It's the red-haired guy who sits near him in class. He wants to pick a fight, but Kang Jian dodges the attack. The red-haired guy turns in surprise, not expecting his reflexes to be so sharp. Kang Jian simply stares daggers at the red-haired guy. The red-haired guy grits his teeth, smiling through his anger. You're starting to annoy me. He's also a rich heir. His car was behind Lee Ara's and then drove past the big guard toward his own vehicle. Kang Jian watches and figures this scene involves someone with powerful backing. Soon after, the students behind Kang Jian step forward. Only he is left standing there frozen. It's unclear what he's thinking now, but his gaze is markedly different. Suddenly, a black-haired classmate behind him calls out. This classmate says many students here come from prestigious families, and the route home is always chaotic like this. Kang Jian reads that this classmate is Zhang Dongwu, whose grandfather is chairman of Hansan law firm. His father is the prosecutor general of Seoul District, a top candidate for the next chief prosecutor, and his mother is a judge at the Seoul High Court. This classmate's family background is also formidable. He kindly offers Kang Jian a ride, asking if, since he doesn't have a car today, he'd like to go home with him. He thinks for a moment and doesn't answer. The other boy grows awkward. If it's a bother then, but he replies immediately. I'll accept. Zhang Dongwu exclaims excitedly. Oh, great. Dongwu's car pulls up. Once in the car, the boy asks where Kang Jian's home is. He answers, Bonpo Blue Tower. Upon hearing that the boy beams and introduces himself, you live in a fancy place. I'm Zhang Dongwu, by the way. I'm Kang Jian. Zhang Dongwu orders his 3 drivers to head to Blue Tower before their tutoring class. The driver turns and nods cheerfully. The atmosphere in the car is a bit awkward. The boy stammers, wanting to start a conversation. About that math problem earlier, how did you do it? Kang Jian turns to the boy in surprise. Full of questions. Seeing his expression, Jang Dongwu grows more flustered. Sorry. It's just, I thought the way you calculated that sequence in your head was amazing. Actually, I particularly hate math. Kang Jian simply says. Then I'll teach you. The friend is a bit surprised. He clarifies. I mean, I can show you how to solve it. Jang Dongwu exclaims happily. Really? Great. And he laughs out loud with delight. Kang Jian quietly rejoices because everything he calculated is progressing smoothly. Then suddenly Jang Dongwu brings up the old issue. But you really don't have Instagram or a phone. Kang Jian falls into an awkward spot again. Cut to the car carrying the young lady Ara. She calls to the secretary who is driving. He replies. Yes. What do you need? Ara says. A transfer student arrived today. I want to know what kind of person he is. Secretary Jang. Very professional. Asks if she wants a precautionary, thorough investigation. She says no. I just want to know if he's suitable to hang out with. The secretary confirms seriously. Understood. I'll have it ready by tonight. Meanwhile, Li Ara gazes out distantly. It's unclear what she is thinking. The door of Kang Jian's house opens. He's come home from school. His aunt, playing the role of his mother, cooperates fully and even goes to the door. My son is home. Kang Jian is dumbfounded because this is the first time he's witnessed such a scene. It's completely unnatural. His aunt hints. You should have said, I'm home from school. Mom. Right. The uncle, acting as his father, looks up from his newspaper. Kang Jian opens his mouth to speak. Then he's too embarrassed to look at her and says, I'm home from school. Mom. The room seems filled with the happiness of a staged family. Very good. My son. Go into the room and take a look. His aunt pushes him into the room. He's quite flustered, wondering why she's acting like this. He is pushed into the room while his aunt eagerly prepares him to witness a secret. When he looks back, his face shows some surprise. The room is neatly arranged, with a small study corner. There are a laptop, a phone, and an iPad, everything a rich kid would own. There's even a separate bed. A piano is carefully placed in a corner of the room. This atmosphere makes him very embarrassed. It's his first time encountering such modern things, and he wonders if they're really paid for with operational funds. The mother stands smiling. All of these are necessary. And always remember that our family is truly wealthy. She looks at the laptop on the desk. Kang Jian feels both strange and intrigued. These are things he sees his friends have. He reaches out and picks up the phone. He checks it out. And then he thinks of that other thing. By the way, may I ask about Instagram? Do you know what that is? Mom. This question is truly too difficult for these North Korean elite operatives. His mother freezes for 3 seconds. The uncle, playing the role of the father, approaches. He says, about that matter. Father can tell you. He adds with a trustworthy expression, and the atmosphere seems to lighten considerably. His aunt resumes that hearty smile. Cut to Ara. Her whole body is drenched in sweat. After class, she even went for a run in the park on her own. But she doesn't seem very focused on her workout. She senses footsteps approaching. It's Secretary Jang, carrying a file. On that file is a photo of the male lead's father. The document lists his name as Steve Kang. According to it, Ara learns he's a second-generation Korean in the U.S. CEO of 11coin, one of the world's top 15 cryptocurrencies, with assets estimated at least 30 billion won. Reading about Kang Jian's family background makes the young lady pause. The secretary adds more detail beyond crypto. His company has rapidly expanded over the past decade in the U.S. and Japan in network security, headquartered in the U.S. and recently China has shown interest. The young lady closes the file. The secretary asks if she wants further investigation, but the young lady doesn't want any more digging. She puts on an interested face and says he seems just barely worthy to hang out with. At Seoul International School, in the classroom, 2 of Ara's female friends come over to chat. By now, Kang Jian also has a phone like the others. Where Ara sits, the girls are chatting loudly when Kang Jian suddenly scoffs. Ara startles and turns to look at him. He acts very cold, sitting alone with his arms crossed and ignoring everyone. His eyes scan back and forth, radiating a superior air. Ara seems captivated by his looks. He knows she's watching and doesn't want to be seen as a country bumpkin. Kang Jian lifts the phone as if to prove. Yes. I have a phone too. Ara smiles at his naive look. His closest classmate laughs out loud seeing his new phone. Suddenly, two students come from behind and drape their arms over Jang Dongwoo's shoulders. The red-haired guy leans close to him and asks, "What's this? What's this? Have you two become close already?" Jang Dongwoo knows this guy is someone to avoid. But he likes hanging with Kang Jian, yeah. Yeah. He'll tutor me in math. The companion of the red-haired guy narrows his eyes at Kang Jian. Kang Jian doesn't say a word. His face remaining cold, the red-haired guy pats Jang Dongwoo's head and condescendingly says, "Ah, good. Anyway, you need to study harder, but I have some business with him." Then his hand clamps onto Jang Dongwoo's head and shoves him forcefully, as if to make him leave. Understanding the hint, the friend quietly gets up and moves away, leaving space for the two big students to stand in front of Kang Jian's seat. After confirming the friend has left, one of them glances at Kang Jian to mark him as the next target to bully, and Kang Jian has already researched this guy, Go Jin-sok, CEO of Jiayu and second son of Assemblyman Go Young-chan, a heavy-hitter political figure and a top contender in approval rankings for the next presidency. A formidable character indeed. Kang Jian has investigated the identity of the one accompanying him, Huang Wuyang, the eldest son of Huang Jie-chul, chairman of Daejeong Group, a top 3 conglomerate focused on the global sports industry, and he knows these two guys aren't easy to deal with. So he immediately switches to a polite tone, "Maybe I should tutor you guys in math too." Huh. Just moments ago his face was taut as a string. And now he's oddly friendly. The two guys stare at the male lead in confusion. Then Go Jin-seok walks off muttering, "Make sure he doesn't bother anyone." Huang Wuyang puts his hand on his shoulder, his voice lowering, "Hey, transfer student, the most important thing here is knowing your place." He leans his aggressive face close and shouts, "Be quiet and don't draw attention here." Got it. Then he squeezes down hard on Kang Jian's shoulder. But that force is nothing to him. A menacing aura radiates from him, and he feels no pain from the applied force. Not knowing any better, the guy tightens his grip further to hurt Kang Jian. And now Kang Jian can't take it. Then a strike to Huang Wuyang's neck. With just one of his hands, the guy's neck sinks into a hollow as if about to break. At this point, he had held back a lot. But because that rich kid didn't know his place and started trouble first, Kang Jian truly got angry. Actually, that was only Kang Jian's imagination. Fundamentally, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to act now. And the rich kid was still being excessive. I'm saying, don't draw attention. Understand? Kang Jian smiles warmly and snaps back. Don't draw attention. What do you mean by that? The guy thought Kang Jian understood. But hearing that, he grimaces, huh? Kang Jian grabs the guy's hand. Then he uses his grip to squeeze the arm that was holding his shoulder. The guy's face contorts as he begins to feel pain. Just a squeeze from a supposedly affectionate hand. And Huang Wuyang can barely stand. Sweat pours from him as pain hits. He looks at Kang Jian, surprised that he's so strong. On the outside, the male lead still tries to keep up the friendly look while his hand applies tremendous force. So, this is how you make friends. Huang Wuyang's arm seems unable to bear it and trembles in spasms. Go Jin-seok notices what's happening. Only then does Kang Jian let go. And the rich kid withdraws his hand as well. He is furious from the pain he endured. "You want a beating," he snarls. Then prepares a blow toward Kang Jian. But just as that weak punch is about to hit the male lead's face, he doesn't even flinch. He recalls last night, he and the comrade posing as his father were talking. And he learned that in Korea, there are surveillance cameras almost everywhere. In the private room of those two is equipment that can monitor every camera in this city. His uncle moves the mouse. The camera shifts to the angle covering his classroom. This surprises him greatly. He can't believe they can watch all the way to his classroom from home. Then his father continues to control the mouse. The camera now shows the scene on the sports field, the scene at the teacher's desk, the scene in the performing arts area, or the library. Even the soccer field can be seen clearly from the camera angles. The uncle laughs loudly. This level of hacking is nothing. This also excites Kang Jian. Comrade must be the #1 hacker here. I immediately knew he was North Korea's top expert. Kang Jian slips up and is sternly scolded by Stephen Kang that again. What's that about? Fix it right away, you just relaxed a bit. Kang Jian freezes and replies, Yes, sir. Then the uncle becomes stricter. You absolutely must not use violence here. Remember, everything is recorded. Kang Jian obediently recoils at the instruction. But given the situation, violence might be unavoidable. The rich heir lunges and throws a punch, but misses. He uses both hands to shove the desk he's sitting at. The desk slams hard into the rich heir's midsection. He quickly pulls the desk back. Everything happens very fast and smoothly, while Huang Wuyang is still dazed and doesn't understand. And he was the instigator. Knowing the guy in front of him isn't easy to deal with. He mutters under his breath, "Bastard." But facing the rich heir, Kang Jian shows an emotionless face. Just then, Ara comes over and urgently shouts, "Stop. Are you going to lower yourself to that level?" Go Jinsok, sitting at the back desk, remarks, "This transfer student really doesn't know our rules. Then he needs to be taught a lesson." Ara tries to intervene. I said stop. Ara's status is higher than those two. So her intervention makes Huang Wuyang unwilling to disobey. He's bitter but must end it here. "You want to meet me privately?" Kang Jian isn't afraid of anyone. He smiles challengingly. "Meet privately, just the two of us, when?" Those words make the guy even angrier. Without another word, he strolls off. Go Jinsok remains brooding, his face restraining anger. Kang Jian thinks he's a target to recruit. How should I approach him? In class, the foreign teacher on the podium greets everyone. Kang Jian is busy with his thoughts. Recruit target Go Jinsok. What should I do? The teacher, turning to the new student, says, "Nice to meet you. New face, are you in the native language track?" The teacher asks, but he seems not to hear. His mind still thinking strategy. He casually replies in English, "Don't worry about that." The teacher on the podium praises him. "Your pronunciation is good. Where did you study?" He answers, "I studied at an international school in New York. I moved back to Korea because of my father's job." His answer creates a stir in the class. Jang Dongwu turns to his friend and smiles in satisfaction. The teacher praises talking with Kalkin will help everyone improve your accent, is completely American. Praised in front of the class. Kang Jian is very pleased. And in Ara's eyes, he becomes even more attractive. But to the others, he is an increasingly annoying thorn in their side. Recess arrives, and a few female classmates come over to Kang Jian. They quiz him. "Your pronunciation is even better than the teachers are. You from New York? Why didn't you say that yesterday?" This is the perfect moment for him to tell the girls about the phone and Instagram incident from yesterday. He holds his phone up. He holds it out to the black-haired girl. But someone else steps in and takes it. It's Ara. She must have come over and the other girls move aside. "This belongs to my company." Kang Jian silently rejoices success. Success. He proudly brags. "I have Instagram." Ara takes the phone to look. Oh, really? On the Instagram, there are even photos of his family traveling in China. Trips in Paris, trips to various countries around the world. But the strange thing is that while the locations differ, the family's poses never change. Yet Ara doesn't notice the odd detail. She even praises them. Such a happy family. He pauses for a few seconds. Then he smiles lightly. Yeah, he thinks of the comrade father at home indeed, the best computer expert in North Korea. The afternoon bell signals the end of classes. Kang Jian looks around. It seems no one is coming to pick him up. The schoolyard is filled with long convoys of billionaires' cars waiting to pick up their children. He remembers his uncle saying last night that a new car would come today, wait for dad after school. This time the black-haired girl, the number one target, walks past him again. Next comes the young lady Ara. This time Ara takes the initiative, waves at him and says, "See you tomorrow." Then she happily heads to her car. Kang Jian waves back to Ara. Proud of his looks and charm, surely she's noticed me. Behind him, the two guys who caused trouble approach and place a hand on his shoulder. The rich kid who couldn't beat him this morning whispers in his ear, "Only we can ride with them." From that tone, he recognizes Huang Wuyang and Go Jinsok. He thinks to himself that he needs to recruit these two comrades as well. The two head to the car first and want him to join. He asks, "Where to?" Huang Wuyang grimaces and points at a yellow car. "Get in." "I'm being polite here." Then the two get into the car in front of many onlookers. Kang Jian sees this as a recruitment opportunity that might complete his mission. He follows them. Suddenly, a glossy red car rolls up. A strange supercar draws the attention of many students. The car is brand new with an ultra-modern design and moves very fast. It weaves through traffic and pulls ahead of the rich kid's yellow car. Then it stops, the engine exuding a pungent scent of wealth. The car door opens. It's the uncle's son. Dad's here to pick you up. The atmosphere turns awkward as the two prepare to get in the car with Kang Jian. When the uncle in the floral shirt appears unexpectedly, this leaves Go Jin-seok and Hwang Woo-young utterly stunned. Even Kang Jian is surprised by it. The uncle shouts louder. In a brazen way, "I'm your dad." Kang Jian is mortified from embarrassment. He walks over to his father without saying anything more. Then they whisper to each other, murmuring back and forth. The uncle takes the chance to boast, "Oh, you've made new friends." "Huh. Oh. Are you going to ride with your friend?" Kang Jian just wants a normal conversation. But the uncle keeps announcing it to everyone, leaving Kang Jian exasperated. Then his hand moves the gear lever. The car revs and drives off. He agrees to let him go with the two. "Fine. I'll see you at home." That red car arrived quickly and left just as fast. It soon disappeared down the road. Kang Jian looks back at the two and at how the father outpaced even the wealthy. Go Jin-seok shows more anger. "You really need to be taught a lesson." The yellow car with the three of them drives out of the school. The atmosphere inside the car is quite tense. Kang Jian doesn't know where they're taking him. The yellow car pulls up to a large building, surrounded by an extensive corporate complex. Kang Jian steps out of the car. He gets out, looks around, and notices what's in front of him. It's a sports center. Go Jin-seok tells his guard to go in first and says he'll come in after. Kang Jian senses something is wrong, but the guard insists he won't, saying at the school gate, "I was ordered not to leave you alone for even a minute." Kang Jian turns to look at the car near him. Faced with his employer's silence, the guard doesn't dare argue. He stands there waiting by the car, not going inside. But he doesn't want to go home either. Inside the center is a ring where people train professionally at an international level. Kang Keon wonders, is this a training facility? When the coach sees Hwang Woo-young arrive, he bows respectfully. "You're here," he asks the coach. "You passed cage number 3. "Right," the trainer replies cheerfully. "Of course." Then the student turns and orders, "Don't let anyone else in." The coach bows. Then he whispers to Kang Jian beside him, "I just apologize unconditionally, and I'll call an ambulance. It's best if you faint quickly." Kang Jian feels this might not be the first time. Maybe others have been treated like this before, which is why the coach is so professional and ambulance. Hwang Woo-young goes to the ring first and shouts, "Come here now." The tone is like he's the boss of everyone, which annoys Kang Jian. Hwang Woo-young now takes off his jacket, while Kang Jian doesn't need to. He even removes his outer shirt. Then he puts on his gloves. These are all high-end things, but Kang Jian finds them really flashy. Go Jin-seok stands above and calls down, "Oh. It's been a while since someone came in with that look." Picking a good spot to watch Kang Jian get beaten, he turns and asks, "You want me to spar with him, Go?" Jin-seok is stunned. "Spar?" Then he laughs loudly. "Ha ha 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 ha. What an idiot, spar or whatever. Who cares?" Kang Jian swallows. He hates that guy's attitude. Go Jin-seok keeps bragging, "If you get it, sign here quickly." Kang Jian looks at the paper Hwang Woo-young points to on the nearby table. He has no idea what he's supposed to sign, but on closer reading, it's an agreement, a match both parties consent to. And if any injuries occur, neither side will pursue criminal or civil liability. It's a prearranged waiver, them wanting to beat him, but avoid responsibility. So they made this. He studies the agreement carefully. Then he looks up at the guy in front of him. He confirms, "You want me to sign this?" Go Jin-seok urges and taunts. "What's wrong?" Scared, Kang Jian sees through their intention. He doesn't bother exposing it and says nothing more. Go Jin-seok goes further, "If you kneel and bark like a dog, I'll let you off this time." With the honor and pride of a soldier, Kang Jian refuses to submit. He responds with a cold stare. Go Jin-seok looks disappointed. Why isn't he reacting? He's so strange. Kang Jian moves closer to the paper and wants to ask one more thing here. "No recording." "Right." Go Jin-seok considers the meaning behind his words. Hwang Woo-young glances at his friend and asks, "What?" Meanwhile, Kang Jian signs and asks again. "It's mandatory. A real match." "Right." Go Jin-seok snaps back. "Have you been drinking too much foreign water and can't understand language?" Woo-young, "My friend easily beats even Korean champions. If he hits you, you're done." Hwang Woo-young is supremely confident at full strength. He cracks his knuckles. Then Kang Jian deliberately holds the paper out in front of the rich kid. You sign here too, he says. Meanwhile, he pulls out his tie and readies his fighting stance. Kang Jian, impatient, squints and urges, hurry up. Kang Jian's agreement sends Huang Wuyang into a frenzy of excitement. Kang Jian also takes off his outer jacket and puts on his gloves. His face remains cold. Huang Wuyang keeps swaggering, you dog. Look at your face. Are you so scared you're frozen? Then a sly, gleeful smile appears. He's thrilled to get to beat someone up. Ha ha ha. He prepares to twist his wrist and walks over to him. Kang Jian is awkward. Unsure how to fight this weakling, he's afraid a careless blow could paralyze him. He thinks through combat scenarios. As the rich kid approaches, Kang Jian throws a punch at his face first. Huang Wuyang takes a punch that knocks out several teeth. His face distorted. This guy is officially out. He follows with a punch at Kang Jian. But this time it still fails. On the other hand, he got punched in the ribs by him. Blood spurted on the spot, damaging his core. This time it was useless too. Using fingers to gouge the eyes would be beyond endurance. Or kicking the groin wouldn't be good either. Or finishing with a kick to the head could kill him on the spot. In short, none of those options are acceptable. Breaking his leg wouldn't be good either. Since this guy's family is too rich, he thinks, how can I teach this brat a lesson? At that moment, Huang Wuyang crouches and prepares to attack him. That fist is close to his face and he can feel it. Kang Jian doesn't move. He simply leans back to dodge the punch. Huang Wuyang then prepares a left-hand punch. This strike comes rushing toward Kang Jian. Once again, he doesn't need much force. He just sidesteps safely while the rich kid gradually tires. Now he realizes touching him isn't easy. And Kang Jian's face is icy without a flicker of expression. Below the ring, Go Jin-suk's guard watches the fight in astonishment. Even Go Jin-suk didn't expect Kang Jian to be so formidable. Huang Wuyang retreats. This time he keeps his distance from him. Yet his mouth is still sharp, you brat. Have you been training or something lately? Kang Jian ignores those rude words and doesn't respond. This makes him angrier, you dog. Are you mute now? In response to Wuyang's fury is a cold stare. Wuyang clenches his teeth in anger. What's that expression? Then he gathers all his strength and lunges. But unexpectedly, a streak of light flashes before him. Even though his speed is still sluggish, Kang Jian simply stands still and is able to slap Wuyang in the face. He receives a stunning slap. His scowling, uncomfortable face can't believe he got hit. Kang Jian's hand retracts. A top-ranked fighter, famed and able to beat many. Yet struck in the face by an unknown nobody. This shocks Go Jin-suk and his guard. Wuyang, nursing a sore face, also harbors hatred inside, you bastard. But Kang Jian doesn't answer. He continues to glare at his opponent. I want to kill you. Wuyang wildly charges and roars, veins bulging across his face. No matter how mad he is, he can't avoid a second slap to the face. Just that is enough this time to make Wuyang unsteady. He staggers. Kang Jian remains silent. While Wuyang swallows a huge lump of anger, he goes insane, loses control, and screams hoarsely, you bastard. Each time he shouts, bastard. Kang Jian prepares another slap and moves in. Whap, this one was the hardest. The rich kid took a blow and twisted to the side. His face contorted in scars and his eyes rolled up. Then he couldn't hold himself up, his knees collapsed to the floor. No fancy moves were needed. Yet Wuyang fell to the floor and couldn't get up. Go Jin-suk and his guard broke out in a cold sweat, their hearts pounding. Kang Jian knew the two behind him were terrified. But he said in advance, there's no serious injury, I held back. Then he turned and opened the ring door if there's nothing else. I'm leaving. From above, Go Jin-suk shouted. Stay there. He wanted to finish up and go. But this time he was blocked. When he looked back, facing Kang Jian was the guard. At that moment, Go Jin-suk stormed down in a hurry. Suddenly his face changed 180 degrees. Instead of being angry, his friend got hit. He cheered with joy. From now on, you'll be my right-hand man. Kang Jian didn't understand right-hand man. Go Jin-suk excitedly told the guard. This guy is really strong. Kang Jian still didn't get the term. Right-hand man, what the hell is that? Go Jin-suk came closer. Babbling on, you'll be my right-hand man. You know who my father is. Right? Kang Jian nodded to confirm, nodding several times. Then Go Jin-suk slung an arm around Kang Jian. Like they were close. Come on. Let's celebrate. I'll treat you to a big meal. He laughed loudly as if he'd just won the lottery. Kang Jian felt uneasy. Meanwhile, he thought maybe everything was going according to plan. After the meeting, Kang Jian went home in low spirits. His aunt rushed out. You're home, son. His uncle asked if he made any new friends today. He said yes. His aunt cheerfully asked about tonight. Maybe the three of them really did look like a family now. Kang Jian didn't share much. He went to his room. I've eaten with a friend. I'm taking the night off. His aunt and uncle looked at each other, neither understanding what had happened to Kang Jian today. Cut to his room. After going out with those two, he came back and collapsed onto the soft bed. Now he felt more relaxed. This mission really wasn't easy. He recalled earlier at the restaurant Go Jin-seok took him to the place he often ate with his family. What he treated him to were Western dishes. Go Jin-seok probably really liked this prospective right-hand man. He kept telling him to eat as much as he wanted. Kang Jian cut a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. The meat was unbelievably delicious. Melting in his mouth, Kang Jian held himself back or he'd have shoved the whole big piece in. Go Jin-seok saw his expression and laughed heartily. Haha. What's that face? Kang Jian remembered Go Jin-seok's earlier cruelty and viciousness. He could hardly think of him as human. But whatever, he was rich and today was a free meal. Kang Jian simply enjoyed a dish he might never have tasted in his life. Go Jin-seok then said, even if you become my right-hand man, it's no big deal. Kang Jian chewed ravenously while nodding repeatedly. The other guy said, just crush anyone who tries to climb up. But there isn't anyone like that anymore. Kang Jian firmly expressed that he didn't like bullying the weak. Go Jin-seok declared that the weak wouldn't dare come near him. Kang Jian mentioned Dongwu. Jang Dongwu. Hearing that name, he recalled his friend. Kang Jian nodded in confirmation, but Kang Jian exclaimed in surprise. Dongwu is weak. In middle school, I used to be in his circle. Go Jin-seok said. Kang Jian didn't quite understand what circle meant. Go Jin-seok then asked, you don't know what doing errands is, like being a lackey. Kang Jian still didn't really understand the term lackey. Go Jin-seok tried to calm down and explained further, his family is the top lawyer clan in Korea. His father is the head of the central prosecutor's office. Back then, before my father became a party leader, I did exactly as he ordered, living cautiously and carefully step by step. Kang Jian hadn't expected any of that. After telling the story, Go Jin-seok said something rare and sincere. Korea is that kind of place. Parental influence is the real power. And to Kang Jian, he was like a blank sheet of paper. Hearing that, he fell silent. Speechless. Back to the present. Kang Jian now felt this mission wasn't simple at all. The people here were truly complicated. He sat in his room with a pounding headache, thinking. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. He sat up. It was his uncle and aunt. The two slowly opened the door and checked to see what was wrong with him today. Seeing the elderly couple so concerned, Kang Jian felt a bit strange. His uncle asked if something was wrong. His aunt joined in, asking, what's the matter? Son, if something's bothering you, tell your father. Kang Jian intended to say something but then stopped. No. By now the two had already sensed something was off. They didn't want to force him to say more. Kang Jian didn't even look at them. His expression was very dejected. He then deliberately avoided their gaze. He finally admitted, Korean society is too complicated. Nothing like what I'd been taught. Hearing this, the two adults gradually understood what Kang Jian had been going through. His mind was in turmoil. His hands twisted together and moved constantly as he said, adapting here isn't easy at all. His father encouraged him. Don't speak such weak words. Have you forgotten who you are? Comrade. Kang Jian froze and trembled for a moment. His uncle's face was stern. Now whatever happens, don't forget your mission and responsibilities. Kang Jian nearly realized he'd gone too far. Then he stood up seriously. Sorry. I'll make sure this never happens again. Kang Jian's assurance put the two somewhat at ease, so Kang Jian steeled himself again. A short while later, in his room at the computer, he typed continuously, as if searching for something. Kang Jian was trying to search keywords like lackey, annoyance, style, chicken boyfriend, basically youth keywords. He told himself he was an elite North Korean agent from a dark ops unit. Failure in the mission was absolutely out of the question. His uncle and aunt kept watching Kang Jian's actions. Seeing him resilient put them more at ease. The next morning, cut to the classroom. Kang Jian looked at Zhang Dongwu with a different attitude again, sensing something was off. He asked, "Nothing happened yesterday, did it?" Now Kang Jian was thinking about what Go Jinsok had said. Could it be true that he used to bully others? Thinking it over, Kang Jian asked bluntly, "You used to be a bossy thug back in middle school, right? I heard Jinsok say he used to run errands for you." Zhang Dongwu didn't deny it but hurriedly explained, "That was when I was little, really little. I didn't know anything then. I'm not like that now." But Kang Jian cut in firmly, "Don't worry, I won't keep you as an errand boy or anything like that. You're my friend," Kang Jian said, not minding the story. He cared more about the present. Zhang Dongwu hadn't lied. He responded sincerely, which left him fairly embarrassed. Kang Jian was very pleased with his performance. Good. Very natural. Then Jinsok approached. He noticed Zhang Dongwu, and Dongwu noticed Jinsok. This time he didn't dare look him straight in the face. Dongwu turned back toward his seat anyway. "I'm just glad nothing happened." Kang Jian told him not to worry. "Dongwu, from now on, we'll be real friends," he added with a confident, completely natural smile. Then someone suddenly called his name Kang Jian. He glanced over. Jinsok didn't come with Huang Wuyang today. He was paying more attention to Kang Jian. He replied friendly, "Did you get home safely yesterday? Thanks for the meal." Kang Jian nodded and showed a friendly expression. Few were treated that way by him. The girls in class were astonished. They thought the two should hate each other. Dongwu was surprised too. The top students in class didn't expect this either. Then Kang Jian took the initiative to step closer and added, "I'll treat you next time." Jinseok pointed and said, "Come sit here." Kang Jian thought that seat surely belonged to Huang Wuyang. Seeing him still standing, Jinseok asked, "Why aren't you sitting?" Kang Jian felt like he was about to replace someone else's position. "Is this a reorganization of the bully rankings? That means I've become number 2. Kang Jian placed both hands on the desk. He swaggered into the seat and sat down. Everyone in class paid attention to the move. It was truly sensational news. Kang Jian felt extremely smug because everything was going smoothly. During English class, after the geography period, through the chemistry lessons, that empty seat still hadn't been taken. Kang Jian worried when he didn't see Wu Young at school. He wondered if something had happened to him. Cut to the TJ Sports Center, right at the ring where the fight took place the day before. Loud sounds of fighting echoed. Kang Jian skipped school today and was doing push-ups. Then he took a blow to the back. The blow was so strong, it knocked him to the floor. He was cursed at, "You can't even do something this simple. You idiot. To send you to that special class. Do you know how much money I poured in?" The man beating Wu Young is the chairman of the Daejeong conglomerate. Seeing the young master looking very weak, a bodyguard stepped in. "Chairman, please stop. I think he's understood enough." Then the chairman declared, "This family will secure the presidency in the next election. Keep a close eye on that guy. Understood. If necessary, flatter him until your lips wear out." Wu Young trembled all over, but still tried to stand. Then that father turned away, his face showing not a shred of pity for his eldest son. Understood. Disappear. I don't want to see your face again, having been beaten. Yet before that cold father, Wu Young seemed all too accustomed to it. He curled his lips in a scornful smile. Then he just walked out of the ring, watching his son leave. The father asked his secretary bodyguard, "Kim, have you found him? What kind of family is that?" His face twisted with bitterness and irritation. The bodyguard said the owner runs a multinational corporation dealing in the 11-coin cryptocurrency and security programs. He also investigated that the Kang Jian family's capital is quite solid. Hearing that, I told him to invite them to dinner. The bodyguard was a bit surprised, "Huh? Where?" The chairman's face brightened as he said, "Right here, in this gym." The bodyguard stared blankly for a moment. Then he bowed. "Understood." The chairman scowled and muttered through clenched teeth, "Unknown scoundrel. How dare you meddle in my business?" That afternoon, Ara still cheerfully said goodbye to Kang Jian as usual. She got into the blue car under the gaze of many students. The next person to step out was Jinsok. The bodyguard looked at Kang Jian and reminded him, "Take good care of your parents." It seemed he wanted to help Kang Jian, though he didn't yet understand the meaning behind the words. Jinsok waved goodbye to his right-hand man and said they'd meet tomorrow. Kang Jian watched the bodyguard's retreating figure in a daze. "Take good care of my parents. What does that mean?" After everyone left, His father's red car finally arrived. He excitedly said, "Get in the car." "I'm Son." Seeing his uncle, Kang Jian finally breathed a sigh of relief. Tonight's family dinner was filled with laughter, the laughter of the elderly couple. They chatted non-stop while Kang Jian focused on eating. His aunt kept giggling that little giggle. As the family happily enjoyed the evening, suddenly someone knocked on the door. The three of them stopped eating and looked out, feeling an involuntary worry. Someone opened the door. It was the bodyguard sent by that chairman. "Greetings to the family. I'm from the secretary's office of the Daejeong Corporation." The family went out to receive him. Uncle Stephen Kang smiled warmly. "Ah, yes. Hello. What is it?" Kang Jian felt the matter was not good. As soon as he heard the name Daejeong, he remembered the guy Wu Yang, whom he had defeated the other day. The bodyguard then stated the issue: "A son of our family member was assaulted by your family's son." The elderly couple shuddered at the news. They then turned to look at Kang Jian at the same time, faces full of astonishment. At that moment, he didn't know what to say or how to properly explain himself. The man continued, "Our CEO doesn't intend to make this a big issue. He wishes to meet you and share a meal." The couple laughed heartily. "Haha. That's right. It's just a scuffle among kids. What's the big deal?" Then the bodyguard added, "If you're free. Shall we go now?" The father agreed immediately. "Let's go." "All right." Kang Jian began to sense that this wasn't simple. He also wanted to go along, but his father turned and commanded firmly, "Stay at home." So his aunt and Kang Jian didn't dare move. The door closed. The two of them stayed home while the father went out. Cut to TJ Sports Center. The official escorted the father this way. Then he walked ahead. The corporation's chairman was already seated, waiting on the platform. When the father arrived, his expression showed he suspected there would be no pleasant meal today. The old chairman dropped his gangster act. "I hear my son was brutally beaten by your brat." The father sensed something was off and didn't answer immediately. The chairman jumped down and approached. "How do you intend to handle this?" Stephen Kang tried to remain calm. "Tell us plainly what you want us to do." The chairman declared, "I have your son transferred to another school and I'll let it go." But Stephen, smiling and scratching his head, replied, "I'm afraid that's difficult. His mother insists on him attending the best school in Korea. So getting in was hard." The chairman snorted in contempt. He hurried forward. The two fathers' physiques were mismatched. The chairman was tall and burly. Then he barked, "You'd better listen while I'm speaking gently." Then he revealed a brazen, gangster-like face. Faced with this aggressive posture, Stephen showed no fear. Instead, his tone was stern. "Don't do anything we'll both regret. Just saying that." The chairman landed a punch that twisted Stephen's face. The blow shattered his glasses. Yet he remained remarkably calm, true to form. The chairman opened his mouth with curses. "You bastard." What followed were sounds of a fierce fight throughout the gym. Stephen took another punch to the chest. He braced a hand against the floor. He didn't fight back. Clutching his chest, he coughed violently as the chairman massaged his wrist and said, "Let's stop for today." The man reached toward Stephen's head. Then he grabbed his head tightly. He leaned close and said, "Transfer that kid to another school immediately, or I'll make sure he can never set foot in this country again." After saying that, he hurled Stephen's body down hard. He didn't strike back. He chose silence and offered no reply. The old chairman, satisfied after the beating, turned his back and said, "Make sure to give him generous compensation and medical fees." The bodyguard bowed and obeyed. "Yes, sir." Cut to outside the sports center. The bodyguard handed over a large denomination banknote. "Please accept this. This is for medical expenses." Uncle looked at the two large bills without saying anything. From the car, the bodyguard said, "Well, this probably isn't enough." "Right." His hand still extended out of the car door as he said, "Just so you know, calling the police won't help. Our corporation sponsors them heavily." No need to have the bodyguard say more. Stephen turned away. That won't happen. He refused the payment and was about to leave. The bodyguard asked again, "So you don't want the medical fee?" "Right." Just as it sounded like he wouldn't take the money, Uncle spun back and snatched the two bills from his hand. Then he left in a state of extreme turmoil. And the bodyguard in the car found him strange. He cursed, "You idiot." They returned home. Uncle clutched his stomach in pain and went into the kitchen. Kang Jian stood up and urgently called Stephen by his real name, Dongmu. He entered the house and looked at Kang Jian with a perplexed expression. remaining silent. His silence only made Kang Jian more unsettled. He didn't immediately ask what had happened. Instead, he went into his room. Kang Jian. Father. Are you okay? Seeing his father say nothing, he was extremely worried and didn't know what to do. His aunt behind him was very upset. Inside the room, Stephen hurriedly typed on the keyboard to search for information. All the corporation's computer screens had been hacked by Stephen. You bastard. I swear I'll make you realize who you just messed with. Cut to JT Sports Center. In the chairman's room, loud music played. After beating Stephen, he seemed to be in a very pleased mood. He lifted a cup of tea to his lips. He sipped his tea contentedly. Suddenly, the bodyguard burst in and announced, "We have a problem." Chairman. The chairman frowned. What? Don't you know? How could trouble arise so early? The bodyguard went pale. The company's servers have all gone down. The chairman asked, What? What did IT do? The bodyguard panicked. Said the computers of the entire IT department are all dead too. All service gateways were paralyzed. And customers kept requesting refunds from sales links. The chairman rushed to his phone. He pressed the button. When he called to ask why, before he could get to the point, the person on the line reported, Chairman, we have a big problem. He panicked. What? Now, the person on the line said the bank called our entire accounts have been frozen. The chairman was nearly stunned, unable to comprehend what was happening. Some time passed, and night fell. The chairman sat alone in the room. He was now extremely worried. Someone opened the door and entered. At that moment, the chairman, thinking it was one of his staff, asked, Are there any signs this can be resolved? What did the bank say? But when he turned, he suddenly stopped. It was Kang Jian's aunt, acting as his mother, who walked in. He was stunned. Who is this woman? And why did the guards let a vendor in here? She said calmly. I quietly put everyone to sleep. You know all the security cameras. They've all been disabled. Right. The enraged chairman stood up. What is this crazy woman saying? We've had enough trouble already. No sooner had he finished speaking than he was struck on the neck. The aunt, like a male assassin, flipped the chairman and slammed his face into the floor. She ground out. Do you realize what disaster you've just caused? Then she reached into her jacket. The old chairman began to panic. She pulled out a syringe. Normally I'd kill them. But be grateful to him. I've promised I won't kill anymore. Instead, I'll wake you up in 3 years. The man endured the pain. The syringe pierced his neck. By the time Kang Jian graduates will be an appropriate time for this chairman to wake up. The aunt successfully injected him. The next morning, everything returned to normal life. He stepped out the gate and said, I'll be back. He turned and left. Uncle, his face badly battered, said nothing. The aunt stayed cheerful as usual. Have a good day at school. He felt guilty and whispered, I'm sorry. It's because of me. Oh, son. Don't worry about anything. Your parents have arranged everything. Just focus on your studies. The aunt said with a smile. Kang Jian didn't fully understand, huh? How so? Cut to the school. Kang Jian went into class and sat next to Go Jinsok as usual. Ara was talking with friends nearby. She glanced over at him. Then she waved hello. He smiled back warmly. He thought. So in Korea, parents immediately interfere in their children's affairs. It's not easy at all. Go Jinsok, sitting beside him, said, Hey. Heard anything? Woo Young's father fainted. Heard his company is unstable too. Kang Jian was startled by the news. Go Jinsok added, Stroke or a heart attack or something. It seems. He suddenly remembered his aunt's words from that morning. Your parents have taken care of everything. Kang Jian shook his head repeatedly, telling himself, Impossible. Impossible. Little Ara came over to him and called. Hey, do you have plans this weekend? He asked. Weekend. Ara turned to Go Jinsok. You too. Come to my birthday. He was a bit surprised, narrowing his eyes. Kang Jian was still bewildered. Birthday. Yes. It's my birthday party. Will you come? He agreed. And Ara left. Go Jinsok glanced over attentively. He glared at Kang Jian. Unreadable thoughts behind his eyes. Just then, Woo Young entered the classroom. He saw the person sitting next to Go Jinseok. It was Kang Jian. Not himself. Ara asked. Hey. Is your father okay? He didn't answer and just went back to his seat. Kang Jian noticed his attitude. His face was cold and he wasn't arrogant like usual. Kang Jian had many chaotic thoughts at that moment. Class ended. And he stood alone, waiting for someone to pick him up. But today the shiny red car wasn't there. He remembered Steven's sad face from that morning. It seemed he wasn't feeling well. He trudged home alone. Someone called from behind him. It was a group of 3 students from Kang Jian's class. The short-haired girl shyly asked him, "Are you going home alone today?" Kang Jian felt a flicker of recognition, seems like classmates, and nodded. "Yeah. That's right. They wanted to go with him." Saying they were taking the bus. Kang Jian said he didn't mind. The short-haired girl cheerfully introduced herself as Shin Yun Ah. The boy beside her was Seo Dongjin. And her close friend was Jian Ye Yui. Everyone was eager to get to know him. But Kang Jian felt a bit shy. They started asking where he lived. He said Blue Tower. At that, the 3 were stunned. Kang Jian didn't understand why they were so shocked. Shin Yun Ah excitedly said, "Wow. You must be rich. Those are the most expensive apartments in the country." But he just said, "It's my parents who are rich." She continued happily. "Anyway, that's great. Our cram school is on the same route as your home. So we can go together." Then the friend proactively invited him to eat tteokbokki at a nearby restaurant. Tteokbokki. Kang Jian had never heard of the dish in his life. Shin Yun Ah laughed. Hey. It's delicious. You'll be hooked after one bite." The bus rolled on. The 4 of them arrived at the tteokbokki place. They sat at a table and chatted animatedly. The meal was served in full. Jian Ye Yui and Seo Dongjin were excited because this place was the best in the area. Shin Yun Ah couldn't stop smiling. She suddenly turned her attention. Kang Jian held the tteokbokki without putting it in his mouth. She was surprised. "Don't tell me this is your first time eating it." Kang Jian resolutely put it in his mouth. No. A burst of flavor exploded across his taste buds. The spice burned his tongue. Kang Jian felt the heat so intense he could have breathed a long streak of fire. Yi Yui burst out laughing. Seo Dongjin laughed so hard he nearly fell off his chair. Kang Jian still wasn't used to that searing heat. He drank several glasses of water in a row. After a while, he finally felt better. Yi Yui said sincerely, "I thought you wouldn't fit in with us." Seo Dongjin explained between bites that from the start he'd hung out with Jinsuk or Wu Yang. "We're also in a special class. But we're still different from them." Kang Jian seemed not to understand the class divisions. "Can you explain more?" Shin Yun Ah smiled lightly. She said, "Looking at Ara's group or Go Jinsuk's group, we feel a bit inferior." Seo Dongjin boasted that Yun Ah had never lost first place in the whole school. Yun Ah added, "Anyway, those others will all study abroad. So my being first is a given." Kang Jian stared at the girl, stunned for a moment. Now he understood these people weren't in the profiles he'd read. Meaning they were just ordinary Korean students. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Hey, what's this?" A group of students from another school approached rich kids from the international school. "Why are they gathering in our spot?" Kang Jian was genuinely annoyed by those words. The boys' group started picking a fight. "What are you doing here? You want to start something with us? You even planning to steal ordinary people's spot?" No one in Shin Yun Ah's group dared answer him. Kang Jian was fed up. One of them shouted, "Hey, are you deaf? If someone asks you, answer." Kang Jian had been holding back for a long time. Seo Dongjin, too angry to confront them, stood up. "Everyone, let's go." Kang Jian looked at him. He stood up as well. The leader of that group noticed him and blocked his way. "You gonna leave too?" Dongjin said. "Yeah, I finished eating. So I wanted to give up the table." This student got bolder. "You won't leave that easily. You rich kids, right?" Kang Jian had been restraining his anger until now. The leader even started demanding protection money. "Or else, why don't you treat us to a meal?" Dongjin was no match for the group. He trembled. Looking miserable, Kang Jian grabbed the troublemaker's hand. He lifted the man's arm off Dongjin's shoulder. He asked, "Are you beggars?" The guy bristled. "What did you say?" Then he yanked his hand hard. The black-haired guy behind, looking the most mischievous, spoke up. "I thought you lot were all obedient kids. But some of you know how to talk back." Kang Jian didn't say another word. He lifted his gaze to stare at the guy in front of him. That jerk barked back, "I just need to scare them a little to get a pile of pocket money." Kang Jian shot back, "You guys aren't beggars, you're robbers." The man's gaze didn't yield either. He raised his voice. Cut the nonsense, pay for this meal, and get lost. Then you can go quietly to your cram school. Shin Yun A's group trembled. Kang Jian spoke up. If you say that, I won't let it go. The guy glanced over. Kang Jian stepped closer and whispered in his ear. Let's take this outside. Shin Yun A held up a bill. I'll pay, he's just transferred schools and doesn't know how things work yet. The man puffed up. So what's your move now? Trying to act cool. Huh. But Kang Jian held up his hand in front of Shin Yun A. Nothing's going to happen. Don't worry. Kang Jian crossed his arms and announced to the group. My family is rich. I live in Blue Tower. They froze for 3 seconds when they heard that. Shin Yun A's group were also intimidated by the way Kang Jian spoke. Then he held up a stack of the highest denomination bills in front of them. Kang Jian smirked and said, Well then, ready to talk now. The guys grinned widely, their faces full of arrogance and greed. So the two groups agreed to meet in a deserted alley. Kang Jian's teammates were shaking like they were freezing. Kang Jian noticed there was a camera here. The leader of the troublemakers wondered why this kid was so confident. At that moment, only Kang Jian was the calmest among the rich kids. He bowed his head, thinking about something. His eyes narrowed. In his head, Kang Jian imagined delivering a punch to each of their faces. The loud-mouthed black-haired guy, he'd snap his neck. But his conscience held back. There were classmates here. The brown-haired guy cracked his knuckles. You know who I am. We're the boxing team from Seoul Sports High. You bastard. He lunged and threw a punch at Kang Jian's face but missed. He'd never missed a punch before. It was unexpected. Kang Jian sneered. Is that what you call an athlete? One dodge from Kang Jian made Shin Yun A's group turn pale. That bastard, the brown-haired guy, charged and swung again. Before he could land a hit, Kang Jian delivered an upward punch under his chin. Smack spit sprayed like rain. Kang Jian simply threw strikes with one hand while the other stayed in his pocket. The brown-haired guy toppled. The three others watched their friend hit the ground, standing dumbly like 3 oxen. What? Just one hit. The 3 men shook, starting to fear, but still loudly barked. You stay right there. You're dead. Don't move. The 2 in front tried to rush forward, but were held back by the black-haired guy. Kang Jian was a little puzzled. This guy isn't acting, he's asking. You know, Wu Young. Right. Kang Jian immediately remembered the classmate he'd slapped unconscious a few times. The black-haired guy jabbered on. Yeah. That guy used to be in my crew. Guess you've never been hit by him. Huh. Kang Jian didn't quite get his meaning and kept silent. The man continued. Give me 500. 0,001 a month. Do that and I won't touch the kids at your school. How about it? Kang Jian felt irritated. This is the most dangerous one. He kept boasting, deluded about his strength, speaking loudly if you need time to think. Kang Jian remained icy calm. The other snarled that maybe a fight would help him decide faster. Saying that, he moved back and forth professionally, closing in on Kang Jian. He surprised him a bit. He pummeled at him, but Kang Jian dodged all the blows with practiced ease. At that speed, Kang Jian could handle it easily, unrepelled. The black-haired guy eagerly kept throwing continuous punches. He hunched over fully, preparing for a powerful finishing blow. Kang Jian noticed this. The man excitedly launched his decisive strike. Shin Yun A's group, afraid of bloodshed, covered their faces and huddled together. After a moment with no movement, she glanced over. Her eyes widened. She saw Kang Jian stomping on the black-haired guy. Kang Jian's foot was pressed tight against the man's face. His face twisted in displeasure as he glared at the black-haired guy. The man gritted his teeth and cursed. You bastard. Then he tensed and yelled that someone like him needed to be taught a lesson. In response to the arrogant words, Kang Jian pressed harder with his foot. Expressionless. The situation was extremely tense. No one would back down. The black-haired guy was furious. It's been a long time since someone talked back to him. As they faced off, police ran in. What are you kids doing? The students feared it would affect their studies. The black-haired guy scowled. Run, he ordered, then told his buddies to flee. Kang Jian was then detained by the police. Kang Jian glared back. Then the men ran off, probably to plan for next time. Kang Jian pulled his phone from his pocket. He took careful aim and threw it hard. The phone struck the black-haired guy's head. He stumbled and fell face first onto the pavement, in pain. He propped himself up on his hands and glared back at Kang Jian. By then, the police had caught up. Everyone was taken to the station. Kang Jian and the other guy sat facing each other in a room. They'd come this far and no one would give an inch. Shin Yun-ah's group insisted they didn't want to fight. They started it, they forced us to give them money. The officer turned to the black-haired guy and asked if that was true. Do you know how serious the crime of extortion is? He pleaded. We're classmates at cram school. I only borrowed a little money for food. But they wouldn't give it. The three Shin Yun-ah, Seo Dong-jin, and Ye Yui shook with anger. The officer pressed further. So, why did you fight? If you don't tell the truth, the charges will be worse. Ye Yui shouted, they're telling the truth. The black-haired guy cut in. My friend was beaten by your friend. How are you the victims? Shin Yun-ah countered that they rushed in and attacked Kang Jian. The officer slammed the report down and said, Enough. To be quiet? Do you want to give a statement or not? Only then did the black-haired guy fall silent. The three didn't dare say another word. Kang Jian had remained silent the whole time. He found the whole situation troublesome. At that moment, someone approached. Hello? I heard one of my students is here. So, the black-haired guy fidgeted and looked over. He went pale. Teacher. The teacher glanced at him with a displeased look. He first apologized to the police. Then he asked if the student had committed a serious crime. The officers seemed to respect him. It's nothing major. Just a report, no serious injury. The teacher, worried his student had injured someone, kept apologizing to the police, who in turn showed deference because they were fans of his. Chu Seon-su stepped close to his student. His heart was pounding. The teacher pinched his ear. You're about to debut in a big match, and you go causing trouble and beating people. At that moment, Chu Seon-su noticed Kang Jian. His face was still cold as ice. Chu Seon-su began to think about something. Kang Jian didn't shy from confrontation and glared back. Then he dragged the black-haired guy out of the station by the ear. Kang Jian then looked toward the officers. The officer told him he could only go home when a family member came to pick him up. A short while later, a shiny red car pulled up in front of the station. Kang Jian didn't know how to face his uncle. Stephen Kang was, as always, despite his wounded face. Hello, son. After hearing what happened, his expression fell. Boy, do you know what trouble you've caused? Kang Jian bowed his head to accept blame. His aunt leaned in and said to the uncle that people are saying their son bullied others. The uncle replied that even so, it's not acceptable. You should have dealt with it before coming to the station. Korea is an information society. I told you before, there's surveillance cameras everywhere. Kang Jian could only keep saying sorry. His aunt gently took his hand. Don't be upset, son. Everything's been taken care of. Kang Jian clenched his hand in frustration. Korea really is a troublesome place. His aunt sensed his resentment. His uncle snapped. How long are you going to keep showing weakness like this? Kang Jian blamed himself and held back his emotions. No, sir. I will make sure this never happens again. A little later, he searched for information. Police department. School violence. How to handle extortion. It didn't take long for him to find it. The common way people here resolve it. The next morning, the bus arrived at the stop. Today he took the bus to school. Kang Jian got off and stood brooding for a long moment. Last night he told the two of them that from now on, he'd take the bus and didn't need anyone to pick him up. So today he went to school by bus. He noticed a student from another school nearby. He was talking with Wu Young. Just seeing them made Kang Jian's skin crawl. He put on that cold face and started walking over slowly, drawing near Wu Young. The other school's student trembled, seeing Kang Jian coming. He immediately fled. He asked, Do you know who those guys are? Wu Young was still angry about the other day. He turned away and said, It's none of your business. Then he left. Someone called his name Kang Jian, and he stopped paying attention to Wu Young and turned around. It was Shin Yun-ah's group. Just as the four met, Go Jin-sok's luxury yellow car arrived. Kang Jian saw it and recognized it at once. He stepped out of the car. The bodyguard closed the door, and Jin-sok headed toward Kang Jian. The young master's face looked rather displeased. Cut to the classroom. Jin-sok seemed unhappy that Kang Jian was hanging out with Shin Yun-ah's group. As soon as Kang Jian returned to his seat, Go Jin-sok complained. Why are you hanging out with those kinds of people? Kang Jian was surprised. What? They're classmates too. Jin-sok said if you want friends you need to be on the same level. Hang out with those people and you'll only live at their level. Shin Yun-ah's group chatted cheerfully in class as usual. Kang Jian found it perfectly normal. He didn't even understand Jin-sok's theory. Then Jin-sok got angry at him. Don't make me mad. Understand. Annoyed. Kang Jian sat down and didn't respond. Jinsok closed his eyes and sighed. Kang Jian glanced at him with displeasure. Neither spoke to the other, one confused, the other annoyed. At the same time, both received a text from Miss Ara. She sent the location for her birthday party. Ara looked over at him. A few rich girlfriends nearby were watching too. They really wanted him to come. Kang Jian was relaxed and replied that he'd definitely attend. Kang Jian looked warm and pleasant, while Jinsok's face was icy. He clenched his teeth and made a grinding sound. When lunchtime came, Kang Jian sat alone in the cafeteria. He ate as if he'd been starved for 3 days. The other students stared in alarm. At that moment, Shin Yun A's group also arrived. She called out cheerfully, "Kang Jian." But Go Jinsok was there and intervened. "Get lost." At the sight of Jinsok, Yun A trembled and stammered, I'm sorry." The group left, and Jinsok took his tray to the table shared with Kang Jian. While Kang Jian was eating, Jinsok approached and kept controlling him. "Don't give them an opportunity. They hang around you because you're too soft. Those kids are like hyenas." Jinsok's words made Kang Jian lose his appetite. Then Ara came over Kang Jian. "You saw my message. Right. Remember to come to my birthday party this weekend." Mouth full, Kang Jian cheerfully agreed. "Okay." Ara left, waving goodbye. Her friends teased, "You're the luckiest Ara publicly claimed you." Jinsok sneered and scratched his head mockingly. Then he slammed his spoon down on the table. He stood up abruptly. Kang Jian had no idea what he meant. He turned back and said 2 words, "Clear off." He glanced at the tray that wasn't finished. Looking back at Jinsok, Kang Jian felt irritated and puzzled. Then Jinsok simply walked away. Kang Jian clenched his fist tightly. He thought to himself, "Damn rich kids. How can they waste food like that? Too wasteful, what now?" Kang Jian scooped rice into his mouth as fast as he could. He decided to finish Jinsok's portion so it wouldn't go to waste. Another school day ended. Kang Jian didn't avoid Shin Yuna's group over Jinsok's words. He still said goodbye as usual. But Jinsok wouldn't let it go. He deliberately brushed Kang Jian's shoulder as a reminder not to hang out with them. Then he said, "Get in my car. I'll take you home." Kang Jian flatly refused. "No. I'll take the bus." Go Jinsok gave a cold laugh. He turned threateningly. "I said, get in the car." Shin Yun A's group trembled. Yuye didn't even dare to look up. Kang Jian had no choice but to go with Jinsok. Though reluctantly, afterward he sighed and went along fine. So he slunk into the expensive car. A short while later, the car drove out a distance from the school. Jinsok began again. "I told you earlier not to hang out with them." "Right." Kang Jian felt itchy with anger. Why is this guy so irritating? Jinsok even tried to control whether Kang Jian should go to Ara's birthday. He said, "You make me uncomfortable. So don't go, understand." While Jinsok would attend the party, he didn't want Kang Jian to still to go. Kang Jian snapped back in annoyance. "What's your problem?" Jinsok said bluntly. "I'm uncomfortable seeing Ara get close to you." Kang Jian cursed under his breath. "What the hell?" Jinsok said. "His family and Ara's family are close." Kang Jian's mind raced close. "What does that mean?" "Like a code," Jinsok went on. "That girl will be mine in the future. And now she's paying attention to you. That embarrasses me, do you understand?" Hearing that, Kang Jian swallowed and realized this guy was jealous. Kang Jian didn't answer. Jinsok angrily asked, "So, are you bothered?" Kang Jian replied, "So, this means it's all just because you're jealous or what?" Jinsok hit where it hurt. Denied it, what? "Jealous, what are you talking about?" Kang Jian told the driver. "Pull the car over to the side." Jinsok frowned. "Oh. You still dare to argue back." Good. Kang Jian was really annoyed by this kid's childishness. Kang Jian said nothing. His look alone made Jinsok shiver. The car stopped. He opened the door and stepped out. Then he turned and said plainly, "Friends don't treat each other like that." Leaving Jinsok sitting alone in the car, watching after him with a stunned expression, Kang Jian wasn't afraid of him. He slammed the door shut. Then he walked home by himself. From the car, Jinsok ordered the bodyguard, "Beat him." Now, the bodyguard also found it unreasonable. "Who?" Jinsok roared. "I said you hit him. Right now." He looked at Kang Jian walking over. The bodyguard was a little flustered. He refused. "This isn't my job." Jin-seok ground his teeth. What? You want to get fired, the bodyguard said bluntly. Your father hired me. Not you. Jin-seok pulled out his phone and muttered. These two are so insolent. Servants should obey their master. He called his father immediately and reported back. Dad. The bodyguard won't listen to me. The bodyguard grimaced. He really couldn't stand Jin-seok's attitude. He handed the phone to the bodyguard and told him to take the call. The bodyguard answered the phone. Yes. I've received it. Yes. Jin-seok watched the bodyguard take the call, looking quite pleased. As Kang Ji-yeon walked down the road, someone called out, Hey, buddy. He turned and saw Jin-seok's bodyguard. Earlier he refused, but now he urged, Go back and apologize for what you did wrong. I don't want to be accused of hitting a kid. Kang Ji-yeon didn't answer. He stood there and looked at the bodyguard for a moment. He asked again. That guy does look pitiful. But what did I do wrong that I should apologize? The bodyguard said. This isn't about right or wrong, it's about who has the power. And Kang Ji-yeon showed his irritation, boldly. Kang Ji-yeon replied. Is that so? Then I definitely won't apologize. The bodyguard knew he was right. But he was also embarrassed. The atmosphere between them fell silent. There were surveillance cameras nearby. The black boxes in nearby cars could also have recorded it. The car dash cams. Kang Ji-yeon pointed out. There are a lot of cameras and people watching here. Is this okay? The bodyguard's expression darkened. Kang Ji-yeon shook his head and gestured elsewhere. Come with me. Kang Ji-yeon said directly. I see a spot over there where people pass by. Let's go there and finish this conversation. He turned and led the way. The artist didn't say anything at that moment. Suddenly, he turned back toward the car. He sat in the driver's seat and closed the door. Jin-seok was surprised to see him return. Jin-seok said, What are you doing? I told you to teach that guy a lesson. And the bodyguard replied, Many people are watching. And there are lots of cameras here. Jin-seok bared his teeth and shouted, What the hell are you talking about? Then he grabbed the bodyguard's shoulder. You should have dragged him somewhere else and beaten him. The bodyguard objected again. I can't leave the person I'm protecting and go far away. Jin-seok yelled that the bodyguard must do as he wanted. Is that your excuse? Go outside and beat him for me. The bodyguard replied calmly. Your father said he's in the middle of a campaign. He told me to be careful and avoid unnecessary trouble. If you arrange another day, I'll talk to him then. Jin-seok fell silent upon hearing that. He turned his face toward the window. He saw Kang Ji-yeon standing outside looking in. Kang Ji-yeon showed a displeased expression, then decisively turned his back and walked away. He left in one go, leaving Jin-seok with simmering anger. In the expensive car, the wealthy heir Go Jin-seok bellowed. I don't like any of these people here. Kang Ji-yeon approached the house and noticed someone nearby. The black-haired guy who caused trouble the day before saw him and said, You actually live here. He pulled out his phone and threatened. We haven't finished talking yet. On the phone was a video of Dong-jin being captured. Kang Ji-yeon hadn't expected things to escalate like this. The black-haired guy ordered, Come with me. You bastard. Cut to a factory. That group of students had Dong-jin kneeling in a corner. The brown-haired guy glanced over with annoyance. He immediately flicked the cigarette from his hand when he saw the black-haired guy bring someone in. Kang Ji-yeon had come all the way here. Dong-jin trembled and called out, Kang Ji-yeon. Kang Ji-yeon's face was somber. The black-haired guy looked back and said, I even worried you wouldn't show up. Kang Ji-yeon remained cold and said nothing. The black-haired guy sneered. What do we have to do with someone like you? Then he ordered 3 of his cronies. Let him go. And Dong-jin got up and ran toward Kang Ji-yeon. The black-haired guy threatened. You know what'll happen if I call the police. The girls who hang out with you will get into trouble soon enough. After saying that, they laughed loudly. Dong-jin's voice shook. Kang Ji-yeon. I'm sorry. Kang Ji-yeon didn't blame Dong-jin. He placed a hand on his friend's shoulder. Stay here for a bit. Come with me in a moment, he said. Using Dong-jin's shoulder as support, he took a step back. Then he lunged like a motorcycle straight at the group of boys from the other school. The black-haired guy suddenly went pale. Kang Ji-yeon jumped up. His hand clenched into a tight fist. The black-haired guy recoiled and raised his hands to protect his head. But Kang Ji-yeon aimed for the stomach. He thrust a punch into the black-haired guy's gut, sending him flying in pain. The man took massive damage. Screaming hoarsely, just one punch sent the black-haired guy crashing into the wall. The remaining students went pale. He slammed his back against the wall and collapsed. With a single strike, Kang Jian had completely defeated his opponent. Then he dealt with the guy in the green shirt as well, catching the group off guard. While they were still stunned, the brown-haired guy took an elbow to the gut. The blonde one was last. He shook uncontrollably. Shit. Damn it. Kang Jian still exuded terrifying killing intent as he lowered his head. The blonde idiot actually dared to run up and fight Kang Jian one-on-one. What the hell are you? You bastard. Smack before he could finish. The blonde's face twisted right there. Then he fell forward and slammed his face into the ground. Dong Jin witnessed the whole thing. In his eyes, Kang Jian was no longer an ordinary person. At that moment, the black-haired guy finally came to. His eyes widened. All his friends had been taken down by Kang Jian. Now only he faced him. Kang Jian growled. If this keeps up... Kang Jian's demeanor made the black-haired guy tremble. Kang Jian clenched his teeth. You lot would keep causing trouble, wouldn't you? Knowing he had no way out. The black-haired guy looked back. Kang Jian also searched for a makeshift weapon. He noticed some wooden planks nearby. He decided to pick one up. Kang Jian decisively snapped the plank in two. He held the broken end forward to maximize impact. He pulled out several splinters to make the end sharper. The black-haired guy froze. He was terrified. But Kang Jian tossed the plank away. He slowly stepped closer to where the black-haired guy stood. He screamed. I won't let this go. You bastard. While Kang Jian grabbed his collar. Quickly. Kang Jian applied physical force to him. He knocked the black-haired guy to the ground and sat fully on top of him. The black-haired guy ground his teeth and still refused to submit. Kang Jian asked, You said you know boxing. Right. He squeezed the guy's hand even tighter. Sweat poured down his forehead like a shower. Kang Jian tightened his grip further. He took a splinter from the wood and prepared to stab the black-haired guy's finger. Then, softening his voice, Kang Jian looked up and said to his classmate, Dong Jin, wait for me outside. Okay. Dong Jin dared not disobey. He hurriedly ran outside. Only Kang Jian remained with the unconscious students. He wedged the sharp splinters into his fist to increase the damage. If you ever touch my friend again, I'll show you what happens, he warned. The black-haired guy's eyes widened. Outside, Dong Jin could hear the horrific screams. His whole body trembled. Kang Jian drove a splinter straight into the black-haired guy's pinky. He held up the man's hand and calmly said, Just the one pinky, only 3 centimeters in. Then he scattered more splinters to fall before the black-haired guy, who was now enduring terrible torment. He warned, If you keep lurking around me, I'll move on to the rest of your fingers and toes. Clear. The black-haired guy broke down crying. Then he collapsed. Kang Jian kicked him once more before standing up. He added, Make sure we never see each other's faces again. Understand? Saying that, he walked away calmly, leaving the sports school students sprawled on the ground. They were all conscious, but feigned unconsciousness. Only after Kang Jian left did they dare to check on one another. Kang Jian went outside. He handled 4 guys by himself, yet his clothes looked untouched. Kang Jian scratched his head. A little worried had he gone too far. After all, they were just kids. His gaze grew distant. He recalled the days back in his hometown. He had been hung from a tree. Back then, Kang Jian was small and scrawny. He'd been beaten until one eye was swollen. He was only slowly regaining consciousness now. Around him, other children were hung the same way. He noticed a red-haired girl. Her gaze had glanced at him then. Terrifying. He snapped back to the present. Only then did he remember something. Dong Jin had been waiting for him earlier, he thought. You won't have to worry anymore. Dong Jin was so afraid of Kang Jian he didn't dare say a word. Seeing that put Kang Jian in an awkward spot. He then slipped an arm around Dong Jin's shoulder. Keep today's incident a secret. Remember, Dong Jin couldn't say anything. His face pale. Just mumbled. Kang Jian brightened up again and asked, Have you eaten yet? He even invited Dong Jin to go eat taeyokbokki. Cut to the classroom today, Kang Jian still sat near Go Jinseok. But Jinseok hadn't arrived. Yi Yui and Shin Yuna cheerfully greeted Kang Jian this morning. He returned the friendly greeting. But Dong Jin didn't seem used to this warmth. Kang Jian smiled at him. His friend returned the greeting but no longer with his usual confidence. Then he turned away. Not daring to look at Kang Jian for long, Kang Jian thought to himself that things over there were probably fine now. He noticed Wu Yong sitting nearby. He didn't show any sign of guilt. He recalled the story Dong Jin had told yesterday. Wu Yong called me over. Those guys took advantage of me, Dong Jin had said. At that time I was scared to death. Kang Jian pondered for a moment. He recalled the scene of the other school student talking with Wu Yong. He was quite troubled. What should he do? He needed to resolve this cleanly. At that moment, Jin-suk suddenly went over to Wu Yong and started, "Hey, clean out the gym tonight." He turned to look at Kang Jian with a challenging expression. Kang Jian sensed more trouble was coming. He gave a faint, dry smile. I understood everything he said now. Everything's fine. Jin-suk ordered Wu Yong to clean out the gym for him tonight. But unexpectedly, Wu Yong flat out refused. Jin-suk frowned. What? Wu Yong was completely different than usual. My dad's in the hospital sick. Right. I don't want to deal with stupid stuff right now. Jin-suk grew annoyed that things didn't go his way. Then he said nothing and walked off. Kang Jian chuckled and said, "What? Didn't go your way again?" Jin-suk looked as if he'd been hit in the soft spot. He wouldn't meet Kang Jian's eyes. He curled a smile. Knowing full well his nature, Jin-suk said, "You bastard, just wait. I'll find a way." Kang Jian stood up decisively and cut him off. "Yeah. I get it." Jin-suk was furious but couldn't do anything. Wu Yong felt irritated to see Kang Jian approach his table again. Kang Jian asked him about yesterday. "Why did you do that to Dong Jin?" Wu Yong glanced over. Kang Jian's face went stone cold as he tensed. He squeezed Wu Yong's shoulder forcefully. Then he leaned in and whispered in his ear, "Don't you dare touch them again." Wu Yong trembled. Anger showed in his eyes. But he didn't dare act. Kang Jian glared and said sternly, "Understand." Then he added, "Oh, and let me use the gym tonight." Wu Yong was frightened. Kang Jian emphasized to Jin-suk, "Because I think I need to settle the hierarchy issue once and for all." Jin-suk's veins bulged with rage. Cut to the JT Sports Center. Jin-suk's expensive car pulled up right in front of the gate. At that moment, his bodyguard had a splitting headache. He thought, "Why do I have to beat up those kids?" But he remembered the fight between Kang Jian and Wu Yong the other day. To be fair, they weren't exactly children. The bodyguard recalled Kang Jian's line from before, "Oh really, then no apology is needed." He remembered Kang Jian's face clearly. It didn't feel like a high school student's. The bodyguard told himself he absolutely must not lose to a kid no matter what. As he was about to go inside, someone approached. The bodyguard was surprised. A man in a long overcoat with a pink suit underneath walked up. The man greeted him and said, "Long time no see, I heard you left the company." The bodyguard bowed. "I'm sorry," the man asked. "What for?" "It's just work with our low pay." "I understand," the man said. The bodyguard fell silent. Then he asked after his mother, "How is your mother these days?" The bodyguard was unsettled at someone bringing up his mother. "You know my mother." He nodded. "I know you're one of the best among the young security staff. So your resignation drew attention." The bodyguard apologized sincerely. "I thought you'd gone abroad and couldn't be reached." The man sighed too. The mission's return date is unknown. So he'll just have to accept it. The bodyguard asked, "But why are you here?" The man smiled lightly. This concerns national security." The bodyguard was startled. Sorry, I must have been off the job too long to notice those things." Then the man brought up something else. "It's fine, by the way. Have you heard about CEO Huang's case? He was hospitalized for unknown reasons." The bodyguard had heard rumors too. Apparently he was admitted due to a cerebral hemorrhage. The man expressed confusion. "That's true. Yet orders keep coming down from above." The bodyguard was taken aback. "Really?" The man then revealed a secret. "They say it might have been done by Shadow." The bodyguard was stunned. "Shadow, don't tell me it's that." He added that wasn't all, there were prior cyber attacks too. The bodyguard listened intently. "People think the recent incidents came from the north. You've heard that Zero is from the north." "Right." The bodyguard grew tense. "That hacker Zero." "Ha," the man laughed loudly and said, "Nonsense. Shadow disappeared 10 years ago and suddenly reappears and targets a second-rate CEO. Not a president or prime minister. Moreover, The globally hunted hacker Zero would attack a company ranked 30th in the market. These arguments are hard to swallow. The bodyguard felt conflicted. The man sighed. It doesn't add up at all. The bodyguard nodded. Exactly. Then he placed a hand on the bodyguard's shoulder. Anyway, it's good to see you again. I'll file the report and then return abroad. With that, he left. The bodyguard bowed respectfully. It was good meeting you too. He walked off and waved goodbye. The bodyguard watched him go and silently wished, I hope you have a peaceful retirement. Hearing that, he wasn't entirely convinced and turned back to go inside. After all, the idea that Hacker Zero and Shadow Those Legends would be in Korea seemed unlikely. Cut back to Blue Tower. The Hacker Zero they mentioned was sipping coffee. He was casually monitoring cameras while gathering information. And downstairs in the kitchen, the legend Shadow was busy. She was playing the role of a mother cooking a meal for her child. Cut to the arena. Kang Jeon and Jin-seok had met. Kang Jeon had his gloves on. Jin-seok was confident. Meanwhile, the bodyguard kept blaming himself. I'm terrible, all for money. He thought, it's time to retire. Down below, Woo Young didn't want to watch the match. I'm leaving. Jin-seok looked up and called loudly, oh, leaving early. Stay and watch. Woo Young scowled. I lent you the gym and gave you a ride, that's enough. Jin-seok, wanting to swagger, replied, still mad. After I beat this guy, you'll be my right-hand man. Okay. Jin-seok's arrogant words irritated Kang Jeon. Woo Young wasn't interested anymore. I'm not in the mood. Then he just walked away. Not caring. Jin-seok. You bastard. At that moment, Kang Jeon began to speak up. So, if I beat that guy, you'll become my subordinate. Right. Jin-seok grit his teeth and cursed. You crazy bastard. He stepped toward Jin-seok in slow, measured steps and said, if you keep bringing one tough guy after another for me to deal with, when will this end? A murderous aura emanated from the protagonist, making the two of them flinch. Kang Jeon moved closer to the bodyguard and murmured, then fighting here is pointless. Jin-seok was fully confident in his man. You won't be able to beat him. He claimed his guy used to be on national intelligence assignments. Looking at the bodyguard's authoritative badge and the scarred face, Kang Jeon showed no fear or nervousness. He just asked calmly, oh, really? Opposite him was the bodyguard's troubled gaze. Kang Jeon narrowed his eyes at him too. This should be fun. The bodyguard, serious and steely, warned that he didn't want to hit a student. So he said first, apologize to Jin-seok, and I'll pretend this never happened. Kang Jeon shot back. Don't you have any pride? That hit the bodyguard's sore spot. He gave no answer. Kang Jeon said bluntly, you who claim to be an agent, beat up kids for money. The bodyguard replied, from your perspective it might look that way. I don't want to do it either. So I'm giving you a chance to back down. Kang Jeon replied casually. What if I don't want to? Feeling insulted, the bodyguard sneered. Huh. Then there's no choice, I'll hold back, he said. And immediately, Kang Jeon's shoe was raised in front of him. Kang Jeon launched the first kick. Truly an agent, he wasn't easily caught by the initial kick. But seeing Kang Jeon's power, the bodyguard was fairly surprised. Kang Jeon jumped again and kicked the agent's leg. But the man pulled his leg back. His eyes shifted, focusing on another attack point. It seemed the bodyguard couldn't read the direction of the assault. This time, he struck the bodyguard in the stomach. But the man blocked it with his hands. Still, the blow made him double over and take several steps back. Kang Jeon was surprised. He blocked it. The bodyguard held his arm and thought, this kid is stronger than I expected. Jin-seok began to feel unsettled. After regaining his stance, the bodyguard spoke, not bad. But if you keep rushing me with those flashy moves, you'll get hurt. Kang Jeon thought. His reflexes really are different. Should I pretend to take a few hits and then admit defeat? Jin-seok urged. What are you standing there for? Go hit him. He was the most panicked now, yelling and making a scene. Kang Jeon glanced at Jin-seok like a thorn in his side. I won't do this for that guy. At that moment, the bodyguard suddenly stepped closer. He probably intends to finish this once and for all. Jin-seok stared without blinking. Kang Jeon was angry because that damn Jin-seok was so obnoxious. Then he decided to retreat his foot and defend. Former Taekwondo champion of Korea. Huh. Let's see what your skills are like. The bodyguard's gaze now focused on him. Kang Jian relaxed his supporting leg. He took a run up and thrust a lead hand forward to punch the opponent's face. But just as he dodged the hand, the bodyguard was surprised to realize something. That wasn't a punch. Is this kid aiming for my eyes? Then, Kang Jian continued his assault and the man dodged. While his other hand prepared a punch, that punch was aimed straight at his throat. But he grabbed the collar tightly. The bodyguard's other hand had also read Kang Jian's right-hand punch. Now he was restrained. The bodyguard closed in and prepared to lift him off the ground. Kang Jian's foot was swept. But he held his stance. The bodyguard was quite surprised he couldn't sweep his leg. Meanwhile, Kang Jian's hand had already slipped downwards. Then he dropped his weight and used both legs to clamp one of the bodyguard's legs. Suddenly trapped in a bind, the man widened his eyes. He saw Kang Jian's composed face. As if everything had been calculated, he clenched his sleeve. What the bodyguard focused on was Kang Jian's head. His fist shot through. But Kang Jian crouched and avoided it. Then finding the right position, he drove a series of punches into the man's armpit and arm. The bodyguard staggered back. He clutched his stomach. What the hell is this? This isn't normal martial arts. Kang Jian stopped. He thought that if he fought half-heartedly, the man wouldn't fall. Jin-seok shouted. What are you doing? I said. Don't hold back. Just kill him. The bodyguard hadn't expected Kang Jian to be this strong. Kang Jian turned his head toward Jin-seok. Jin-seok flinched. Suddenly fearful. At that moment, the bodyguard lunged forward to strike. But Kang Jian blocked it with his hand. The man tried to grab Kang Jian's waist. But he nimbly dodged. The two were nearly evenly matched. Neither yielding, the bodyguard shifted his stance and moved in on Kang Jian's leg. His hand clamped onto your shoulder. Kang Jian tried to lift his leg onto the bodyguard's head. One tried to use hands to choke the neck. The other tried to use legs to trap the neck. Then Kang Jian raised his other leg and clamped it onto the bodyguard's head as well. He used his strength to press down. Then he held tight and twisted his hips to complete the choke. He spun his body with full force. Then he bent forward and drove his elbow into the throat. With a thud, Kang Jian tightened his grip on the bodyguard, who fell face first onto the floor. When Kang Jian tried to squeeze his legs tighter, the bodyguard remained unfazed. He stared at him wide-eyed. Challenging. Kang Jian was surprised he withstood that. Seeing this was no easy opponent. He instinctively released his hold and stepped back to keep distance. The bodyguard slowly got to his feet. Kang Jian said bluntly, "You weren't using real punches before, were you? Now you know you don't have the level to hold back against me." The bodyguard thought to himself. He noticed. He spoke seriously now. "Sorry for underestimating you. I thought you were a student." Kang Jian replied. "So now will you fight seriously?" But the bodyguard suddenly conceded defeat. Kang Jian didn't understand why. They hadn't even really fought. Jin-seok was the most worried. The bodyguard looked at Kang Jian and said firmly, "I've lost. So you don't need to apologize." Kang Jian hadn't expected this. Go Jin-seok yelled. "Come on. Hit him. What are you doing? Want to get fired?" The bodyguard changed his tone and snapped back at Jin-seok. "You stop as well. I'm going to submit my resignation now." With that, he walked away. But he left a promise for Kang Jian. "I want a proper rematch with you later. Outside the ring, if he gets the chance." Kang Jian looked back, slightly surprised. Then he smiled faintly. Understanding. Jin-seok called after him. "Hey, if you just leave like that." Before he finished, Kang Jian spoke up. Now, Go Jin-seok trembled. He was now truly scared. Kang Jian tilted his head and growled. "Let's talk." He stepped quickly toward Go Jin-seok. "What am I supposed to do with you?" He was now shaking so badly his lips and teeth trembled. "You, how dare you lay a hand on me? Do you know who my father is?" Kang Jian answered calmly. "Of course I know the Liberal Party's presidential candidate. I heard in 6 months he'll become the country's president." Emboldened, he continued. "You hear me, if you touch me." Before he finished, Kang Jian's arm lunged forward. He froze mid-sentence, leaving Jin-seok stunned. Kang Jian said nothing then. But the murderous intent was truly terrifying. He thought, that constant whining about my dad. My dad, just a spoiled brat. Should I teach him a lesson? But he did treat me to a meal. Kang Jian chose not to strike. Yet Jin-seok assumed he was afraid of his father and sneered. Smart choice. You bastard, if you don't obey me. The more Kang Jian heard, the more he hated him. He shoved his hand up and clamped the brat's insolent mouth shut. He squeezed his face hard. You're always this cowardly. You're the one who's scared. Aren't you? He said. Squeezing harder, Jin-seok kept mouthing off. Just as I thought. You don't dare touch me. Kang Jian tilted his head and growled. Is that so? He squeezed his fingers hard. Then he kept applying more and more pressure. He pressed his face against his, cutting off his breath. He tried to clamp down on that insolent mouth even more. At this point, the only thing he could do was thrash and grab the man's hands. In panic, he tugged at his sleeve. Fear flashed in his eyes. Kang Jian used even more force. He glanced at Jin-seok with annoyance. Tears welled up and spilled out. Jin-seok's eyes rolled back. He loosened his grip. Jin-seok gasped for air. Kang Jian said, Stop here, this is enough for you to understand. This guy's shaking like a leaf. Yet still mouthy. You bastard. I'll tell my dad. Someone like you only needs one word from my dad. His words were so outrageous that Kang Jian grew angrier and tightened his grip. At this, Jin-seok kept struggling violently. After a while he ran out of strength. Still refusing to back down. My old man will kill you. Kang Jian sneered. Oh really? And then there were high-pitched screams. For a long time Kang Jian kept Jin-seok's face held there. He'd admitted defeat. Now I won't do it anymore. I won't do it. Tears wet Kang Jian's hand. Kang Jian looked up and said, Your eyes are still bright, so you won't let this go. Huh. But Jin-seok remained stubborn. I won't. You bastard. He said nothing at that moment. Then he released him. Jin-seok leaned against the wall and slowly slid down to the floor. His face looked clearly weak. He declared, Listen carefully, I can make you suffer to the extreme without using any strength at all. Even without leaving a scratch. I can make every day you go to school into hell. Those words made him unable to meet his eyes. Of course you won't stay quiet. Surely you'll use your father's power to get revenge on me. Am I wrong? Truly. Kang Jian saw all of Jin-seok's nature that made him tremble. He moved closer and whispered in his ear. And when that happens, do you think I'll tremble in fear? Jin-seok broke out in a sweat. He pressed his face close and said, Do you really think I look like that? His eyes widened and stared at him with an obsessive intensity. Then he stepped back and returned to a normal tone. I go to make friends. Study hard at a good university. Then get a great job. And eventually climb to a high position. On the surface, he dared not say anything. But inside, Jin-seok seethed with resentment. You bastard. You think I'll forgive you. You're finished. Kang Jian continued. That's the path I must take at all costs. And if you try to block me, Kang Jian's shadow loomed over him. Jin-seok's face went deathly pale and looked pitiful. Now in his eyes, Kang Jian's hand was terrifying. Like an enormous fear, he instinctively curled up and screamed. Cowardly, like a rabbit cornered against a wall. At that moment, Wu Young ran over and shouted, Stop. Kang Jian turned his head to look. He'd rushed over in a hurry. Just leave it like that, he said. Then he ran back and helped Jin-seok to his feet. Kang Jian sneered and asked, Is this the kind of thing you guys do often? Wu Young was silent for a moment. Then promised, I swear this will never happen again. Then he led Jin-seok away. Kang Jian thought to himself that something still felt missing. At Seoul International School, this morning, Kang Jian attended class as usual. When he glanced to the back of the class, he noticed something was off. Jin-seok wasn't present at school today. Wu Young, however, was in class as normal. There was no sign of Jin-seok anywhere. He thought, Go Jin-seok isn't here, should I finish him off now? Lost in thoughts about Jin-seok, he didn't notice Ara standing nearby. You'll come to my birthday party tomorrow. Right? She asked. He didn't know how to answer. Be sure to come. Ara smiled brightly. Full of hope, Kang Jian smiled friendly and said yes. Meanwhile, at home Jin-seok was yelling at his father. Dad. I'm telling you. Your son got beaten. Dad. Please. The presidential candidate paused his pen. Chairman of the Liberal Party. Go, Yun Cham. His gaze was cold and emotionless as he looked at his son. Jin-seok continued to plead with his father. He was truly exasperated. You've been skipping school and now this, what are you doing? Jinsok kept causing trouble. I told you. That guy beat me nearly to death. I almost suffocated and died. No matter what he said. His father didn't believe him. Don't exaggerate, there isn't a scratch on you. Jinsok grew tired, Dad. Are you saying I'm joking? Then his father got annoyed and stood up. You're not in elementary school anymore. Stop coming home to tattle when someone bullies you at school. Jinsok shouted again. I'm telling the truth. I'm so scared I can't go to school because of him. Yun Cham replied casually. Then why not take this chance to go study in the U.S. with your sister? Jinsok was stunned by the suggestion. His father then tapped his phone. He then ordered, call the agents here. Immediately, the bodyguard arrived at the door. He decisively opened the door. Startling Jinseok, the agent stepped in. Jinsok closed his eyes. Jinsok didn't expect that he even worked for his father. Yun Cham made a signal. Agent Han. You're here. Huh. Then Jinsok pointed at the bodyguard again. He abandoned me. That's why I got beaten like this. The bodyguard looked annoyed. Yun Cham shouted. Shut up. Do you know how much effort it took me to get Agent Han here? Show some respect. Those words from his father left Jinsok with nothing to retort. Yun Cham approached and said, Sorry, I spoiled the youngest too much. Raised him like a prince. So now he's spoiled and immature. Agent Han said, As you said, if I continue protecting your son, I'll expect appropriate compensation. Yun Cham laughed and waved his hand. No. No. It's nothing like that. I'm just curious. He keeps bothering me. Agent Han said nothing. He asked again. Do you know anything about your son being beaten? How could you let it happen right in front of you? Agent Han turned to look at Jinsok, as if about to tell the truth. But Jinsok didn't dare meet his gaze. Agent Han shook his head. It's true. Jinsok seized the moment and shouted, Dad. I'm telling the truth. Agent Han, with unprecedented seriousness, said, I'm advising you. Yun Cham suddenly froze. You'd better avoid confronting that student. He stammered. Why? Agent Han explained clearly. Because even I wouldn't be sure of beating him without using a weapon. Unexpectedly, my son had run into something that terrifying. Yun Cham could only react with astonishment. He stood there and gave a hollow laugh. Ha ha. The election is less than 6 months away. Do you know how many politicians have ruined their careers over their children's school violence scandals? Do you want that to happen to me? Jinsok was silenced by his father's warning. He pressed his lips together and looked down. Anxious, his father added. Besides, if he's strong enough to stand up to Agent Han, you should turn him into an ally. If you can't do that, how do you expect to follow me into politics? No. That's not it. He began to feel displeased and frustrated, but his father waved his hand. Enough, I'm out of time to listen to your complaints. Jinsok finally had to swallow his anger. At the Hilton Hotel, this was the venue for Ara's birthday party. The large banquet hall on the 3rd floor. He suddenly realized this was the place where Jinsok had treated him to barbecue last time. Someone recognized Kang Jian. Hearing his name called, he looked up. The manager said, You've arrived 30 minutes early, we're still preparing. He naively replied, I came early so I wouldn't be late. He wondered how the manager knew him. Could he have investigated him? Then the manager warmly said, Please come in and have a seat to wait. Kang Jian stepped in. Slightly embarrassed, when he looked ahead he felt a bit overwhelmed, compared to the last time he came here. The interior, there was completely different, more grand and glittering. Like a royal banquet, there was even a stage and expensive musical equipment. No sooner had he arrived than Ara ran up. Kang Jian. You're so early. Seeing beautiful Ara, Kang Jian felt a little shy. How do I look? Am I pretty? She asked. Today she wore her most expensive outfit. Kang Jian honestly nodded repeatedly. Ara cheerfully said, Thanks. Then she left him there with instructions. Everyone will be here soon. Wait here for me. I need to touch up my makeup. So he sat at the waiting table. He noticed 3 figures entering. The man leading turned to the blonde woman behind him and said, Don't you think you went a little too far? They walked over to Ara and chatted cheerfully. Kang Jian had arrived the earliest. He sat alone at the waiting table. At that moment, another character had also come early. Jinsok dressed head to toe in expensive clothes. His shoes, a limited edition designer pair. Kang Jian was surprised. He came too. Ara's peers all recognized Jinseok and greeted him warmly. Kang Jian glanced at Jinseok. He glanced back again, his expression tinged with fear. Then Jinseok walked over to Kang Jian's table. The others followed, though they didn't like sitting with Kang Jian. They obliged because Jinseok wanted that seat. He glanced at Kang Jian and smirked as if scheming. Kang Jian thought to himself that Jinseok was trying to show off how many people wanted to hang out with him, if that were true. He didn't know what to do. At that moment, Ara spoke into the microphone from the stage. That's right. My father was supposed to come and give a congratulatory speech, but he declined. If my father came, all the adults would surely swarm in. Anyway, I've prepared something truly special for today. It's guaranteed to amaze everyone. A once-in-a-lifetime event no one will forget. People buzzed with excitement, wondering which famous singer Ara had invited. Could it be BTS? After the host's speech, the crowd cheered. The hall erupted, and only Kang Jian still felt unfamiliar with the atmosphere. Melodious music began to play. The black-haired young lady stepped out, the girl Kang Jian often saw being the first to get into the car when leaving. She was Kang Jian's primary target in his assignment. He was surprised. The young lady, Ara, screamed and waved continuously. Sis. Sis. The grande dame entered the hall, and Ara immediately ran up to her. She was the person Ara welcomed most warmly and who drew the most attention. The two at Kang Jian's table wanted to befriend her to build connections, so they went to greet her together. Kang Jian was surprised Ara was close with Sun Yi too. They were clearly very close. Like sisters. Jinseok pointed upward. Soon, that seat will be mine. You know, he continued, it's not too late if you beg me for forgiveness. Unthinkingly, Kang Jian's hand rose in front of him, making him break out in a sweat. Then he didn't say another word, stunned. He fell out onto the floor. Kang Jian's face was as cold as ice. Suddenly the entire hall went dark. He had no idea what was happening. His eyes swept around, hyper-alert and wary. Perhaps everyone else was equally surprised by the blackout. Kang Jian paid attention to the people around him. People pulled out their phones and turned on their flashlights. He hadn't expected sudden power outages to happen in Korea. Kang Jian remained in a defensive stance. There were many footsteps around. Many shadowy figures stood in front of him. He counted 9 shadowy figures. Kang Jian worried it might be a terrorist attack or a hostage situation, and he wondered who their target was. He watched the group without taking his eyes off them. Sun Yi turned and looked around with a bewildered expression. Kang Jian noticed that too. Where was the bodyguard? Hadn't he arrived yet? A dark figure lunged forward. Kang Jian rose immediately. The person he aimed at was Sun Yi. It seemed Kang Jian's guess had been completely correct. Now he thought Ara was the primary target and he had to save her quickly. From his seat, Kang Jian moved smoothly like a squirrel. He launched himself with unexpected speed, and in an instant was nearly within reach of that dark figure. The attacker looked back and saw his hand coming. In Kang Jian's heart, he was trying to protect his target. He told himself silently, "Don't interfere with my mission." A sound rang out across the hall by Ara and Sun Yi, and the two girls looked over. At that moment, the lights came back on, and 2 people were grappling in the middle of the hall. Kang Jian stared in surprise at the people around him. His hands were restraining a curly-haired guy. The man clutched a bouquet of flowers. Then he looked at the 9 strangers who had entered. They were dressed normally. The curly-haired man begged in pain. Please spare me." Ara and Sun Yi were puzzled, not understanding why Kang Jian had acted that way. He himself didn't know how to respond either. Then he removed his hands from the man. At this point, the party had been unexpectedly ruined by Kang Jian. The curly-haired young man still insisted, "I'm here to celebrate Miss Ara's 18th birthday." The 2 girls were surprised. Was he a performer? He began the main act. "I'll start the special performance by Nice Voice, a professionally organized group." Then they performed for Ara. It was a surprise gift for her. And Kang Jian, dazed, had ruined it. Ara showed her annoyance. She glared at him, her face contorted with anger. Kang Jian could only give an awkward smile. What had he done? After the birthday party ended, he trudged home alone. He felt gloomy and blamed himself. Oh my God. Why did I do that? A hostage situation in Korea. What even was that? Kang Jian slapped his forehead, furious at his own stupid head for not thinking of anything positive. Then he suddenly remembered. Ara had scolded him loudly. Do you know how hard I worked to get them here? Kang Jian could only offer a muffled apology. Suni patted her sister's shoulder. Enough. Ara. But wasn't that amazing? Ara screamed. Amazing, what amazing, the nice-voiced leader left in tears. But Suni said, didn't he rush in to save you? What if the thing in his hand hadn't been a bouquet? Oh. That's so cool. Suni clapped and smiled slyly. Ara suddenly stopped. Lost in thought. Kang Jian stood there stunned. Now he could only accept whatever punishment she handed down. But thinking that way seemed to please Ara, she turned to him. A little flushed. Oh. He scratched his head sheepishly and looked away. Sunyi added, if he really was a kidnapper, what would have happened? Yet he didn't hesitate to jump in and protect you. Pretty cool. Right. Suddenly, the older sister's words made Ara blush. Her girlish heart fluttering. That guy, hee hee ha ha. Then the two ladies kept smiling at him the whole time. Kang Jian was mortified. He'd never felt like this before. But there was one shocking piece of news for him right now. The daughter of the incumbent president. Han Suni. Kang Jian had successfully made contact. At Seoul International High School, Kang Jian entered the classroom alone. The girls in the class ran up to him in a flurry. Kang Jian had no idea what was going on. They gushed. You were so cool yesterday. Are you a master at flirting? Kang Jian thought to himself that if so, he'd handled everything fine. The girls even asked, so today is your first official date? Right. Ara looked visibly pleased but pretended to deny it. Oh, please. It's not like that. Kang Jian didn't answer much. He just smiled, scratched his head, and went back to his seat. He pulled the chair out gently. Jinsok sneered as soon as he saw him sit down. You should know your place yesterday. You ruined Ara's birthday party. Breaking something right after arriving, I'm not pleased with that. Jinsok continued angrily. What? You want to pick a fight with me again? Go ahead. Brat. Kang Jian used his old trick again, raising his hand to intimidate. Each time he did that, Jinsok got scared and stumbled away. This surprised the girls, who didn't understand why. Jinsok was startled and embarrassed. Kang Jian reached out his hand to help him up, not wanting to lose face in front of the girls. Jinsok accepted his help and stood up. Kang Jian asked softly, are you that into Ara? If you are, and you're a real man, just say it straight, don't beat around the bush and cause trouble for everyone else. He went back to his desk and added, the midterms are coming, don't get tangled up with me. Kang Jian boldly pulled out a stack of books to study. He focused very quickly. Now his main goal was to get the highest scores. Exam day arrived. Kang Jian took the test as fast as a machine. He wrote answers as if all the knowledge were already in his head. This was the moment. Finally, the last stroke of ink was complete. Kang Jian had taken the test like a true performing artist. He hummed loudly, finally done. The whole class watched Kang Jian. Everyone was intimidated because he finished the test so quickly and casually. Even the old teacher trembled at his speed. Kang Jian did everything fast, learned fast, understood fast. They struck fast, though hopefully he wouldn't be that fast about other things. After a while, the exam results were announced. Rank 1 Kang Jian, Rank 2 Shin Yuna, Rank 3 Jang Dongwu. Everything had been calculated. The mission was progressing smoothly. He recalled the days in North Korea. He had been tied to a tree. His strength was extremely weak. He glanced at the others. There were many boys and girls tied to trees as well. Among them was a red-haired girl. She glanced at him. Give up. Number 7. If you keep going, you'll die. Kang Jian was stubborn then. He thought he could endure a little longer. The girl was sad. Because of us, you might be abandoned. He pushed himself after all. It was only training. If I can't hold on, it'll be your turn. The girl worried again. Your body will be ruined. If you become useless, Kang Jian automatically voiced those fears being abandoned. I'd rather be abandoned. Number 13 spoke instead. I want to rest. Number 13 shouted. And Kang Jian suddenly snapped awake. The remnants of that fear still lingered over him. His aunt was at his bedside before he knew it. Are you okay? Child. She showed obvious worry for him. Even now. Kang Jian hadn't fully recovered. His aunt gently reached out. It's all right. It's all right. It's just a nightmare. Forget it. Good boy. She held him like a real mother. From now on, you'll only dream nice dreams. Mom will make sure of that. But then Kang Jian realized something felt off. He hurriedly pushed his aunt away. She looked at him helplessly. And he didn't want to open up, so he stood up seriously and left the room. Don't worry, comrade. I will complete the mission and return in glory, he said. And his aunt looked at him pleadingly. No need to rush. Take it slow. Don't overexert yourself. Understand. Kang Jian heard every word but did not reply. Why does my chest ache like it's been stabbed? At Incheon Airport, here stood the school's second and third place, waiting for Kang Jian. And the top student was here too. The Asian International Math Olympiad was being held in Jeju. Kang Jian would participate as the school's representative, and Han Suni as well. She was going too. This is a great opportunity. Luckily, after the last incident, his relationship with her is fairly good. At that moment, Han Suni noticed Kang Jian was here too. She stepped up to him. Nice to see you. How have you been lately? He was a bit shy, yes. Senior. Suni joked and smiled. If anything happens, you'll protect me. Right. Dark night. Mentioning that, he awkwardly scratched his head. The others felt uncomfortable. So Suni quickly said, Everyone, don't be so tense. We're representing South Korea. Let's do our best. Shin Yuna was the most enthusiastic. Okay. Kang Jian noticed the silhouettes of bodyguards nearby. He counted 2 bodyguards standing close and watching. From his view, there were as many as 5 or 6. Not 5 or 6. When he looked wider, he counted 10. Are those Han Suni's bodyguards? The scar-faced guard stood closest to him. He noticed Kang Jian. He quickly turned to look away, so he wouldn't be in those guards' sights. He admitted it, there really was no risk. Suni was very well protected. The flight went to the airport and then to the competition venue. The 11th Asian Mathematical Olympiad was sponsored by the Sunshine Corporation. The teacher announced everyone wouldn't have a day off. The competition officially starts tomorrow and lasts 2 days. She also announced one more thing. On the final day, there will be a tour of Jeju Island. And winners will receive significant extra points for university entrance. Everyone excitedly shouted. Yes. Kang Jian made a silent vow he wanted to enter a prestigious university and decided he had to win. Shin Yuna found it odd. Why are you suddenly so fired up? Kang Jian declared firmly. Of course I have to win. Yuna warned. It'll be tough. Your rivals include the seniors from grade 12. Kang Jian smiled dangerously. Hey. Yuna was surprised. You're really that confident? He muttered. Math for me is... He remembered being trained to take exams under pressure when he was young. Each person had a timer placed on their desk. The officer passed by. Number 7 had only just barely passed. He was safe. But he heard the sound of someone being beaten beside him. Other children who didn't reach the required score were physically punished. Hands, feet, head, neck, back them were ruthless. Number 7 and number 13 weren't harmed. He felt weary again from recalling the past. The bus carrying the students revved up and arrived. On it was the flag of the Chinese team. The bus came to a complete stop. The Chinese delegation of students stepped down. Kang Jian and Shin Yuna paid attention to them. Then there was a noise and he turned around. Another national convoy of vehicles arrived. It was the bus carrying students from Japan. The bus slowly came to a stop. The Japanese contestants got off. For the first time, Kang Jian saw the diversity of people from another country. The foreign students were confident and cheerful. Kang Jian noticed one figure walking at the back, who looked aloof. Shin Yuna called. Kang Jian. Let's go. Suni joined the South Korean students. Wherever she went, bodyguards watched her from a safe distance without causing discomfort. Someone patted a bodyguard on the shoulder. It was Agent Kim. He spoke cautiously. This intelligence, it's highly likely. The bodyguard turned around warily. He said, Those people over there are targeting the young lady. Suni was leading the delegation and still unaware of anything. Agent Kim told the scar-faced guard, I've heard about you for a long time. That you're stuck in the security team, what a waste of talent. Hearing this, he moved aside and replied, It's an honor. Sir. Agent Kim began to recruit. Have you ever considered working with us? We're really short of capable personnel in the colonies these days. He stayed focused and answered decisively. If the country needs me, just say the word. Agent Kim smiled. I like that answer after this. Let's meet privately. He bowed respectfully. Yes. Then they focused on the Operation Z4. Bah. 6. Recheck the rooftop and emergency stairs. Z3. U. C. Enough personnel enter from all sides. Z10. We check the 22nd floor elevator. Z22. Check the ladies' room once more. Agent Kim thought to himself. Indeed. Sergeant Kim Hyuk, I'm fond of this guy. But he had a bad feeling about this mission. Even with the security team involved, he still felt uneasy. Kang Jian went back to his room with Dongwoo. His friend offered, "If you're uncomfortable, I'll book another room." Meaning, "Are you comfortable sharing this room with me?" Kang Jian was surprised. He didn't understand why Dongwoo was being so polite. "We're friends. So, of course it's comfortable, but the bed by the window is mine." "Okay." Dongwoo agreed cheerfully. He ran to the bed to rest while Kang Jian walked over to the window. He looked out at the scenery. South Korea was very different from what he had been told. He had heard that outside Seoul, where capitalists gathered, there was only poverty and misery. But what he saw was completely the opposite. For the first time, Kang Jian broadened his horizons and formed different perceptions. He reproached himself. He hadn't expected he would think such blasphemous thoughts. "You must never doubt the motherland," Dongwoo asked curiously. "Kang Jian, is this your first time in Jeju?" Seeing his bewildered face, he said he'd take him around on the last day. "There are many fun places and great food here." Kang Jian was surprised. "You've been here many times." Dongwoo excitedly. "Of course, maybe you don't know, since you live abroad. But people from Seoul often travel to Jeju. The flight only takes an hour." Kang Jian spaced out. "Oh. Really?" Then Dongwoo asked, "Hey. You and Jinsok aren't close. Are you?" He was startled. "Huh." Dongwoo scratched his head awkwardly. "I mean, you two don't talk much anymore." Kang Jian felt conflicted. This calm-looking guy was rumored to have been a delinquent in South Korea. He shouted, "Dongwoo." He went blank. Kang Jian said, "I heard you and Jinsok both have important parents here." Kang Jian asked sincerely, "Are parents' status really that important?" A question that left him unsure how to answer. Kang Jian asked further, "Have you ever hung out with Yuna, Dongjin, and Ye Yui?" This question made Dongwoo hard to answer. Kang Jian snapped his fingers. "I've had tteokbokki with them once. It's amazing. We should all go together sometime." Because of the social divide, Dongwoo only muttered. Kang Jian added enthusiastically, "Especially Yuna, she's great at math." "Didn't you say math is your worst subject? Then why are you competing?" Dongwoo gave a wry laugh. "Ha ha. I'm just lucky." Kang Jian happily jumped up like a child, showing no restraint around Dongwoo. Then he grabbed Dongwoo and pinned him on the bed. Dongwoo shouted, "I give up. I give up," Kang Jian declared. "While we're at it, let's get closer with Yuna too. On the last day, we'll all hang out together." Dongwoo, in pain, but inwardly willing, kept saying yes with a twisted face. Kang Jian relaxed. He felt very happy. But when he looked back, Dongwoo had let go. Kang Jian exclaimed in the room, "Dongwoo, Jang Dongwoo, hey. Open your eyes." Cut to scene. At the library, Kang Jian had arranged to meet Dongwoo and Yuna. He was now awake, but still dizzy. "I don't even remember when I fell asleep." Yuna guessed he must be tired. Kang Jian's heart pounded. He nearly sent his friend to hell. Yuna wondered why the second and third-year seniors hadn't arrived yet. Dongwoo couldn't recall why his neck hurt. He suggested maybe the seniors were competing and didn't want to join study groups like them. Yuna sighed. "We feel like background characters." Then she asked Kang Jian, "Why did you call me here?" Kang Jian replied politely, "So you won't be a supporting character." He said, "Look at this," and placed a stack of papers on the table. Dongwoo picked it up and flipped to the first page. Yuna had a similar thick stack. "Curious?" she asked. "What is this? It looks like practice problems," Kang Jian said shockingly. "These are the past 5 years' math Olympiad exam papers." Yuna and Dongwoo were amazed at his diligence. "These papers aren't public." Compiling this, many must have required scouring every practice exam website. That's right, and the genius who did it was Kang Jian's father. Last night he had discussed his request with Uncle Stephen, and Stephen declared confidently, "I'll get this year's exam paper for you." But Kang Jian refused. And Stephen didn't understand why. He asked again. Isn't winning this math Olympiad your mission? Yet Kang Jian still wanted to do it himself. Stephen smiled lightly. Is that so? Then he turned back to the computer. I'll help you a little then. He typed with practiced skill. First, I'll identify the committee that sets the questions. Kang Jian watched Zero the hacker's deft work in astonishment. Then I'll analyze their habits and compile similar problems. He worked like a crazed, chip-mounted hacking machine, tell me. Doesn't this sound interesting? That's how it happened. In the end, Kang Jian achieved the result he has now. With this set of papers, it's like a tiger sprouting wings. Dongwu and Yuna chatted excitedly. He also watched them intently. At that moment, a Japanese-speaking girl approached Kang Jian. Excuse me. Used to being on guard. Kang Jian startled and turned to look. A red-haired Japanese girl. He recognized her strangely. Could it be? Number 13. Kang Jian froze for a moment. He remembered number 13 from before, the same smile. But she had been scrawny. Now that face hadn't changed. Only it bore the look of an adolescent girl. Clearly, number 13 was standing right in front of him. Number 13. Number 13 kept speaking in Japanese. Excuse me. Could you help me a little? I'm having a bit of trouble. But she didn't seem to recognize Kang Jian. He was full of questions. Why was she here? Dongwu and Yuna whispered to each other. What is she saying? We don't understand either. Kang Jian answered in Japanese. What's the matter? The others were surprised he was so fluent. Number 13 smiled and said, Can you come with me? I'm worried I can't communicate. He wondered what number 13 wanted to do. The two looked at number 13 with excitement. Yuna asked, What is she saying? She said, Come with me to the convenience store, I'll be right back. Then stood and went with number 13. Telling the others to keep studying. Dongwu happily agreed to wait. Yuna was a bit puzzled what would happen if Kang Jian didn't know Japanese. They walked out to the convenience store. Number 13, leading and Kang Jian following. Number 13 gave a faint smile. Seeming mysterious, Kang Jian was confused. Watching her from behind, they walked on and on. Number 13 led him out to the sea. Only then did she dare speak in Korean. How have you been lately? It's been about 5 years since we last met. Hasn't it? Kang Jian fell silent in a strange way. In number 13's eyes, there were many unspeakable things and heavy worries. Number 13 walked on the beach singing as she went. This time he found her to seem gentler. She jumped into a small wave, then scooped up some seawater. Her mouth still hummed a few familiar lines. Kang Jian couldn't understand why the children who trained together had vanished without a trace. Why had those children disappeared? Where had they gone? No one dared to ask such questions. Not even him, because merely surviving was already too much. Beside Kang Jian, number 13 felt free. She relaxed in his presence. She even sang loudly by the sea without fear of being seen. Kang Jian understood that feeling and looked down. Number 13 then asked, What's your name? He gave his Korean name Kang Jian. Number 13 nodded approvingly. Not bad. His hand clenched and trembled. How have you been lately? Are you living okay? Number 13 looked at him and smiled with distant eyes. As if hiding all her grievances. Kang Jian understood her feelings just by looking at those eyes. She scratched her head and shyly introduced herself, Tomoai. Then number 13 spoke in Japanese. It's really nice to see you again after all these years. Kang Jian remained silent, feeling that time was enough. She began to leave. Still in Japanese, it's late. I should go. Then she quickly walked away. She also reminded him to be careful on his way. From that remark, Kang Jian realized she was hinting at him. Be careful, don't say it's the mission. She meant. A little later, Kang Jian returned to his group. Why were you late? They asked. He said, I just stepped out to get some air. Dongwu pouted. You jerk. Making us only study, come on. Help us solve this problem. This problem. He solved it for Dongwu in a short time. His friend exclaimed. Oh. That's great. Yuna casually asked. Kang Jian. Is something wrong? At that moment his body shook involuntarily. He didn't realize he was losing his composure. What's wrong? She worried. You look unwell. He stood up and said he felt a stomachache. Then he left. Adding, I'm going to the restroom. Yuna felt something was wrong and worried about his health. If you're tired, go up to your room first. We'll try to solve these problems. Dongjin added. Yeah. We'll be back later. Kang Jian thought that was fine and nodded. Okay. Then he went to his room alone. His mind kept worrying. Mission number 13, priority 0. He entered the elevator and selected the 13th floor. He didn't understand if it were an assassination mission. It would surely have been assigned to him already. Thoughts kept running through his head. When the elevator opened to the 13th floor, he saw 2 figures nearby. He noticed the 2 bodyguards were taking the room very seriously. Room 1217, the suite of the Grand Heiress Sunyi. He stared intently at the room number. Room 1217 is the special suite reserved for priority numbers. The bodyguard sensed a strange noise. Kang Jian quickly looked away and took another route. He stood hiding behind a door, continuously scanning the surroundings. At home, his uncle's phone rang. He was monitoring movements. When he picked up his son's call, he asked, "Son, do you like Jeju Island very much?" But the line suddenly transmitted urgently, "Comrade Man Gyumgang." Stephen's face immediately returned to a serious expression. Kang Jian asked about internal information. Had an order come down from the party? Stephen was slightly surprised. What? How can you just say that? He lowered his voice. You don't know. Stephen became serious. Explain it in detail. At this point, his aunt also took notice of their conversation. Kang Jian was now on guard. Watching around. Fine. I'll handle it, he said. Then abruptly hung up. Suspicion stirred in Stephen in the room. Unspoken. His aunt asked. An order. What does that mean? He remained focused. Still thinking. Then he turned and said, Someone has appeared beside Kang Jian. They were from higher up. Upon hearing this, his aunt was stunned. She was about to leave quickly. But Stephen stopped her. Wait a moment. Don't act rashly. Then he quickly focused on the computer screen. He typed hacking commands into the Incheon area cameras. Click. He completed the operation very quickly. Images from multiple angles appeared. He began searching and watched every nook and cranny. The main screen clearly showed where Kang Jian was taking the math Olympiad. He deliberately spoke aloud in the room. Found it. It was an image of Kang Jian. He was stepping out of the elevator. At that moment, he thought, if it's not an order from the party, I should go meet number 13 and get answers. He went down to the reception desk. He said he wanted to find a friend who was also competing in the math Olympiad. Her name was Tomoe Mei. I know her room number, but the receptionist gently refused. Sorry. I can't provide guest information. Then Kang Jian asked the receptionist to contact Tomoe and tell her someone wanted to meet her in the lobby. He also told the receptionist to say someone named Kang Jian wanted to meet her. The receptionist hurriedly interrupted. Please wait. Then he picked up the phone to call. The line rang for a long time, but no one answered. Kang Jian grew anxious. Finally, the receptionist reported that Tomoe didn't pick up. He had no choice but to leave. He still felt many worries and confusion inside. At that moment, his phone in his pocket rang. The caller asked, Are you looking for someone? Kang Jian didn't expect a stranger to know about this. He glanced around to observe. But the person on the phone said, Don't look around like that. Who are you trying to find? Kang Jian recognized Stephen's voice and answered, Tomoe. At home. Stephen was typing rapidly. His aunt stood outside watching and hadn't left. In a moment he found it room 1110. The 11th floor corridor was empty. Over the phone he told him to go ahead and that he'd unlock the door. Kang Jian followed and the door opened for him. His aunt remained there watching the situation. At room 110, Kang Jian arrived and raised his hand to knock. He pressed his ear to the door to see if he could hear any sounds. Then he continued to ring the bell. But no one had come to open the door. He looked around to check if anyone was nearby. Stephen sat opposite the computer screen, deep in thought. Then he pressed the keys decisively. The lock on room 1110 disengaged. Kang Jian opened the door and entered as if someone inside had let him in. He had to admit Comrade Man Gumgong's skills were truly astonishing. Any mission seemed easy with him. He entered and saw the layout and furnishings and wondered, was number 13 here alone? Where had she gone? He closed the door behind him. The room's layout was identical to his own. He went into the bedroom. At that moment, someone was approaching the room in the corridor. Kang Jian's phone notified him of a new message. He picked it up to read. Stephen had hacked the emergency alert system to send him a message. Someone's coming. At the same time, Kang Jian heard a noise at the door. Someone was standing outside the room's door. He suspected it might be number 13. But it didn't seem so. The footsteps were too heavy. This person also managed to unlock the door. The stranger entered carrying a package with both hands. Kang Jian was puzzled. Hotel staff uniform. Why would hotel staff be here? Or was this an accomplice? The person set the box down. From where he hid, he couldn't see. But from the sound, he guessed the item was being placed on the bed. Then he peered out cautiously. He remembered Tomoe telling him this morning to be careful. So he was highly suspicious of that package. The person in the hotel uniform left. He still didn't reveal himself. Waiting until the footsteps faded away. Then, making sure the person was gone, he confirmed no one remained. Only then did Kang Jian step out. He looked around the room. He tried to take each step as quietly as possible. His eyes fell to the cardboard package. His face looked fairly worried. Then he decided to open it. Kang Jian quickly peeled off all the outer tape. He shuddered when he looked inside. It was C4, something Kang Jian knew very well. And he was extremely surprised. The package contained a bomb. Kang Jian was stunned. This could kill hundreds of people. Is this really an order from the party? If so, why? In the hallway, a group of students returned to their rooms. Number 13 was among them. They were chatting happily. Inside the room, Kang Jian heard them and realized it really was number 13. Now he didn't know where to hide. The two students who came with number 13 went to their own room, while she returned to hers. She didn't think much and casually entered her room. She swiped her room card to unlock the door. Kang Jian was still standing in the middle of the room, not knowing what to do. Because of the bomb in that cardboard box, he quickly decided he could not hesitate any longer. He reached into the box and grabbed the bomb's control unit. The door had been opened. Number 13 stepped into the room. She could sense that her room had changed. She glanced to the left. She looked toward the living area and saw no one. But she noticed the window. It was open. Kang Jian was hiding out on the balcony. Inside, number 13 walked slowly in the direction of where he was. He held the device in his mouth, certain he was about to be discovered. Kang Jian jumped from balcony to balcony like a spider. He finally made the jump and clung to a secure spot. Number 13 looked out toward the window. She glanced around. She saw no one. Only the whooshing wind. Kang Jian had skillfully found a hiding spot out of number 13's sightline. He still had the device in his mouth. His heart pounding. Then he slid down the cliff face from the upper floor. Before long, he had descended safely. He tilted his head up to look at number 13's room. He removed the device from his mouth and breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, Agent Kim approached and asked, "Student, what are you doing here?" Suspicion was clear on his face. Kang Jian turned, unsure how to respond. When Agent Kim saw he didn't answer, he asked again. "I asked, what are you doing here?" Kang Jian realized this man was no ordinary person. He hadn't sensed him until now. When had he been watching him? But he didn't answer and tried to walk away. Agent Kim spoke louder. "You're very suspicious. Why are you here at this hour?" He clenched the device in his hand, thinking, "Thank goodness he didn't see me climbing down." If he had, Kang Jian turned and feigned suspicion, retorting, "You're more suspicious than I am. Who are you?" Anyway, Agent Kim fell silent, irritated, and stared at him. He said, "I'm a freshman at Seoul University. Here for the math exam. Why are you here?" Agent Kim challenged him. "You're here for the math exam, then why are you in such an isolated place?" He chose his words. "Who would be hiding? I just went out to the convenience store to buy a late-night snack." Agent Kim seemed not to fully believe his explanation. Kang Jian was simply trying to find a plausible answer to avoid being caught out. At that tense moment, someone approached. It was the scar-faced bodyguard. He said he had something to report. He immediately whispered into Agent Kim's ear, making the man visibly tremble. Then the two hurried off. Agent Kim grit his teeth and barked, "Get inside now, don't loiter here." Kang Jian went cold and said nothing. His hand holding the dangerous device was trembling. He thought, "Lucky, almost exposed. I only pulled this out in haste." Number 13. What orders had she received after all? Cut to Agent Kim and the bodyguard. He reported that someone had breached the hotel's servers from outside, and that hacker had wiped all traces and disappeared. Hearing hacker, Agent Kim started asking questions. The bodyguard blamed himself. "Sorry, this is beyond our team's capability." Then Agent Kang instructed, You must escort the young lady to a safe place immediately. This area is very dangerous. You follow her. I'll contact our superiors. Agent Kim urged. Hurry. Seodum. On hearing that, he immediately moved quickly. Agent Kim contacted the person referred to as the director. He informed him that the intel indicated they had even mobilized hackers. He ordered the young lady to be evacuated first. The bodyguard ran off to inform his subordinates. Agent Kim requested 3 teams to reinforce until dawn for the contestants this time. Among them was the son of Xie Rong, the 7th figure in the Tsinghua network, and the daughter of Japan's deputy foreign minister, Tanaka, not to mention our own young lady here. If anything happens, relations among the 3 countries will surely become strained. Depending on the situation, we'll cancel the competition first and prioritize safety. Another of his phones rang. As soon as he answered, he reported, John, Shadow, and Zero may be in South Korea. In Kang Jian's room, he still wasn't asleep. While Dongwu was fast asleep, he kept thinking while holding that device. Should I confirm this with Comrade Man Gang? First, I need to meet number 13 to ask precisely about the party's orders if the party ordered this place to be blown up. He glanced at Dongwu, who was snoring loudly. He felt a bit reluctant. He remembered the friends he'd met at the Olympiad. This wasn't a simple assassination mission if it meant killing all those kids. Now he didn't know what to do. He gripped my hand tightly. Right now he was very confused. Why should I hesitate like this? Do I want to become a counter-revolutionary? If it's an order from the party, I must follow it. For the Republic. Suddenly someone shot Dongwu while he was sleeping. It was an animal tranquilizer dart. Kang Jian realized someone had intervened. He was startled but not panicked. It was number 13. She still had a weapon in her hand. She entered calmly and said, Don't worry. I won't kill him. We shouldn't let anyone eavesdrop on this conversation. Number 7. She smiled brightly at that familiar face. Kang Jian squinted at her, not understanding what she intended to do next. Number 13 pointed at the device he had taken and said, I came to take that back. Kang Jian asked again, Is this really an order from the party? Number 13's face fell. She looked down at the floor. He stood up and shouted, feeling it was absurd. Could this really be a party order? To kill all those innocent children. Is this really an order from the party? I'll verify it. I'll contact the party to confirm. Number 13 shouted angrily. Stop! Kang Jian looked at her in a daze. Number 13 stood on the window ledge and crouched down. A killing intent rose. Anyone who obstructed the mission would be executed immediately. Kang Jian froze. Number 13 lunged. She prepared to deliver a kick to his face. Her eyes locked onto the target. Kang Jian instinctively leaned back. He dodged the lethal blow. Yet number 13's face still showed dissatisfaction. Her fierce manner was enough to terrify Kang Jian. Her small foot landed on the bed where Dongwu lay. At that moment, Kang Jian still gripped the device tightly and fell back onto the bed. Number 13 stomped with her foot. Kang Jian bounced aside to avoid it. She was furious. Are you planning to betray the country? Kang Jian tried. Listen to me. But number 13 wouldn't hear a word. She lunged again. Don't say nonsense. She prepared a punch. She then struck number 7 repeatedly. He didn't fight back but kept dodging. As number 13 advanced, number 7 kept retreating until he hit the wall. He said, I'll verify it with the party myself. Have you heard the name Comrade Man Gang? At hearing this, number 13 finally stopped. He tried again. My supporter is Comrade Man Gang. But after he said this, number 13 leaped at him again. She prepared a kick. Kang Jian grabbed the TV behind his back. When number 13 flew in to strike, Kang Jian kicked up and curled his body to evade the blow. Then, by shifting his weight, he fell forward, using his legs first, preparing to slam down onto number 13. She was officially choked by him. Then Kang Jian easily took the upper hand. He straddled her and pressed her down to the floor. Now number 13 was restrained and couldn't break free from this hold. Kang Jian shouted, Let me contact Comrade Gang. I can reach the party's senior leadership. If something's wrong, I'll verify it. Number 13 said, The order hasn't changed, I just confirmed it. Clearly, Kang Jian was also one of the contestants. If the order is carried out, they won't care about his life at all. He was devastated. No way I'm here. So why is it an order to bomb? Number 13, ground her teeth in irritation. She struggled and then drove a syringe into his thigh. Kang Jian cried out in pain and felt the drug seeping into his body. The syringe pierced deep into his thigh. Kang Jian no longer had the strength to restrain. Number 13. Number 13 quickly pushed him off and escaped the chokehold. She stood up and assumed a fighting stance. Kang Jian tried to stay conscious. Number 13 looked at him with a reluctant expression. Someone outside the door called for Kang Jian. Kang Jian. What are you doing in there? Come out now. Kang Jian recognized Yuna's voice. Number 13 hurried over to Dongwu before he knew it. She used the remaining syringe to threaten. Hand over the remote, otherwise this kid dies. You know, just 2 of these injections can cause fatal shock. Right? Kang Jian was cornered. He squeezed his eyes shut to control his anger. Outside. Yuna still shouted Dongwu and Kang Jian's names loudly. While inside. Number 13 insisted on getting the remote back. Yuna pounded on the door repeatedly. When no one answered, she shouted louder. Open the door, it's an emergency. At that moment, Kang Jian finally let go. Number 13 narrowed her eyes at him. Her face icy. Kang Jian was far from himself. He cried and sweated profusely. After thinking it over, Kang Jian smashed the remote to pieces. Number 13 hadn't expected him to do that. Her face filled with anger and disappointment. The moment he destroyed the remote, Number 13 was about to strike Dongwu. She screamed. Traitor. A deadly aura radiated from Kang Jian. He rose slowly and threatened. Number 13. If you kill him, you'll die too. Number 13 hesitated and did not act. She saw the terrifying seriousness in him. Kang Jian had never been that furious. Under that pressure, Number 13 dared not make a move. She stood up and shoved Dongwu aside. Kang Jian didn't want things to come to that either. He exhaled in relief. Number 13 was very angry. She left the room without hurry. He called after her. Number 13, if you go out there. Outside. Yuna was pounding on the door loudly. Number 13 opened the door and ran into her, startling her friend. Yuna had been making noise. But the person she met was Tomoe, leaving her dumbfounded and speechless. Could this be room 703? Number 13 smiled faintly. Then she walked out as if she had just dropped by Kang Jian's room. Said a line in Japanese, sorry to bother you. Kang Jian came out and asked. What's going on, Yuna? Trembled in waves. She couldn't believe her eyes. Then she looked back at Kang Jian like a child newly enlightened about adult matters. Yuna shook her head repeatedly, telling herself to keep her thoughts pure. Yuna hurriedly told him that the chairman's sister had just announced an emergency evacuation. Everyone must leave immediately. His whole body trembled and sweat poured off him. Could South Korea have discovered it too? She urged that everyone should wait in the front lobby. Where's Dongwu? Is he okay? His face looked strange. Kang Jian rushed into the room and said, He's sleeping, I'll wake him up. Yuna remembered Tomoe had just come out of his room, seeing Dongwu asleep inside now. She had darker thoughts, but Kang Jian couldn't hold on. He tried to stay calm, but it was clearly very difficult. Eventually he couldn't resist the drowsiness. His eyes slowly closed no matter how hard he fought. Kang Jian couldn't stay upright and sank down. He fell forward, face first onto the floor. He lost consciousness completely. Yun-ah shouted. Kang Jian. Memories of yesterday lingered in his mind. Number 13 had been truly terrifying. Anyone who obstructed the mission would be executed immediately. Kang Jian jolted awake, sweating all over. The person lying beside him was Dongwu. He was still unconscious. He looked around. Then he got out of bed. Where was this place? Just then, someone entered carrying a bag. A short-haired woman asked with concern. You're awake. Kang Jian was startled. Was she a teacher? The teacher came in and scolded lightly. Why are you sleeping so soundly like the dead? I even rushed in worrying about you kids. Kang Jian asked in confusion. But where is this place? She sighed and explained that they had suddenly been forced to change accommodations yesterday, leaving a nice hotel for this rundown place. Kang Jian asked, Where are the others? She replied that the others had gone to the math exam, and she was here to look after the kids. Hearing that, Kang Jian was speechless. She added, They changed hotels like this, and you might miss the math contest. Upon hearing that, Kang Jian didn't hesitate and ran off. He darted out like a flying squirrel through the door. Running out to the inn, he scanned both sides of the road. He determined the direction and kept running. He saw a red vehicle carrying the students to the exam. Kang Jian sprinted with all his strength toward it, determined to stop the bombing. He accelerated as fast as he could. After a while, Kang Jian arrived. He stopped. Panting heavily and drenched in sweat, he had finally arrived. He shook his head and slipped inside. First, I shouldn't draw attention to myself, because there are a lot of security forces here. Seeing that, Kang Jian also exhaled in relief. Then he slowly stepped closer to the agents. They found it suspicious. Stop, this is a restricted area. Please go back. Kang Jian scratched his head and introduced himself. I'm a student competing in the International Math Olympiad. The soldier was startled. The contest already started. Why are you still here? He tried to stop him. You can't go in. Kang Jian explained shyly. We were hurriedly evicted from our place yesterday. I haven't packed. Can I just go in to get my things quickly and leave? The soldier pondered for a moment. Then he allowed him in. Kang Jian went inside. Thank you very much. Inside, there were many people on the mezzanine. Kang Jian's entrance attracted fresh attention. This contest had mobilized a large security presence. In every corner, Kang Jian cast a sidelong glance. He slowed his pace. So this is the entrance to the exam venue. With security this tight. Is it really safe? He thought to himself. No, if I were. Number 13. Kang Jian assessed the situation. If number 13 entered, the security team would search her entire body. Moreover, all students entering the exam would be checked for weapons. Perhaps she brought nothing, which is why she got through the door. Then she would go sit at her desk. Maybe the device was attached to number 13's thigh. Because she wore a short skirt, the sensitive area wouldn't be checked. She would attach that device under the tabletop. As long as her identity wasn't exposed, then the mission would be 100% complete. And then number 13 would simply wait for the right opportunity. Flip the switch, and the whole area would explode. The only luck was that Kang Jian had successfully destroyed the remote. But clearly someone had delivered equipment to the room before if one remote was destroyed. They might deliver another. So it's too early to be complacent. The accomplice could have prepared a backup. He stood looking at the exam room, thinking the only way was to confirm whether number 13 was inside. At that moment, Guard Hyuk noticed him. You're an international school student. Right, you're late today. You can't go in now. Kang Jian looked down sadly. Yes. Then the man said, but there's safe accommodation for us here, stay put. This place is dangerous. Kang Jian awkwardly scratched his head and asked, I have a friend named Yuna who studies with me. I disappeared without notice, and I'm worried what if she's in there. The agent checked his watch. In 1 hour and 10 minutes, there would be a lunch break. If you come then, I'll let you in for a bit. Kang Jian understood and left. Okay. Thank you. Kang Jian made an excuse. Can I pop into my room for a moment? I left my phone here yesterday. The agent didn't object. He nodded. Kang Jian went to the elevator and pressed a button. His top priority now was to find number 13 at all costs. He planned to contact Comrade Jumgang to access the cameras inside the exam area. If he could stop her, at least the mission could be delayed. Then Kang Jian figured he'd report back to the party afterward. If the primary target was her, he would eliminate her himself. Kang Jian wasn't betraying his country. He just didn't want innocent people dragged into it. The target who didn't need to be removed was Sunyi. There was no need to create pointless sacrifices. He opened the door and stepped into his old room. His footsteps were extremely light and cautious. Someone was already inside, holding Kang Jian's phone. A familiar voice. Good grief. Where did you go to leave your phone here? Kang Jian was startled. It was his aunt. Somehow she had arrived here, spotting Kang Jian entering. She turned and said, Is that you? My boy, do you know how worried your mother has been? Kang Jian froze, dumbstruck and unable to speak. Seeing the worry on his face, she reached up and stroked his cheek. It's okay. Son. Then she gently hugged Kang Jian, exactly like the tenderness of a mother. It's nothing. So don't worry about it. Feeling the warmth of maternal love but unused to it, Kang Jian pushed her away. Comrade. What are you saying? The party ordered a bombing here. Yet his aunt's tone was calm, as if trying to soothe him. Kang Jian. Our son. You don't need to worry about anything. He trembled. Why is that? Her eyes narrowed. Then she looked straight at him. In a confident tone, she said, "Here, in Korea, your mission is to make friends, lots of them." In that moment, he went blank. The ant assassin said seriously, "Just focus on that, do you understand?" Kang Jian couldn't hide his helplessness. "Yes. I know, but why did the party assign a bombing here?" she replied. The party's order was cancelled. Kang Jian was stunned. Then his aunt smiled and gently continued, "So, you just live happily here and gradually return." "Okay. That's all." Kang Jian thought for a long moment and then hesitated to ask. He decided to speak up. "What about number 13? His aunt reassured him. "Don't worry if the mission was cancelled. They withdrew safely." Hearing that, he felt somewhat relieved. "Understood. Comrade." His aunt was the strictest. She maintained the mother-child address even in every circumstance. Kang Jian. "You should call me mother." He shyly looked away, not daring to meet his superior's eyes. "Yes. Mother." Cut to a rundown residential area. In a row of rundown rooms. Inside were Agent Kim and his staff. They had set up computers to work here. One staff member reported, "There's no trace of her, nothing at the airport or any port." Agent Kim now suspected. "So that Japanese girl is the terrorist." Then, staff member Nam reported, "C4 was also found in her room. And her sudden disappearance is highly suspicious. It looks like it's definite." Agent Kim asked curiously, "Who sent the tip? Can't we trace it at all?" The two staff members looked at each other. The female staffer replied, "Wasn't that message sent to our server? Could one of our agents have been infiltrated from the north?" Hearing the answer, Agent Kim fell into an eerily deep silence. He slammed his hand hard on the table. "What are you saying? Why would our agent have to break into the servers to send a warning?" Looking at it, this whole terror incident seems to be nothing more than their internal conflict. Between the old conservatives in the high political bureau and the younger leaders, there is an internal contradiction. Agent Kim's analysis left the other two staffers dumbfounded. Now he was sure terrorism was no longer the issue. Then, furious, he slammed his hand on the table again and shouted louder, "Understand, if someone was there, it was definitely Zero." Cut to another location, where equipment and investigation documents are laid out. Number 13 had retreated here safely. She spoke up. "But who would believe them? Why did you hide me and shelter me?" The man sitting in the chair said nothing. After a long while, he said, "That child number 7. Isn't he a revolutionary element?" Number 13 added, "The child I knocked out already reported about me to the South Koreans. He used the safe house's secret frequency to broadcast a warning so they could flee." The man insisted. "Isn't he the only one who could have done that?" Number 13 turned away sadly and looked outside. She asked, "Do you know the name Gumgang?" Hearing this, he turned in surprise, his eyes widening. How do you know that name?" Number 13 said she heard that number 7's comrade was that man. The man clarified the background of Man Gunmong, the great hero of the People's Republic, who was buried in the Mansu Hill Revolutionary Cemetery. Could he still be alive? The man asked with a face of disbelief. Number 13 also found it puzzling. That afternoon, at Kang Gon's place, he was reading and relaxing by the pool. Kang Gon's pastime was reading. Dongwoo liked to lie back on the water. Suddenly he thrashed about, screamed, and clutched himself. It was Dongwoo's self-reproachful voice. "What is this? How did the two of us fall asleep? Aren't you mad? This is absurd if no one drugged us. How could we have fallen asleep?" Kang Gon could only silently apologize to Dongwoo. At that moment Yuna arrived. "Wow. Dongwoo's villa is huge. Thanks to you, I now live a life of luxury." Dongwoo groaned in pain as he floated in the water. "Can you do the exam?" Yuna beamed. "Of course, I practiced most of the questions from the topics Kang Gon provided." Meanwhile, Dongwoo had also studied the same practice tests with her, which made him feel even more suicidal. Just then a car drove by. Sunyi stepped out. She smiled brightly and asked, "Is it okay that I came here?" Dongwoo, seeing an honored guest, exclaimed, "Of course, very welcome." Yun-Ah was also thrilled to see Sunyi arrive, but Kang Gon felt many worries in his heart. He watched the kids chatting innocently if he truly had orders to kill that child. Could he bring himself to do it? Kang Gon stared into the sunset. He didn't know why. but he couldn't bear to let any of this disappear. The math contest ended without any major incidents. So, as soon as the contest finished, all the students returned to Seoul. At Seoul International School, back at school, the Olympic math results were posted. Yoon-ah won the silver medal, beating even the 11th and 12th graders. Her two close friends were very proud. But Yoon-ah wasn't arrogant. She said it was thanks to Kang-gon's practice problems. If he had competed, he would surely have taken first place. Dong-jin and Ye-yui looked toward Kang-gon, sitting at the back desk. In their eyes, he was truly handsome and talented. Jin-sok was jealous. Who cares about that silly contest anyway? He didn't even look at Kang-gon. Smirking, that bastard hasn't changed at all. School was the same as always. Except for one thing. Woo-young wasn't like before. He was no longer close with Jin-sok. Instead, he always wore a scowl and a look of hatred. Kang-gon noticed this. Woo-young now didn't want to please anyone. Nor did he like anyone. Kang-gon partly blamed himself for being too harsh. He didn't know how to behave either. Cut back to Blue Tower. Tonight's meal was just the two of them. Mother and son. His aunt laughed loudly. Eat up, child. The food was delicious today. Kang-gon ate more than usual. Kang-gon asked again. Where is Comrade Man Jumgang? His aunt suddenly pressed her lips together with a strange expression. Understanding. Kang-gon clarified. I mean, where's Dad? She cheerfully replied. Your father is on a business trip. He'll be back in a few days. Don't worry about anything, just go enjoy yourself with your friends. Got it, now hurry up and finish your meal. He fell silent at that, thinking inwardly about what missions his father might have. At Sunshine Hospital, JT Group's chairman remained in a coma. Woo-young's face looked like his father's. Sorrowful. He had many thoughts and worries on his mind. At that moment, he heard footsteps and paid attention. It was the bodyguard opening the door and stepping in. He asked, Is everything okay? The man didn't answer but handed him a red backpack. Here. I've prepared this. Then he took the backpack out. Inside there was a large amount of money. Woo-young saw so much money but showed no excitement at all. He only nodded a few times with a sullen expression. The bodyguard, worried, asked, Master. Liangbai. Ling ling ling. 000. One isn't small. What do you plan to use it for? As soon as he finished speaking, Woo-young grabbed him by the collar. You bastard, my father has come to this, and he told me to sit still. And I didn't even know that I was supposed to kneel before that bastard. He recalled Kang-gon's words. Isn't that what you always do? Am I wrong? Woo-young had endured a lot then. This won't happen again. And he left. This was the first time he'd suffered that humiliating retreat. Even now, he's still furious and full of resentment. His abrupt manner terrified the bodyguard. And Woo-young released his grip afterward. The man stammered. Master. But given the situation. It could be. Woo-young snapped. Given the situation. Am I an idiot? That bastard beat my father. Didn't he? And his father is the director of a security company. The bodyguard faltered. Yes. But, Woo-young stormed out angrily, muttering that the company was hacked the next day, and that's why my father ended up in the hospital. He's still unconscious. The bodyguard tried to speak calmly. The police are still investigating the hack, and before he finished, Woo-young cut in, yelling, Why investigate something so obvious? His attitude made the bodyguard tremble. Now he feared him more than facing the chairman. Enough. Woo-young pushed the bodyguard aside in frustration and spat. That's why I said you are basically an idiot. The bodyguard called after him helplessly. Master. Woo-young's rage and hatred piqued Kang-gon. That son of a bitch. Cut to a professional training gym. Many people here train intensively in boxing. This area is full of top fighters who are training relentlessly. Someone opened the door and stepped in. Woo-young had arrived. The black-haired guy from the sports talent school was also here. The two had known each other before. Woo-young nodded as soon as he saw him. The black-haired guy stopped what he was doing as well. They quickly arranged to meet privately outside. What's this? You never called me for anything since high school. Woo-young didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. You know Kang-gon at my school. Right? Hearing the name, the black-haired guy's blood began to boil. Woo-young. You know what he did? He messed with you too. Didn't he? Recalling it was even more humiliating. The black-haired guy glanced away. Woo-young taunted. Are you scared of him? The black-haired guy stood up to argue. What the hell are you saying? I'm not scared of anyone. Wu Young laughed challengingly. Really? Then gather everyone from second year and beat him up. But faced with that plan, the black-haired guy fell silent. Wu Young asked, Are you still in contact with Songjiam and Juhyuk? The black-haired guy said they're focusing only on training now. Wu Young decisively threw the red briefcase full of money onto a chair. It was all high-denomination bills. The power of money began to shake the black-haired guy. Wu Young ordered, Tell them I'll cover not just this, but university tuition and future jobs as well. Can you call Young-sik too? You know I got him out of the juvenile camp. Right. The black-haired guy shivered. What? Even Young-sik? Are you serious? Wu Young knew he was the only one likely to stab someone, a man with nothing left to lose. The black-haired guy was somewhat afraid this wasn't a simple matter. Wu Young flung a stack of cash at him. Now he was very unsettled. Wu Young promised firmly, I'll take full responsibility for whatever happens. You just need to gather the guys when people's cruelty is encouraged and goes unpunished. They can do truly brutal things. Outside the professional training area, the black-haired guy was sitting, waiting for someone. He'd agreed to the deal Wu Young proposed after yesterday. Not just this job, his future would be comfortable. Two big, muscular guys walked up. One had a face full of scars, the other was massive behind him. The one in the brown jacket was Oh Sang-jaum, a freshman. I was also 90 meters tall and 102 kilogram. The second was Bong Yu-hyuk, nil meter tall and 103 and 5 kilogram. Hyuk came over and asked, So what's up called a weekend meet? The black-haired guy replied, You two came together, you look bigger than before. Hyuk cheerfully said, We just ran into each other over there. GM didn't understand either. Why meet when everyone's busy? And on a weekend like this, the black-haired guy softened his tone. Why so hot? Just sit down first. The two big guys sat opposite him. Together they were easily 4 times the black-haired guy's size. Hyuk remained relaxed. So what's the matter, hey? GM was even bigger than me in high school. GM narrowed his eyes. Damn. The black-haired guy laughed. You two are awfully close. Huh. GM boasted for Hyuk. This guy just got picked up by the pro ranks. Know the Suriam Chonggu team. He got a 30. Ling ling ling. 0, 0, 0. Signing bonus. Hyuk blushed with embarrassment. Then he returned the favor about Jum. He was just selected for the national junior team. This winter he'll go to Europe to compete. GM shouted. Damn. Who wants to go to Europe? I've quit wrestling. My only shot is Suriam. He sighed about, Hyuk, you dieted all the time but grew taller instead of more muscle. Hyuk shrugged. Today I'll treat you to meat. I just got my signing money. The black-haired guy concluded. You guys are something, but I called you out. Today I'm paying. GM eagerly shoved forward and asked who you conned for the money. The black-haired guy said, No. Wu Young said, I'm treating you all to a meal. At the mention of that name, GM and Hyuk lost their earlier ease. The black-haired guy added, He asked me to tell you he has something to ask of you. The two immediately showed dislike. Ask for what I don't want to. It's been a while. Hang Wu Young isn't a friend. I won't take his money. GM also disliked his attitude. That bastard thinks he's special because his family has money. He cut us off. And now he comes begging. The black-haired guy leaned in and whispered, You guys don't know Wu Young's father has fallen ill. This news stunned the two. The guy continued. You know his family runs the Taejong conglomerate. Right. He's the only son. He says if we help him out, he'll take responsibility for our futures. Actually, Wu Young was beaten badly by his father for hanging out with us. Hearing that, Hyuk and Jium were stunned. Their hostile attitudes gone. The black-haired guy added, That's how he got into a good high school. Jium objected. At least he could have called us. He even changed his number. Hyuk was upset too. We were a crew in high school. Close. He betrayed us. Money wasn't the issue for Hyuk and Jium. It was the friendship. The black-haired guy didn't know how to convince them. He recalled every word Wu Young said. I'll take responsibility for everything from now on. Just focus on signing contracts with those guys. At that moment, the black-haired guy was still angry. He chose to retort. Do you think they'll listen just for a few bills? Wu Young said nothing. At least we considered you a friend. But you suddenly cut us off just because you got rich, Wu Young explained. I had no other choice back then. My father said he'd block you guys from playing sports if I stayed in contact with you. Hearing the truth, the black-haired guy was shocked. Like he'd misunderstood his close friend all this time. GM also found it strange. He would really try to stop them from playing sports. the black-haired guy said. He's not the type to joke about that. But anyway. Woo Young wants you to bring Youngsik too. Mentioning that name made even big guys like Hyuk and Jium break into uncomfortable sweats. I don't want anything to do with Youngsik. Do you mean we have to bring that lunatic too? The black-haired guy ground his teeth. Kang Gon, the guy from Woo Young's school. He beat me up too. Even my own friend is angry at the guy about to be dealt with. Hyuk and Jium began to show their anger. Cut to Seoul International School. Kang Gon was resting. Jinsuk was always in a sour mood. The atmosphere between them was suffocatingly silent. At that moment, the Ara group entered the class. She waved cheerfully at him like every day. Kang Gon politely waved back to maintain good relations with his friends. Yoon Ah's group also liked him a lot. He happily hung out with them now. But Jinsuk didn't like it. Kang Gon noticed Woo Young's cold demeanor. He wasn't like usual. As if he constantly wanted to get rid of him. His face was sad and full of hatred. He didn't want to play with anyone in class. He went to Jinsuk's desk and said, "Let's talk for a bit." Jinsuk found it odd but said nothing. Woo Young shook his head. Signaling to go outside, Jinsuk stood up and followed. Kang Gon also began to suspect this guy had a problem. Those two won't let it go easily. Find a private place to talk. Jinsuk found it strange. "Why are you dragging me out here?" Woo Young said dangerously. "That bastard Kang Gon. I want to take half his life." Jinsuk was also scared of how vicious Woo Young sounded. Then he relaxed and grew excited. "Oh really? When I want to see." Woo Young gritted his teeth. "I'm serious. I plan to break at least one of his arms or legs. I'll do things you don't dare to do. If you want to come and watch." Then he warned. "But if things get messy, you'll have to deal with the consequences yourself." After hearing this, Jinsuk was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed loudly. "Fine. But make that bastard kneel before me first." "Okay." Woo Young smiled with excitement at the thought of trampling Kang Gon. This time he was confident in his resources. At Seoul International School, students were heading home. Kang Gon waved to his close friend, "Be careful going home." Dongwo. He suddenly turned his head. This made Kang Gon's group and Yoon Ah feel odd. At that moment Dongwoo spoke up. "Yoon Ah, can I enroll in the academy with you guys?" She laughed loudly. "Sure. Our academy is great. You know that." "Thanks." Dongwoo grinned so widely his mouth stretched ear to ear. "See you tomorrow." Then he got into the car. Then the car drove away. Someone called, "Yoon Ah," and the group all turned to look. Dongjin and Yeyui wondered why he asked her permission to join the academy. Doesn't he always have expensive tutors? Yoon Ah explained. "I've talked a lot with Dongwoo and Jeju. He's really kind. When I told him about the teachers at the academy, he said he wanted to join too. They weren't convinced at first. But I'm still a bit uneasy. Why did he suddenly get so friendly with Yoon Ah?" Kang Gon draped his arm over Dongjin's shoulder, making his friend feel a bit awkward. Then he leaned close to Dongjin and asked, "Are you jealous?" Dongjin blushed. "What? Jealous of what? Are you crazy?" Kang Gon smiled with a knowing look. His face is all red. Dongjin fumed angrily. The four of them walked to the bus stop amid lively laughter. Kang Gon clinging to Dongjin from behind a scene full of joy and nostalgia. They were on their way home when the figures of the men Woo Young had hired appeared. Guillaume scanned the group from earlier and sneered. "He's a textbook goody two-shoes. You're his target." The black-haired guy played the victim. "I told you he punched me first for no reason." The two big guys laughed mockingly. "Ha ha. He looks as weak as a slug. We'll wipe him out with a few slaps." The black-haired guy warned. "Don't underestimate him. There's something off about him. Just look at that amused, cheerful expression right now." The black-haired guy remembered Kang Gon like a monster in a fight. That haunting moment, the sharp thorn piercing the fingertip, along with the ominous threat, "I'll show you the consequences." The black-haired guy was still furious. His whole body trembled subconsciously. Hands and feet clenched. But for now, he could do nothing but watch their movements. At that moment, Woo Young came over and asked, "Is everyone here yet?" The black-haired guy smiled. Woo Young was in high spirits today. Haven't seen Jium and Hyuk in a while. Huh. After getting the black-haired guy to clear up the misunderstanding, the two were friendly with Woo Young again. He asked, "Where's Youngsik?" The black-haired guy said. "I told him he said we should come to his place." So Woo Young led them to Youngsik's place. These guys were itching to get at him. Since the target seemed rather small built, the black-haired guy was probably the happiest revenge and money at once. Hyuk and Jium were also pleased. The target was simple, and they no longer had to worry about the future. Wu Young had been waiting for this day for a long time. He was determined to take half of Kanggon's life. At a bar, the four had arrived. Wu Young looked them up and down. Guessing. Does he work as a waiter here? The black-haired guy said he's not sure, just call each other sometimes. Just then, a white car pulled up, and someone stepped out to open the door. A man got out. A young man. Dressed like the owner. With pink hair and handsome looks, he brightened at seeing the group of four as if it had been ages. Hey. This is my place. Come inside and let's talk. The four were stunned after so long. Youngsik had changed that much. Cut back to Blue Tower. Kanggon had returned. As soon as he did, he asked where his father was. Aunt waved him over to eat. Your father will be home soon. Just eat. Kanggon cheerfully said he'd go wash his hands. Aunt asked, Is something going on at school that's making you so happy? He replied happily, I feel closer to my friends at school now. Aunt laughed, if you're happy. Then I'm happy too. Then she broke into that excited, hearty laugh. Kanggon felt she was like a real mother. Warmth filled him. Cut to Youngsik's bar. It was fairly empty. Even at the bar and counter there was no one. Wu Young's group was seated in a private area. Youngsik asked, So? Want me to mix you a cocktail? Wu Young seemed displeased that his friend was doing well. Indeed. Youngsik had changed a lot. Hyuk quickly declined, no. Students shouldn't. GM then tried to probe about his job. Are you a bartender here? Youngsik shook his head, no. I'm the manager. GM smirked, that guy's still so full of himself. Youngsik glanced at Wu Young. An old acquaintance with a strong impression. Wu Young. Long time no see. You got something to say? Wu Young closed his eyes and said, I came because there's someone who needs dealing with. But now I'm wondering if I should have come at all. Youngsik said, Don't worry. It wasn't a waste of time. You came at the right moment. Youngsik made a money gesture and asked, You'll pay well. Right? Now Wu Young was certain that the only thing Youngsik cared about was money. He grinned smugly. With a touch of creepiness, so you want me to take care of him? I'll log that bastard out of this world. Okay. In Kanggon's room. The alarm clock read 5 a.m. He got up and stretched, as usual. Kanggon habitually rose early to exercise. He reached out and turned off the alarm. Kanggon had his clothes ready. He stepped out of his room just as his aunt came in. She smiled and brought him a glass of water. Kanggon protested, Mom. You don't have to get up early every day because of me. But she handed him the water and said, I do this because I want to drink a glass before exercising. It's good for your health. He took the glass and drank it in one go. Then he put on his hat and jacket and said, I'm off. Kanggon quickly ran outside. He began running to build up his stamina. Then he gradually increased his speed along the road to school. He ran while trying to keep his breathing steady. At this point, his strides grew faster and faster. Once his breathing steadied and his energy was ready, Kanggon sprinted like lightning. He ran straight along the road toward the school. Every day he trained by sprinting like that. After a while, he slowed to a walk. Having confirmed he'd done enough, sweat covered him as if he'd just been caught in a downpour. He then spotted the black-haired guys group from the sports school. The moment Kanggon saw his face, he recognized him immediately. This guy was as obnoxious as ever. Hyuxi hid. Wondering what those three were up to, would this be okay? GM wasn't worried. Wu Young said he'd take responsibility. So what are you worried about? We just need to catch that bastard and beat him up. That's it. The black-haired guy grimaced. GM's right, he said. There's a bigger backing behind him than Wu Young. So no need to worry. Hyuk still felt this wasn't right. But since they were in the same group, he didn't argue. The black-haired guy began to fidget. Aren't we a bit early? When will that bastard run past here? As he finished speaking, Kanggon appeared at the right moment. You lot looking for me. The three turned around. Startled. No need to look, Kanggon was already there. He confirmed. I'm asking if you guys have been waiting for me long. Jium raised his voice. That bastard's got some nerve. Kanggon didn't answer. He narrowed his eyes at the three. Hyuk pointed at the black-haired guy and asked, You're the one who beat up my friend. Right. Kanggon sneered. Haha. What? You came here to avenge your friend. GM was hotter-headed. Ready to rush in first? Hey. You there? You dare cause trouble. But Kanggon continued with a familiar line. Not here, there are a lot of cameras around. They looked around and saw one pointed straight at the three of them. Kang Gon even suggested. What about that abandoned factory from before? The black-haired guy sounded agreeable, but his face showed displeasure. Kang Gon proposed it and walked ahead to lead the way. The three followed. Annoyed. Look at that guy, so annoying. His guts must be growing out of his stomach. Hyuk was confident, don't worry. In a group fight we definitely won't lose. The black-haired guy couldn't hold back his anger now. Veins bulged on his face as he ground his teeth. That dog. Today I'm going to make him tremble and beg for mercy. And so Kang Gon strolled ahead, leading the way. Nearby, Woo Young sat in a car watching. The bodyguard urged strongly. Boss, I don't think this is a good idea. You should let the company handle it. Woo Young snapped at him. Shut up. I only asked for the address. Why are you following me and making a scene? The closest guard kept trying, boss. If this goes wrong then. Before he could finish, a knife was pressed to his throat. Behind the car was Young-sik. He threatened. Shut the hell up. You're talking too much. The secretary didn't understand. That guy has tasted many people's blood before. Saying that, he moved the knife closer to the secretary's throat. Woo Young said seriously. Stop it now. He immediately obeyed. I just need to stab him before he dies. Right, Woo Young said. It's fine if he dies then. Young-sik burst into loud laughter. Then he opened his mouth in a perverse grin and continued. Woo Young's thought, I like that a lot. After it's done, I'll flee abroad to rest. And you'll get me an apartment. Right. Woo Young turned and said, I'm the one who'll hire a lawyer to get you out of that juvenile detention. You don't trust me. From outside the car, Young-sik's raucous laughter could be heard. Believe me, of course I believe you. Cut to the abandoned factory. Kang Gon had arrived. And Hyuk and Jiam's group had also shown up. He was now completely dried of sweat. The black-haired guy spoke first. Let's beat him together. Jiam casually rolled up his sleeves. Nonsense. Our skill level isn't the same as yours. Saying that, he lunged forward. He then used his large body to grab Kang Gon like a cat catching a mouse. Kang Gon wasn't easy to catch like that. He began to twist his body. He then punched Jiam in the face as Jiam lunged. At the same time, his elbow slammed into his throat. Kang Gon struck decisively, but Jiam used the moment to lock Kang Gon's arm tightly. He then skillfully used both hands and continued to lunge forward. Kang Gon noticed this guy was quite agile. He prepared a left-handed punch. Then he drove a powerful strike into his ribs. His punch landed so hard it left the imprint of his fist on the man's body. Jiam was the first to collapse. At first they thought Kang Gon would be easy to deal with. But now Hyuk had to be on guard. Kang Gon felt it was taking too long since neither of the other two dared step up. What are you doing? I still have to get to school. Suddenly, at Kang Gon's feet, the GM who hadn't been knocked out clamped his hands around Kang Gon's leg. Then he laughed smugly. Haha. I got you now. At that moment, Hyuk and the black-haired guy flew in like squirrels to seize the attack opportunity. Now the fat guy ready to grabbing move, while the black-haired one prepared a punch to finish him, held by the leg. Kang Gon stood there but remained very calm. Moreover, Kang Gon's expression was terrifyingly cold. At home, his aunt was leisurely enjoying her morning coffee. She looked down over the city from above, humming to herself. Then she saw a figure crossing the street that looked like her son. She smiled happily, but suddenly something felt wrong. 3 people were standing in front of her son. Then they all walked off together to another place. At that moment, her aunt sensed something was amiss. Inside the car, Woo Young ordered Young-sik, make them beat that kid senseless and take photos for me. And you must drag his father out too. Young-sik replied. Why do you like making things complicated? Isn't it enough to stab him and leave? Woo Young growled. Just avoid the police. Drag him into a corner. Finish it. Then go home. Young-sik replied nonchalantly. Whatever. As long as I get paid. I don't care. The secretary tried to persuade them, sir. If you really do that. Then, Woo Young, cut him off, you chief of staff. You couldn't do anything even if your father fell into this mess. Hearing that, the secretary's face fell. At that moment, he noticed a figure, her aunt, near the car window. The secretary turned and saw the aunt suddenly appear from nowhere and began to tremble. The secretary rolled down the car window. The aunt asked, Oh, you're the one who came to my house the other day. The representative from Taejong Group. Then she put on the most natural expression and asked Woo Young through the window. Is that Kang Gon's school uniform? Are you his friend? Wu Young deliberately avoided her gaze. He didn't look at her and didn't answer. Wu Young said, "Young-sik, take this woman away." He smiled and stepped out of the car. Then he looked at her and said, "Aunt, you're unlucky. Now you have to come with us." The aunt still feigned ignorance. "Oh, you're also Gon's friend." Suddenly he pulled out a short knife, then very quickly pressed it against the aunt's neck. The secretary inside was stunned, sweat pouring down his face. The small knife was pressed against her neck. Young-sik threatened, "Get in the car now." So the aunt didn't act and, obeying him, stepped into the back seat. Wu Young ordered the secretary to drive. The car roared toward Kang Gon and the three others. Seeing the secretary turning the wrong way, Wu Young yelled, "Damn it. Get me to those guys now." The aunt worried. "What are you doing? Where's our Gon?" Wu Young angrily glanced back at the aunt. Young-sik approached her and whispered, "Where's your husband?" She turned to him with a rather surprised look. He said in a teasing tone, "We have something to tell him." Then he bargained with Wu Young, "Hey, if you pay more, I'll take care of this old woman too." Wu Young snapped, "I get it. Shut up." Young-sik calmly spoke to the aunt. "Ma'am, you'll understand things soon enough." Then his face suddenly changed color. The aunt declared, "If you turn the car around now, the kids will be fine." Wu Young ground his teeth. "This isn't going according to plan. I'm furious." Then he rudely shouted, "What are you talking about? You old hag?" At that, Wu Young's face went pale. The aunt sat in the back seat strangely calm, her tone utterly terrifying. "I say, don't make me kill you." At Kang Gon's place, Jim had him tightly by the leg. Hyuk and the black-haired guy lunged forward together. At the same time they intended to beat him badly. Kang Gon remained fairly unflustered. When the two charged, he simply twisted his body and slipped to one side. Then he bent down, dodged both punches, dropped his weight, and kicked Jim in the face. The black-haired guy and the biggest one, Hyuk, realized their plan had failed. A sweep of Kang Gon's leg nearly broke the man's neck. He had clearly calculated the force. Then he automatically jumped back to keep his distance. He glared at the two puny guys who wanted to beat him. They could no longer do anything to Kang Gon. Instead, their men were being beaten severely. Hyuk said, "I'll hold his legs now. You rush in." The black-haired guy immediately took a fighting stance. The fat guy lumbered forward. He tried to use his weight to pin him and punch Kang Gon but slipped. At that moment, his other hand also readied to strike. Kang Gon leaned back and saw the incoming blow, so he easily dodged it. Then Kang Gon seized the opportunity. He stepped back and landed a counterpunch, forcing Hyuk to retreat warily. Now was his chance to attack. He then charged and pummeled Hyuk's large body. Meanwhile, the black-haired guy searched for an opening in Kang Gon's defense, but he still didn't see Hyuk holding him down. Instead, he saw his friend's broad back. The black-haired man's face began to show fear. That 153-kilogram body collapsed right in front of Kang Gon. On his face was a murderous, icy gaze fixed on the black-haired man. Three guys came to fight together, but two were down, and only the weakest remained. The black-haired guy panicked. What the hell is happening? In front of him stood Kang Gon, face cold as ice. How the hell is this bastard so strong? Kang Gon's thigh muscles tensed and he launched forward. He flew at a speed the black-haired man couldn't clearly track. Kang Gon's punch struck him like the force of a giant. He couldn't resist now, only raising his hands to shield himself. A punch to the face made him curl up. The black-haired man was sent flying. The blow was so strong it made him skid across the floor. The two big guys lay motionless, unable to move. The black-haired man was beaten so badly his nose bled. Kang Gon wasn't a speck of dust on him. He looked at the kids as if to say, "Are you clumsy amateurs?" Meanwhile, in the car, after the aunt's threat, Young-sik wasn't afraid. He mocked her. "What is this old lady doing?" Then he pulled out a dagger and held it in front of the aunt. He had no idea he was facing a legendary killer. Was she not afraid? The secretary had reached his limit. He tried to shout, "You really can't do this. I'm your senior," before he finished. Wu Young roared, "Shut up," and drove straight toward them. After being yelled at, the secretary focused on driving as ordered. Wu Young silently stared out the window, facing the dagger. The aunt remained unafraid and grim. Young-sik thought to himself, "This woman is strange. pointed at the throat by a blade, and she didn't react. The car had now arrived at the dilapidated factory. Youngsik took her, restraining her as they got out. Seeing her calm demeanor, he asked, "What's wrong with this old woman?" But when Youngsik let his guard down, the aunt simply snatched the knife from his hand. He stood there dumbfounded. Like, how was that so easy? Woo Young repeatedly shouted. "What are you doing?" "Chase after her." Youngsik felt she was abnormal. He told Woo Young, "This woman is really strange." Woo Young said nothing, only glanced at Youngsik, annoyed. He opened the car door and got out, shouting, "What are you talking about?" The secretary still tried to plead. "What are you doing?" Woo Young approached the aunt and insulted her rudely. "Hey, you old woman." At that moment, Kang Gon stepped out the door. He came out alone, looking completely fine. All that fuss made the aunt worry for nothing. Kang Gon trembled, not knowing how his aunt had managed to find this place. But after seeing Kang Gon unharmed, she smiled gently, clearly relieved. Then she ran over, hugged him, and cried, "Mother is so happy. My child. I was so worried about you." He stammered, his words awkward. I know them. It's nothing serious." Then he glanced over at the group. Woo Young and that guy Youngsik got out of the car. Youngsik stood behind, waving the knife to intimidate, grinning. So those guys got taken down. The plan had gone wrong, which only made Woo Young more furious. Kang Gon pulled his aunt close, wanting to protect her, his gaze fixed straight on the two men. He said, "You've crossed the line." Woo Young retorted, "Crossed the line how?" "Your bastard crossed the line. My father was hospitalized because of your bastard." Kang Gon shot back. Kang Gon heard this for the first time and turned to look at his aunt. She smiled innocently, as if to say, "There's no way my father did such things." Kang Gon remembered Steven's vacant smile. He couldn't imagine Steve could have maimed the chairman. Then he calmly told Woo Young, "I don't know what happened to make you come this far, but if you brought my mother here, I won't let it go." That tone angered Woo Young. What? Youngsik then stepped forward casually. He grinned perversely while introducing himself. "What luck? Hello, ma'am. I'm Jang Youngsik." This was the first time Kang Gon had faced this man. As he pretended goodwill to close the distance, Youngsik moved fast, slashing the knife right at the throat. In an instant, the blade's tip was about to touch Kang Gon's neck. But Kang Gon didn't seem bothered. He showed no fear and sneered, "Your son isn't scared, is he?" In that moment, Kang Gon's hand suddenly grabbed the knife handle. "You threatening my mother with this?" he said. After knocking the knife aside, Kang Gon prepared a huge punch for Youngsik. He clenched his hand tight, making the knife fall. Then it fell right into his hand, an action too quick and very skilled. Unexpectedly, Youngsik had prepared another knife and tried to stab Kang Gon, but failed. This man wasn't weak this time. Kang Gon got a scratch across his neck that bled. He realized Youngsik had aimed for a vein. Youngsik laughed wildly. "You dodged that," Kang Gon observed, and was sure this guy had killed before. The aunt stood by watching and hadn't acted. Seeing her men being beaten, she was furious and tried to hold herself back. Veins stood out all the way to her face. Now her face was pitch black and terrifying. She was waiting for an opportunity to strike. Immediately, there was only the sound of a rustle. Her figure couldn't be seen because she moved too fast. Kang Gon was exchanging curses with Youngsik when he turned around and noticed something behind him. Finally, the aunt took action. She flew up like a car, crashing straight into Youngsik. His body was flipped by her kick, slammed to the ground, and then piled on. It was like a ball kicked with immense force. He tumbled several times and then crashed straight into the car parked behind him. It was the first time Kang Gon had seen his aunt act. Woo Young hadn't expected the old woman he had belittled to be so terrifying. He felt a chill all over, then looked back at Youngsik, who was fighting for his life behind him. He had been kicked clear into the car. Dust billowed up so his face wasn't even visible. The atmosphere subsided after intercepting. The aunt walked over to Kang Gon, though she had said Gon was her son as a duty. She treated him not like a task, but like her real son. "Are you hurt?" Kang Gon was physically fine now, but he was psychologically shaken. He had witnessed his aunt's terrifying strength for the first time. Her hand touched the wound on his neck. Kang Gon was quite surprised at this mother in name. She looked at the hand stained with a bit of blood from the small cut. Then she smiled gently. Oh. It's just a small wound. Thank goodness, my son. After that, she glanced at Wu Young. That single look froze both the secretary and him to the bone. The aunt warned, "If anyone dares touch my son again, I'll take care of them all at once." The secretary was so terrified he couldn't stand. He fell over without being hit. Beside them, Wu Young was too scared to utter a word. Then she turned and softened her tone completely toward Kang Gon. "Mother has made breakfast." This time Kang Gon was also afraid of this mother and didn't dare refuse. He would eat whatever was offered. After that, the two of them headed home, passing by the car. Kang Gon felt a bit shaken. The aunt said, "Don't worry, he won't die." Then she chuckled. Mother isn't a murderer. It was truly perverse. Kang Gon couldn't help feeling intimidated. He followed her home. Puzzled, who on earth is this woman? Then mother and son leisurely went home, leaving Wu Young with a crushing defeat. After they left, Wu Young still couldn't shake his terror. A little while later, at Kang Gon's house, he sat down to breakfast with his aunt, staring at the spread of food on the table. Kang Gon didn't know what to think. He put his chopsticks down and didn't eat. The aunt worried. "What's wrong? Not hungry, at your age? Skipping meals isn't good." He asked. "Comrade mother, you were an agent in the field." "Right." The aunt straightened up. "Didn't I tell you not to speak like that?" Then she stood up abruptly. "Mother is just your mother." Kang Gon tried to ask, "But I want to know, did that bring you to Jeju Island?" She said nothing and walked back to his side. Her face looked rather sad. Meanwhile, Kang Gon kept babbling. "I told you there's no way the North would carry out such a sloppy operation." Seeing his aunt come close without saying anything, Kang Gon didn't understand what she intended to do. Then suddenly, his aunt wrapped her arms around him. She whispered, "Your father and mother are so sorry." At that moment, she couldn't hold back her tears. "Your father and mother let our son grow up in a place like that." After saying that, she stood up and wiped her tears. Then she smiled and said, "Wait until your father returns, your parents will tell you everything." Okay. Kang Gon was bewildered. He was half convinced, half doubtful. Cut to Seoul International School. Kang Gon went to school with his mind in turmoil. Friends in front of him were calling his name, but he paid them no attention. It was Miss Ara, annoyed and trying to get him to hang out. But he couldn't focus on her today. When Ara got loud, he asked, "Where to?" she said. "We're going to the riverside." He wondered. The riverside? Ara pointed behind them and said Jinsuk and Dongwoo said they'd go. "And you're a special guest, you'll go with my family." In the distance, Dongwoo waved to confirm to him. Jinsuk complained, "Why invite him? We could go by ourselves." Ara didn't care and kept insisting. Kang Gon, "Come along, you're coming." "Right," Kang Gon said. "I have to ask my parents' permission first." Ara found it strange. "Why ask if you want to go? Just go." He thought to himself, "Do Southerners really do this?" Ara then decided for him, "Fine. Consider you agreed. I'll book the tickets and handle everything." And Kang Gon couldn't stop her. Jinsuk said, "Stop making a fuss and just come with us. Have you heard the saying about the sparrow breaking its leg, trying to follow the stork?" Kang Gon asked curiously. "The sparrow breaks its leg." Jinsuk scoffed at him. "Idiot, you've been abroad too long. You don't know proverbs." Kang Gon snapped his fingers and remembered. Right. It's a proverb." His innocent expression irritated Jinsuk even more. "Keep smiling, your face won't stay that cheerful for long." Kang Gon truly didn't understand what Jinsuk meant. Jinsuk, thinking Wu Young hadn't acted yet, smugly said, "Soon you'll be trembling and begging at my feet." This time Kang Gon quickly caught on. He let out a loud hey. Then he leaned close to Jinsuk's ear and asked softly, "Are you involved in Wu Young's affair too?" Hearing that tone, Jinsuk immediately sensed something was wrong. Gon widened his eyes and spoke each word clearly into Jinsuk's ear. "When Wu Young returns to school, let's have a little talk." Okay. Cut to North Korea. A leader was extremely angry. Man Jumgung was present. The leader slammed the table, banging loudly. "Man Jumgung, are you insane? How dare you stand before me dressed like that?" He smiled faintly. Man Jum-gung, he's been dead a long time. Hasn't he? Comrade, director of the General Political Bureau. Hacker Zero declared. For my homeland and my comrades. Man Jum-gung. He risked his life to get that money for you. He lowered his voice suddenly. I know. I'm truly grateful. I will give you the highest medal after you sacrifice yourself. Understood. Man Jum-gung spoke gravely. You think I want that medal? I only ask for one thing. The old official trembled. Man Jum-gung gritted his teeth. Then he shouted. My son, my son. Man Jum-gung's son, I'm only asking you to raise him safely. The official shot back. We raised him in the best conditions. But then we heard you took him away. Man Jum-gung turned and walked out. Even if my homeland betrayed me to the Americans, I can still smile if my death buys peace for my comrades. That's enough. I even understand why an assassin would come for me. Because I know too many secrets. The official yelled. Who betrayed you? Which assassin? I don't know anything. Man Jum-gung growled. The one who saved me back then was Comrade Shadow number 2. The official was stunned. Number 11, so that name is still alive. Man Jum-gung glanced over. If I hadn't come here, Comrade number 2 would be standing in this spot. His words left the old official speechless. He slowly pulled out his glasses. With an angry face, he enunciated, You raised my son to become a shadow. Is that the answer my homeland gives me? His words were so precise and cutting that the old official trembled. Man Jum-gung looked at him with weary disdain. I'm leaving, there's nothing more to say. My son will grow up well in South Korea. The old official asked. South Korea? Why there? Don't you want to send him to the U.S.? Man Jum-gung snapped. Just don't touch my family. If you can do that, then Man Jum-gung and number 2 will continue to die before this world. As before. Do you understand? The old man cast his eyes elsewhere, thinking to himself. South Korea. At that point, Man Jum-gung slammed his hand down on the table. You want him to become a shadow again? Then who do you think his first target will be? The old man stammered. All right, I will arrange it. Let him live peacefully in the South. After saying this, the boss left without looking back. He extended his hand and said, I've transferred $1 million into your Swiss account. That's my final parting gift. The old man fell silent, his mind full of unresolved questions, but he dared not say a word. Man Jum-gung threw the broken glasses onto the table. There was something like a USB hidden in the glasses' temple. From outside, they could hear the old official shout. Man Jum-gung. I'll put it to good use. At that moment, the uncle saw a figure standing in the distance. It was the elderly man who had been with number 13 earlier. Man Jum-gung silently watched him. Then the man simply walked past. Cut to Seoul International School. Kang-gon sat there lost in thought. He kept replaying the morning's events in his mind. His aunt was like a true shadow. Even the way she threatened someone was terrifying. But contrasted with that was her gentle smile. No one would guess she was such a deadly expert. Kang-gon had to shake his head repeatedly to keep himself alert. Don't think about it. Don't think about anything. Just focus on the mission. Jinsok sitting next to him looked uneasy. He trembled when he noticed Wu Young wasn't in class today. Kang-gon feared it was almost trouble. What nonsense was he planning now? I should have dealt with him decisively this morning. At that moment, the teacher announced from the podium just before the break. We have a new transfer student. You all know how hard it is to get into our school. The students in the class started buzzing with excitement. The teacher leaned in and called. Come in. She warned the whole class beforehand, be sure to treat her well. The new student entered the class and Kang-gon was startled. He had never shown such surprise and apprehension in class before. The transfer student was number 13. She introduced herself as Tomoai. Nice to meet you, she said, then smiled radiantly. Yoon-ah immediately recognized her as the math Olympiad girl from Jeju. Oh, that girl. Tomoai's beauty and charm quickly won the class over. Wow. So beautiful, the teacher said. She's from Japan. Be nice to her. Tomoai's arrival sent the class into overexcited chatter, which annoyed the teacher quiet. And don't teach her any bad habits. Understood. Number 13 introduced herself fluently in Korean. My Japanese name is Tomoai. My Korean name is Lee Jin. Only one character different. My mother is Japanese and my father is Korean. Please treat me well. Number 13's bilingual proficiency astonished everyone in the class. For Dongwoo, this was unbelievable. What on earth? She'd competed in the International Math Olympiad, lived in Jeju, and supposedly spoke only Japanese, so how was her Korean so perfect? Now he looked at number 13's friendly smile on the podium. Kang Gon felt full of doubt. Why? Why was number 13 here? Don't tell me she has a new assignment. Is the target the president's daughter? Not only that, Tomoe on the platform even waved to Kang Gon. It's been a long time. I begged them to put me in your class. Everyone immediately paid attention to Gon. Kang Gon grew even more flustered. What is this? Your mission this time is number 13. Tomoe casually announced it to the whole class. Gon and I grew up together. We're childhood friends. Which she accompanied with a cute gesture. This drove the boys in class crazy. Miss Ara officially had a formidable rival. Ara's circle of female friends wouldn't let Tomoe get away with it. She curled her lips into a smile. But inside she was very annoyed. Where did this girl come from to ruin things? Tomoe didn't know that Ara openly liked Kang Gon. And Ara also made clear she disliked the new transfer student. Perhaps the most tense person right now was Kang Gon. He didn't dare move. Number 13 had enrolled in the same class as Kang Gon. Moreover, she openly showed interest in him. In class, she always looked at him with mysterious eyes. And they hadn't had a chance to talk. Jinsok sat between the two. They kept glancing at each other, making him feel uneasy. What on earth was going on between them? The loudspeaker announced recess. Ara went over to invite Kang Gon. Let's go have lunch. But at that moment, Ara's group suddenly showed visible displeasure. Because of Tomoe's arrival, she cheerfully came over and invited him to join. Let's eat together, today is my first day after all. Kang Gon felt awkward but had to nod. And he was also conflicted about Ara's group. 2 trays of food had been prepared and placed on the table. Number 13 sat separately with him and asked, "Why aren't you eating?" He looked at her, tongue-tied. While number 13 ate heartily, he cautiously asked, "What are you scheming?" Number 13 didn't care about his words. Maybe this was a good school. So the food was excellent. Do you remember when we used to eat together as kids? The 2 of us almost risked our lives to get a potato. Remember? Kang Gon kept his head down and said nothing. Those were his hardest years. Number 13 felt envious that he was now at such a good school and could eat delicious food. They sat here eating, while Ara's group sat at the next table, watching their every move. None of them liked Tomoe getting close to Kang Gon. Number 13 glanced at them and said, "You can play with friends like that, you're so lucky." Kang Gon shivered. He looked at her and trembled. He thought to himself, "I'm just doing my duty." Number 13 nodded once and said, "I hope you'll help me from now on. Comrade Kang Gon." He looked at her seriously. Cut to Sunshine Hospital. The black-haired guy was so exhausted he fell asleep. Gaeum and Hyuk were also beaten badly. Young Sik was the worst off. He still hadn't regained consciousness. Woo Young's father's secretary opened the door and stepped in. The black-haired man asked, "Where's Woo Young?" The secretary said, "He's not well. So he's resting for now." "What about everyone else now?" the black-haired man continued. Asking about Woo Young, was he attacked too? The secretary wiped his eyes. "No. It's just psychological shock." The black-haired man fell silent. Then he looked at Young Sik and asked, "That guy used a knife?" "Right. Judging by the wounds, it seems so." The secretary suddenly trembled. "In any case, everyone needs a full checkup. Don't worry, focus on treatment until they recover." Jiam turned away and said, "I don't need to be hospitalized, just the others." The black-haired man stood and said in a low voice, "What about Woo Young? Let's see his condition first." The secretary was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. "Everyone, don't contact Woo Young now. It's better to act as if nothing happened today." The black-haired man turned, revealing an annoyed expression. The secretary added, "The company will compensate appropriately." "Okay." Suddenly, Young Sik's voice roared. Who said that? The secretary flinched. Jiam and the black-haired man were stunned. He was badly injured at this point, but he had woken up and could speak. Who said that? "Give me back my phone." For a moment, the hospital room fell into a terrifying silence. Young Sik screamed as he tore off his bandage. "Pay me! You bastards!" Rage showed in his eyes, bulging as if about to explode. Cut back to Seoul International School. Tomoe stood alone with Ara's group. "Pretending to be weak, what's wrong?" Am I being bullied? The two girls snapped. Bullied, you're a fox spirit. Tomoe kept up the act of being a helpless, innocent schoolgirl. The black-haired girl snapped angrily. How close are you to Kangon? The red-haired girl added. You think you can act superior just because you went to the same kindergarten, Tomoe said. We're even closer than that. We used to sleep over at each other's houses every day, and even ate together. A hand slammed through Tomoe's face and into the wall she was leaning on. She glanced over. The black-haired student threatened. We won't tolerate those childish memories. From now on, don't act close to Kangon. The red-haired girl warned. If you keep this up, you won't be safe with me. Tomoe still asked. Why? Why should I do that? The red-haired girl shouted. Kangon belongs to Ara, he's had his eye on him. The black-haired girl scowled and raised her voice. Do you know who Ara is? She's the only daughter of the Samjung conglomerate. Tomoe asked. Samjung. The black-haired girl laughed mockingly. So you know Samjung, do you think you'd still be allowed at this school if Ara weren't pleased? Tomoe smiled lightly. So what if that girl Ara scares me? Should I stop talking to Kangon? The black-haired girl laughed loudly. Haha. Now you get it. Tomoe replied curtly. No made those three stand there, like three clueless cows in a conical hat. She insisted. I said no. Bitch. You want to die? I'll pull out all your hair. The three screamed like wild beasts. Before they finished threatening, Tomoe's foot swept across the three of them. She spun a 360-degree kick, which drained the color from the rich girls' faces. Tomoe hadn't even landed a hit. Yet all three of them rolled to the ground, seeing number 13's strength. They trembled, and no one dared speak. She then smiled innocently. My mother's side of the family runs a karate dojo. Number 13 hummed a familiar tune and walked away. In class? Ara sat waiting for news. Tomoe went over to Ara. She approached Ara, looking as if she wanted to say something. Tomoe said, Thanks for the greeting. Ara, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? Tomoe went blank for a moment, slightly surprised. Then she passed by Ara and realized. So you didn't order them to do that. She turned back excitedly and declared, Anyway, Kangon is still mine. Ara didn't understand, but that line made her uncomfortable. Kangon sat right in class, witnessing the girls openly claim him. He could only stand back helplessly. At Sunshine Hospital, in the most upscale patient room there, it was Woo Young's father's room. He was mentally unstable at this point. He sat curled up and trembling beside the chairman's bed. Woo Young sobbed. Father, what am I supposed to do now? That woman scares me. Father. On the rooftop of the building opposite, someone was eavesdropping on Woo Young's room. It was the aunt, the assassin. She had just finished using binoculars to observe the hospital building opposite. Her gaze was hollow and cold. She continued to watch toward that room. Inside Young-sik's room, two burly men in black entered, and his voice begged desperately. Please kill that crazy woman. She's terrifying. The aunt saw the situation and overheard everything. The other man replied. All right. Rest. Seeing even our youngest beaten like this isn't normal. Young-sik inside screamed. Don't underestimate her, she's older than you. She's terrifying. The two men in black were surprised. The one in red snapped. Young-sik. We've already gone this far with you. How could we ignore it? The man in blue reassured him. Rest easy at home, we'll drag her back even if we have to break her legs. He yelled in anger. No need to drag her back, just bury her. The other two said it would be handled. We've got it covered, rest easy. Young-sik suddenly began convulsing. The aunt lowered her binoculars. She observed both rooms, the chairman's private room and the son's room. And below was the group causing trouble for her son, and she was hesitating, wondering whether she should kill them all. Below the hospital, the two men in black stepped outside. They said something to the bodyguards. Then the convoy roared off. She was told to stay up there and keep watching without taking her eyes off them. Her eyes followed the direction the vehicles moved. At that moment, a signal came through. She received word from her husband. Hacker Zero, he's safe and he's in Beijing. His round-trip flight will land at Gimpo, so he'll be home before evening. She still tried to keep her eyes on the convoy. Hacker Zero checked in. Everything okay, you and gone? She whispered into the phone. I think I need to kill someone. Her uncle panicked. What? What are you saying? She explained. They keep picking on Gon, I already let them off. Her uncle tried to reason with her. No. Don't calm down a bit. Let me handle it. I won't let you live like this here, I'll come back and take care of it. Though she couldn't hold back her emotions. She still wanted to wait for her husband, come home quickly. Hurry home, I can't wait any longer. Cut to Seoul International School. Kang Gon just wanted the bell to ring so classes would end. He ran home without daring to look back. Everyone in class was stunned by how fast he fled. Outside. As usual. Rich students were being picked up carefully. Young lady Sun Yi went to chat with Jin Sok. The election's in 2 months. Right, congrats in advance. He asked back. Your sister must be upset. Right, Miss Sun Yi said. Upset she was looking forward to this day, after it you'll understand. Being around each other all day felt suffocating. Then they laughed and joked. I'm kidding. Meanwhile, Jin Sok was eyeing Sun Yi's bodyguard. He thought to himself that the guy looked like a good fighter, wonder if he could beat Kang Gon. After talking, Sun Yi got into the car. Jin Sok still harbored resentment, Kang Gon. You bastard, when my dad becomes president you'll be dead. At that moment, Number 13 watched the convoy of tycoons' cars taking their children home. She was being watched by Kang Gon from a high vantage point. He wondered. Number 13. Could they be her targets? He was trying to figure out whether it was Sun Yi or Jin Sok. He saw Number 13 approach a black car. Suddenly she stopped. Then she turned and waved at Kang Gon. She clearly knew he was watching her. Kang Gon hurriedly hid under a wall. The car carrying Number 13 finally drove away. Only then did Kang Gon dare to lift his head. On the bus. By then, Kang Gon had caught up at a distant stop and met his friends. He sighed as soon as he stepped on. Yuna. Noticing something odd. Asked. Are you okay? You look exhausted. Yi Yui blushed and deliberately teased Yuna. Are you curious about that Tomoe girl? It seems like there's something going on between them. Yuna quickly clamped a hand over her friend's mouth. What are you saying? Yi Yui replied coolly. Why deny it? You've been watching them all day. And now another person out of the frying pan into the fire. Kang Gon froze. At that moment, Dongjin suddenly shouted. This isn't the time to be gossiping about romance. Yuna shook Ye Yui violently. But Ye Yui managed to add. Oh my, you're jealous too. Dongjin looked visibly annoyed. His cheeks puffed out. Dongjin barked louder than usual. There's a brutal traffic jam. And we're about to be late for cram school, that's the priority, and Yuna… Stop choking, Yi Yui. I'm telling you. It's not what you think. Yi Yui felt awkward, but glanced out the window. The traffic was definitely slow. I wonder if something happened up ahead. Yuna guessed. Maybe there's an accident. As she said, up ahead was a major accident. Numerous cars had collided, and the police had cordoned off the scene. The injured were being loaded onto stretchers. Many passengers on the bus began to murmur excitedly as they looked outside. Kang Gon also felt curious and puzzled. He took a closer look at the men lying on the moving stretchers. They were the 2 black-clad guys who had stepped out of Young-Sik's room earlier. An ambulance had been dispatched and they were quickly loaded aboard as the bus slowly passed the scene. Why had the police been called in as well? In the crowd, the figure of the black-clad aunt was preparing to leave. Then she vanished without a trace. At Blue Tower, the elderly couple sat together. The aunt worried. Have we been too greedy bringing Gon here? The uncle replied. Raising a child in a good environment isn't greed. In a capitalist society, that's normal. The aunt fretted that bad people always surround Gon. Maybe sending him to an ordinary school would be better. The uncle asserted. Gon isn't an ordinary child. Trouble will follow him anywhere. School matters have been handled. And I'll take care of things here. So you don't need to worry. She remained anxious. She suggested. It might be better to tell Gon the truth and leave the country. He asked. Do you mean it? How much are you planning to tell him? Even if we tell him everything. Do you think Gon would bear it? Do you really think a Gon whose mind is filled with duty would betray the organization and obey us? She fell silent. The uncle added. What Gon needs now is time. Time for him to realize things on his own. He took her hand. His voice full of feeling. What brainwashed him in that hell was just an illusion, we must wait until then. They both fell silent and said no more. At that moment, the front door opened. Kang Gon came home from school. His face Sula, beaming. The uncle laughed. "You're home, comrade. You've really been soaked in capitalist currents lately. Why do you look so worn out?" Kang Gon immediately straightened up. "Comrade Man Gimgang, you're here too," the uncle lowered his voice. "Yes." "Relax." Ant snapped like a tigress. "How many times do I have to remind you about that tone of voice?" A little while later, a proper meal was laid out on the dining table. Grandfather and mother urged the child to eat, their hearts full of joy. Kang Gon suddenly stopped eating and put down his chopsticks. He reminded his aunt, "You said you'd tell me when Dad gets home." She smiled. "You just eat first." Helpless. He obeyed. "Yes, ma'am." The uncle looked at them both with worry and anticipation. Kang Gon said seriously, "I have a report to present." Aunt snapped. "Eat first. And stop speaking like that." Son. Kang Gon, completely serious, replied, "I believe work should come first." The couple fell silent, unsure what to say. He mentioned number 13. "The comrade I met in Jeju, she transferred to my school. Confirm, what should I do now?" The couple were surprised by this news. The aunt glanced over at the uncle. Kang Gon waited for their answer. The uncle spoke up. "I've been to the north. Our family and your mission are separate. Under no circumstances must you get involved in incidents. All you must do is strive to enter Korea's upper class." These words put some pressure on Kang Gon. The uncle continued, "For now, make good friends and study hard. Don't get dragged into pointless fights. Focus on building connections." Kang Gon hadn't expected his mission to look like an ordinary life. He said nothing further and replied with a loud, "Yes." The aunt asked, "That transfer student, she grew up with you, right?" He answered, "Yes. Number 13 is her name." The aunt's expression darkened. He recounted that the Peripheral Special Operations Unit, called the Shadow Unit, trains the North's most elite agents. The uncle knew this well. They select children by investigating family backgrounds and then raise them as outstanding talents. Kang Gon nodded in confirmation. "That's right, I was trained to complete any mission the homeland assigns." Then the uncle decided to tell the truth. "Your mother also came from the Shadow Unit. Like you." Having seen her abilities the other day, Kang Gon had already guessed as much. The uncle reminded him, "Don't forget the significance of why you, the most outstanding agent in Shadow Unit history, have been sent here." For the first time, Kang Gon heard this, "the most outstanding agent in history." The uncle repeated, "Don't forget how weighty your mission is." Kang Gon listened solemnly without speaking. He assumed a straight posture. "Yes, I will remember." The father and son conversation was too serious, and she exhaled a long, weary sigh. Then she forced a smile. "All right. Eat your meal." Kang Gon ate quickly and seriously, as if carrying out an important order from a superior. His attitude made the couple even more uneasy, unsure how to reveal the truth. At Incheon Airport, Agent Kim was present. Today he had come to pick up a rather important person, the director of CAI's East Asia branch. Seeing him, Agent Kim joked politely. "The branch director came in person, it's our honor." He replied, "With Zero and Shadow showing up here, how could I not come?" Agent Kim smiled faintly. "Not necessarily, it's only a possibility." The branch director suddenly grew serious. "Even we couldn't penetrate the Korean intelligence computer systems. That's reason enough to suspect Zero's presence." Agent Kim turned away and murmured, "Let's discuss this on the way." The branch director called back, "Wait, I won't go alone." No sooner had he spoken than another person appeared. A man in strange attire with a distinctive beard arrived, accompanied by a young woman with long black hair. The man's face bore a large scar across his eye. Upon seeing Agent Kim, he lifted his head in greeting. The young woman smiled warmly and amiably as she approached. Seeing them, Agent Kim felt that something was off. The CAI branch director laughed. "You recognize them. As expected, your intel gathering skills shouldn't be underestimated." Deputy Kang's voice trembled as he asked, "Do we really need those people?" The director replied gravely, "Isn't it obvious Zero always has Shadow at their side? Jonglong and Hoshikiri may not be enough. So I plan to request additional support from headquarters. Agent Kim ground his teeth. Are you planning to start a fight here? The director replied nonchalantly. If necessary. Veins stood out on Agent Kim's face. He was furious. This is Korea. Don't overstep your bounds. The director said. You don't understand, you speak like that, because you don't know. 10 years ago, we almost captured Zero. And that was the first time Shadow revealed their true form. You can't imagine what happened. Agent Kim said. I've heard the rumors. The director, curious how Kim had picked up such intel, asked. You heard that Shadow saved Zero. Agent Kim nodded in response. The director said. We'll continue this conversation on the way. Very quickly, everyone got into vehicles. They left the airport and headed onto the highway. In the car, the CAI branch director recounted. After that incident, I was reassigned to the East Asia branch. No one was left there. It was like a purge. Just hearing that sent a chill through Agent Kim. The director's face showed sorrow as he recalled it. Even the Chinese liaison line in the operation was slaughtered. After reviewing everything, the dead or missing numbered in the hundreds. Agent Kim was stunned. How could that happen? The director warned. Not only those who knew Zero by sight, but even the smallest records were wiped clean. They vanished from this planet completely. We hunted for 10 years without finding even a clue. And yet you still think I'm exaggerating. Only those under the blanket know it has lice. After hearing the director's full account, Agent Kim felt even more afraid. He couldn't answer that earlier question. At the NIS briefing room, the team that accompanied the branch director was present. He was now in a ready state of mind. The briefing room ensured secrecy and had staff on hand to record the information. Agent Kang was quite tense at this point. He opened his eyes and glanced to the left. He seemed displeased with the presiding officer above him, who had his feet propped on the table. It was the scar-faced guy who had come with the branch director. He acted indifferent, not caring what others thought of him. Someone spoke up. Now I'll begin the meeting. After saying that, he hammered the keyboard. The staffer presented on the projector, this is the C4 found on Jeju Island. Please look at the next photo. The image that appeared was Kang Gon's classroom. Number 13 has been listed as a suspect. This is the individual believed to be responsible, the only remaining photograph. The branch director was surprised. She looks just like a child. This is the only clue. The staffer countered. All hotel surveillance cameras were wiped by a cyber attack, and the entry logs differ from other Japanese participants. Perhaps the subject entered separately under a different identity. On paper, the name used was Tomoai, listed as a graduate of Kyoto Seiwa High School. But that information is forged. No local records were found. Hearing this, the branch director paused. So she must be one of those children. Those children were secretly raised for decades in the north and sent to other countries as spies. Agent Kang only now realized the branch director knew so much. So you knew about this too. The branch director recounted. While tracing Shadow, I learned this as well. Several assassinations using similar methods were uncovered. I heard they called that unit Shadow. Agent Kang added that what we've confirmed is minimal. It's estimated this unit was formed about 30 years ago. They train children extremely harshly and embed them into other countries as spies. The branch director shook his head sadly. It's brutal. This isn't all the information you want to give me. Is it? Agent Kang glanced at the secretary busy typing. On the presentation screen were images of bomb detection alerts. Agent Kang said those were messages sent to us via the hotline, used exclusively by field agents. The branch director was surprised. Oh, is that so? The staffer explained further to guard against fake alerts. We've built an extremely tough encryption system. Agent IDs must match. And even voice waveform patterns must align to establish contact. Agent Kang continued. That's the only channel where voice or text can be authenticated. Yet this time, the entire transmission line was breached simultaneously, and a message was written directly into the central server. The branch director paid attention to that point. This method is crude, based on Zero's usual methods. This isn't how he operates. But Agent Kang raised the possibility, what if Zero could act hastily in an unexpected situation? For example, if he had to rescue someone from the blast. The branch director hadn't considered that detail. He shuddered as he looked at Agent Kang. Agent Kang continued. There's an interesting case from a few months ago. At this, the two people with the branch director began listening intently. A photo of Wu Yong's father appeared on the screen. Agent Kang said the photo showed the chairman of Taejung Group in a coma, an ordinary company. Nothing to worry about. However, Taejung Group was shaken by a sudden DDoS attack, and they say that shock caused the chairman to collapse. The branch director listened closely to every detail but still didn't see how the two incidents connected. Agent Kang, sounding seasoned, said, "At first I looked just like you. But there's one point between the two events. A single common thread. The chairman's son attended Seoul International School. And regarding the Jeju incident," he signaled the staff to display an image. On the large presentation screen was the Math Olympiad team that included Kang Gon. With him circled, this time the person of interest was Sunyi, the current president's daughter. Agent Kang asked, "You know who this involves now?" "Right." An image of Miss Sunyi was brought into sharp focus on the screen. The branch director began to feel that this was no longer simple. Agent Kang added, "The whole picture is still unclear. Can't we be sure these things are connected?" The branch director paused, then reasoned, "I can't follow you if what you say is true." Before he finished, Agent Kang interjected, "The puzzle pieces aren't complete yet. However, I still suspect that among those children there's one Zero wants to protect." Confronted with this data, the branch director grew sharp. "I know your instincts are keen. But this is hard to believe. The sequence of events doesn't match. And would Zero really expose his identity that easily?" Agent Kang snorted with a laugh. "Didn't I say this isn't certain yet?" The branch director finally calmed, leaned back in his chair and spoke more gently. "Anyway, thank you for the briefing." Then he and his companions stood and prepared to leave. "We'll proceed in our own way." Agent Kang reminded him, "The presidential election is only 2 months away. Please avoid causing any sensitive incidents." The branch director, aware of classified information, noted that public opinion already seemed to have the new president nearly decided. Cut to another location. The president just mentioned appeared always neatly and sharply dressed. His demeanor exuded authority. Though elderly, he remained very dignified. Ambition visible on his face. He stepped out of the car and patted his close bodyguard on the shoulder. The parliament building was vast. Today was an important day and many people had come. 2 long lines of officials stood to welcome the incoming president for the new term. Even though the inauguration hadn't occurred yet, confidence was evident on his face. Cut to the classroom. Kang Gon wasn't doing well today. The English teacher asked about number 13 with concern. "Oh my, did the transfer student arrive? Do you think she'll keep up with our class?" Tomoe cheerfully replied, "No problem at all. Ma'am, absolutely no problem." The teacher, thrilled to hear Tomoe answer in English, exclaimed, "Your pronunciation is identical to mine. Have you lived in the U.S.?" Tomoe said, "I've never been to the U.S., but I studied very hard to meet a friend who went there." The inquisitive teacher asked, "A boyfriend?" Tomoe tilted her beautiful face toward Kang Gon, as if announcing to the class, "Yes. I'm here to meet that person." The teacher couldn't contain her delight. Cooing, "What a lovely love story." Kang Gon was extremely tense. Ara heard that tone and disliked it immediately. The speaker announced the end of class. Throughout the English lesson, Kang Gon was so tense he could hardly breathe. He buried his face on the desk. Then Ara walked over and looked up at him. Ara asked, "You're going to Guam for vacation, right?" Kang Gon forced a smile and said, "I haven't told my parents yet." At the same time, Tomoe came over. "Guam, just the two of you." Ara showed obvious irritation. "Are you crazy? We're going with classmates." Kang Gon sank further into an awkward position. Tomoe, unabashed, said plainly, "Really? Then I want to go too." Ara raised an annoyed eyebrow. "What?" The two glared at each other like rivals, standing between them. Kang Gon felt as if a thunderbolt had struck. He was sweating all over. Kang Gon just wished someone would come rescue him from this. Ara, tense, expressed her dislike. "I won't go with anyone. Especially someone like you who picks on weaker kids. Never." Tomoe pretended not to understand what Ara was talking about. Then she paused, let out a loud, "Ah." And Tomoe's expression shifted. "You mean I'm the one bullying them?" Ara's 3 friends were stunned. Then the 3 of them pretended to ignore it. Ara began to sense there was something off. Then she realized she had instigated things first, and wanted to play it off. Thinking to herself, "So I started it." Huh. Ara snapped angrily. "Anyway, I don't want to go with someone I'm not close to." "Got it." Tomoe remained very calm. She stepped closer to Kangon and asked, "Oh yeah." Then she just hugged him tightly. "If I don't go, Gon can't go either." Kangon didn't understand why Tomoe was so forward. Tomoe acted affectionately, like a lover. "Right. Gon, you won't go hang out with them and leave me behind, will you?" Ara, who hadn't dared grab Kangon's hand yet, watched number 13 hug him in front of her and felt sad. She, disappointed, stormed off. "That's enough, don't come near me." Meanwhile, Kangon's mission to befriend Era, something he had been trying, was being undone by number 13, and his top priority mission was walking away from him. Kangon refused to accept this. He tried to shout, "I am going. I told you I'm going." Ara stopped. Kangon anxiously awaited her next reaction. Just as Ara wanted, she turned back with a half-smile. Then she pointed directly at Tomoe, wanting to make it clear, she absolutely cannot come. "Understand." Tomoe was still hugging him, but her mood was not cheerful. She whispered into Kangon's ear, "This is fun, those bastards." Kangon didn't want to use force. He didn't know why number 13 would act like that. "Comrade, why are you treating me like this?" At recess, out in the schoolyard, Kangon found a way up to the rooftop. He looked around, observing carefully. The preferential classroom for number 0 might not be this building. He was certain that, like on Jeju Island, number 13's target was clearly number 0. At that moment, his eyes caught sight of something. Down on the schoolyard, number 13 had appeared. She was talking with 2 others. Kangon crouched down at once. He squinted to get a clearer look. Then he tracked her movements. Tomoe waved off the 2 friends. He saw her give a suspicious smile. Kangon jolted, sweat pouring over him. He realized number 13 was walking behind Sunyi. She was truly terrifying. Right now, the distance between Kangon and number 13 was extremely far. He planned to jump down and stop number 13, but before he could act, he saw the bodyguard protecting Sunyi was facing Tomoe. Sunyi noticed the bodyguard behaving unusually and asked, "What's wrong?" At that moment, Tomoe showed no emotion. Then she tilted her head and smiled, trying to look as natural as possible. Tomoe introduced herself as the bodyguard's cousin. She even said she was staying at his house. Sunyi was surprised. "The captain's sister studies at my school." Tomoe politely introduced her Korean name. "I'm Lee Jin. I just transferred here a few days ago. Nice to meet you." "I'm Han Sunyi." "Nice to meet you too." The bodyguard told Tomoe, "I'm on duty, don't bother me." Sunyi found it cute and giggled. The bodyguard invited Sunyi to walk another way. She teased him for being too strict. Then she turned and waved a friendly goodbye to Tomoe. "Nice to meet you." Tomoe played her part well. "Nice to meet you too, see you at his house, big brother." Then they left. The schoolyard returned to its usual dismissal atmosphere. Kangon was completely confused. What the hell was happening? That person had to be the priority bodyguard of number 0 on Jeju Island. Back then, he had even talked with Agent Kang. Until the moment he appeared beside number 0's priority, Kangon had not sensed his arrival at all. Kangon felt a deep concern about this mysterious figure. Cut back to Blue Tower. His aunt ran to the door to greet him when she heard the bell. Seeing Kangon looking downcast, she asked, "What's wrong, dear?" He wondered whether he should discuss this with his comrade. His expression clearly revealed the fierce inner struggle in his mind. Kangon answered quickly, thinking to himself, "No, not yet." His aunt smiled widely. "Go take a bath and then come eat. I've bought some delicious beef." His uncle, schemingly smiling, said, "If you like it, I'll buy it for you every day." The couple laughed heartily, while Kangon held a painful, helpless sorrow inside. These comrades were so carefree. Cut to another location. Tomoe returned home and stood gazing at the cityscape. She waited for her brother. When she heard the door, she turned and smiled. "You're back, big brother." The bodyguard had returned, but he looked very upset. "Why did you act like that earlier?" Tomoe replied simply, "I was just joking." No sooner had she finished than the bodyguard lunged, grabbing Tomoe by the neck and slamming her against the glass. He used great force with his hands. At that moment, he seemed unable to control his temper. It took 15 years if not for the organization's orders. You'd be dead at my hands today. She wasn't afraid. Instead, she smiled and said, Comrade, you're doing so well in Korea. Do you treat the organization's orders like a joke? His grip tightened even more. You dare question my loyalty. Soon the South will be plunged into darkness. The mission is nearly complete. At that moment, another man in the house appeared. His voice stern. That's enough. It was the older man who had come with Tomoe. The bodyguard turned to look at him in surprise. He immediately released her, stood to attention, and saluted greetings. Comrade Cheon Ji-san, he said. Long time no see. Tomoe sputtered and asked, Huh, do you two know each other? The guard straightened his tie and said nothing. Ji-san laughed heartily. It feels like just yesterday I put the boy on the submarine. Time has flown. After that remark, everyone felt differently. The room fell into sudden silence. Cheon Ji-san spoke softly. You've worked hard. Making it to that position wasn't easy. Ji-san and number 13 sat down. She didn't even want to look at the man who had choked her. In response to Ji-san, he answered plainly, No, that's something I had to do. Ji-san said, That very sincerity is what we need. Now don't stand there. Come sit down. Yet he still didn't relax. All right, he said. And Ji-san smiled. The older man's face grew serious. The organization has issued an order. The bodyguard suddenly tensed. Ji-san's voice dropped like a plucked string. Execute the traitor to the Republic. Man Jum-gang. And seize all assets he controls. This is the Supreme Leader's order. The bodyguard said nothing, but his eyes showed his puzzlement. Ji-san asked, Comrade, do you know who Man Jum-gang is? He confirmed. Yes, and Ji-san continued. He was once hailed as the greatest genius the Republic produced. The world's #1 hacker. Man Jum-gang, known in other countries as Hacker Zero. The bodyguard was shaken, sweat covering his face. Ji-san's steady tone continued. It's unbelievable he survived. Yet he sabotaged the Jeju operation. Not only that, he colluded with the General Political Bureau, the faction opposing the leadership, and is manipulating the entire Republic. How can we leave someone like that alone? Tomoe and the bodyguard fell silent. The tension in the room was suffocating. Ji-san added that, according to intelligence, a blood relative of Man Jum-gang was attending that high school. And that person was no different from a reactionary element. So your mission is to eliminate that person along with Man Jum-gang. Tomoe confirmed. Do we really have to kill that child? At that single question, Ji-san's voice turned as grave as a demon's. Are you refusing the organization's will? Tomoe swallowed hard. The old man's terrifying stare bore into her. The bodyguard accepted the mission. I'll do it, he replied. Oh, is that so? The bodyguard spoke first. I'll personally deal with Man Jum-gang and that kid. But Korea isn't a place where you can kill someone on a whim. Ji-san frowned. Is that so? We'll see. Before you kill him, bring Man Jum-gang to me. We need to determine how much assets he's hidden. The bodyguard replied loudly and clearly. Understood. Ji-san then stood and introduced. Number 13, this girl is in the same unit as you. Listen carefully and cooperate properly. Understood. The two looked at each other without speaking. Ji-san departed. Well then. See you comrades later. At Blue Tower, Kang-gon was sleeping in his room. His face was twisted as if he had an eye problem, unable to sleep. He lay awake thinking, what exactly is number 13's mission? Isn't the target that young lady? How did she get acquainted with that bodyguard? He stepped out of the room, still pondering whether he should ask Comrade Man Jum-gang for help. No, he shouldn't worry the comrades more. But he needed to report this. So he went over and opened the refrigerator. He noticed an item on the table. It was a small letter. He paused for a long time. He looked at it with a strange expression. At Tomoe's place, Ji-san went downstairs and hailed a taxi. He quickly got into the car. He asked the driver to take him to Pyeongtaek Port. The taxi driver asked back. That's far, you should call a Kakao taxi for that. But Ji-san insisted. I'll pay you handsomely. The driver replied in a slightly strange tone. Not like an ordinary driver's voice, really. The man looked familiar. Like the Uncle Zero in disguise. He took off his glasses and said, Taxpayers' money wasting it like this. Is that okay? Comrade. That remark startled Ji-san. He immediately pulled out a gun. The car window slowly rolled down, and in the alleyway appeared the silhouette of his aunt, wearing that familiar black outfit. She stood watching him, looking truly fearsome. Then she leapt up with terrifying speed. She was like a beast. Pouncing into the taxi, she flew through the window and began kicking Jisun's face. He was pressed hard against the side of the car. The uncle turned and was terrified, now severely wounded and nearly unconscious. He convulsed but still tried to speak. "You, who are you?" Then he took another blow to the neck. The old man didn't get a chance to say anything before collapsing. Her hot-tempered face surfaced. "I really want to kill that old man." The uncle hurriedly restrained her. "My dear. Go ahead, calm down." Then the car sped off. Cut to a basement. On the table were medical tools and syringes. Jisun had been brought here and tied up, hands and feet bound. He was just now coming to. Sitting across from him was Man Jumgang. The uncle broke into a triumphant smile. He even spelled out Jisun's personal details, codename Cheon Jisun. Real name, Lee Gil-soo. Age, 74. Overseas Special Operations Unit. Foreign Intelligence Bureau. Chief Agent for the Asia region. Right, we met not long ago. Jisun turned his face away, refusing to look at Jumgang. Jumgang smiled lightly and asked, "What's the matter? Are you looking for someone?" He was sweating now, but tried to suppress his fear. Then he asked, "Number 11, she's still alive." Jumgang casually recounted, "I had a hard time stopping her from killing you. I heard you did something unpleasant to my wife." That accusation made him shudder with fear. Jumgang's tone grew deep. "Do you want to live?" He suddenly shouted, "Comrade." "Do you know what you're doing?" Jumgang replied calmly. "You mean you want me to kill you?" "Right?" That line from the uncle made Jisun tremble with fear. The uncle continued, "Nothing else. Just don't touch my family." "Is that so difficult?" Jisun roared. "If we spare a traitor to the Republic, who will remain loyal to the party? Release me now and await the party's verdict." Hearing this, Jumgang could only sneer, "A traitor. Huh, haha." Old Jisun exposed him. "You've been pocketing the nation's assets and colluding with the American Empire. What else is that but treason?" The uncle insisted. "The one who handed me over to the U.S. is the new leader you follow." Jisun stubbornly refused to believe it. "Nonsense, there's no way." Jumgang slowly rose from the swivel chair in exchange for delivering zero. He had sat at the negotiating table with the Americans. "Ask Kim Del-young, director of the General Political Bureau," he said. "He's the one who directly handed me over." Jumgang added, then left. Jisun was stunned, unable to utter a word. Jumgang resumed calmly, "Of course the condition is that you survive this place to be useful." The uncle shouted loudly, "What do you want?" He spoke plainly, "Give me Taesan." Sishar. A semiconductor research staffer at Samjeong, Lee Young-woo. Senior Civil Affairs Secretary at the Blue House. Both are likely to win in the upcoming election. The uncle went pale with shock. How do you know that?" Jumgang marveled. "The first round went fairly well, must have been hard work, and Kim Hyuk, the man I met today, has officially been approved by the NIS as an undercover agent. I've seen a few others like him." The old man listened intently to every one of Jumgang's words. "They're trying to take root, and the second-generation faction is struggling." Hacker Zero said bluntly, "If I want to know something, I can learn anything. I can tell you even more about the government here in South Korea." He shouted, "Say it, what do you want?" Jumgang calmly stepped closer. "If I wanted to, I could make a cargo ship carrying secret missiles past Arabia vanish somewhere in Africa right now. It might take years before anyone could find it." Old Jisun showed visible fear of Zero. He kept smiling and said, "I could also turn every nuclear warhead in the Baekdu stockpile into useless scrap. I've locked them down. Who could open them? Need me to list other things I can do?" His mouth went rigid. He couldn't utter another word. Jumgang continued to threaten, "Don't provoke me. And don't touch my family. That's all I ask." "Is that so hard?" Jisun's face darkened. I don't have the authority to decide." Jumgang said he knew everything. "The CIA's East Asia section chief is here, along with his hounds. What do you think would happen if I handed all the information I have to them?" Jisun's voice thickened. "Comrade Jumgang." The uncle replied immediately, "To be honest, Killing you and handing everything over would be much easier for me. But you know, if I did that, I'd have to go into hiding. So this is the last time I'm asking you. I told you not to touch my family, what do you say to that? Jisan's face froze. For a moment he gave no answer. He squeezed his eyes shut. Finally he gave in, I understand. I will convey Comrade Gyumgang's words to the party. Gyumgang asked further. And the girl? Number 13. Right. Could you spare her? My son is worried about her, don't you have the authority to allow that? Jisun seethed but relented, understood. I'll handle it that way. Now release me. Gyumgang smiled dangerously, it's time for you to sleep. When you wake, you'll be safe at home. In front of the pier, by the fishing shop. The ant stood behind Jisan and readied a large syringe, he thought to himself quietly. Lying snug in the palm of Buddha's hand. You really know everything. Don't you? Then the ant struck him once right on the head. Jisan collapsed. Maybe the ant is angry because she couldn't kill this bastard. Gyumgang looked at his wife with pity. Then something occurred to him. At Kanggon's spot. He was confused, not knowing where his comrades were. At that moment, a luxury car parked nearby. Kanggon looked inside and saw someone he knew. Sunny waved at him, greeting him, Hey. You're heading to school early today. Kanggon returned the greeting. Sunny asked about the trip you're going to Guam this break too. Ara messaged me about it yesterday. He went blank. Who? Oh. Yeah. Sunny beamed and announced. I've decided to go with everyone. Kanggon leaned closer to the car window. Oh, that's great then. Sunny's bodyguard was watching Kanggon at that moment. He noticed the hostile look in the man's eyes. After that, Sunny said goodbye and left. Kanggon watched them go. Feeling that something was off, he was bewildered when Yun-A's group arrived. Yun-A ran up and asked, That's Sunny, right? What did she say? He said it wasn't anything special. Just that she'd be traveling with everyone over the break. Yun-A asked about the Guam trip Sunny's going to. Kanggon was surprised that Yun-A knew about it and felt annoyed. Speaking of Ara's friend group, the three of them are always bragging. Yun-A puffed her cheeks like a balloon and said, If I asked my parents I could go to Guam, Kanggon offered. I'll talk to Ara for you. Yun-A snorted. Forget it. I have to study. I'll get back the top spot you stole from me. Then she hurried ahead. Excited. Yi Yui and Dongjun whispered behind them, Do you think Yun-A likes Gon? I don't know. After that, Dongjun changed his attitude toward Kanggon and wouldn't walk beside him. Yi Yui always paid attention to Kanggon and Yun-A. He walked at the back. Watching his group of friends, he looked at them with an indescribable feeling. Suddenly there was a shock. A nearby building exploded. The classroom near the rooftop was bombed. The whole group stared up at their classroom in disbelief. Kanggon hadn't expected this. He trembled as number 13 appeared near where he stood. She looked at him with an unreadable expression. Only then did Kanggon turn and see number 13. She casually jumped down from the barrier and said, Don't worry. No one will die. All of this I did so that you would survive. Kanggon felt a flush through his body and blurted, Are you insane? Number 13 brushed dust off her skirt and explained the cause of the explosion. A lab? An empty science department. An electrical short causing a fire, and that it was an explosion caused by several chemicals accidentally mixing. That will be the final conclusion. Kanggon gritted his teeth. Why? Why would you do this? Number 13 repeated. I told you. I did it to save you. Kanggon couldn't answer. Tomoe walked away and warned him. Be careful, that's all I can tell you. He fell into thought. He watched Tomoe's figure recede into the distance. At the same time, a convoy of fire trucks arrived. The explosion was large. So many firefighting units were mobilized. Alarms blared loudly down the street. Smoke billowed thickly from the building. Hyuk's bodyguard shouted frantically, relaying information. Kanggon paid attention to him. Yun-A grew worried for him. Kanggon. Are you okay? Why does your face look strange? Kanggon also checked if everyone was all right. Dongjun was anxious. What should we do? Should we go into the classroom? Yun-A said. Let's stay here for now. Yi Yui stayed calm. The teacher will tell us what to do. Yun-A nodded okay. Let's follow Yi Yui. She glanced at Kanggon. Isn't that better? He mumbled agreement. Then, more seriously, right. For now, let's just observe from here. At that moment, he couldn't stop thinking about Number 13. He muttered to himself, she claims she saved me. What exactly is she? After a while, the students returned to class. Kang Jin looked down dolefully from the window. Many police cars and fire engines were dispatched to the schoolyard. Professional special forces were also deployed. Kang Gon even saw some acquaintances. They were agents Kang and Hyuk. He turned to check Jin Sok's seat. Jin Sok still wasn't anywhere to be seen today. Ara's friends chatted, suspecting the incident was a terrorist attack. The girls covered their mouths. I'm so scared. I want to go home. Two others whispered. Should we just leave? Ara and Jin Sok weren't at school today either. The black-haired girl said, we're not like them. They'd be the kind of targets for terrorism, and then worried whether the Guam trip would still happen. While they were busy talking, someone entered the classroom. Yuna's group immediately paid attention, teacher. The person at the podium said, you're all probably dizzy. I am too, this was very unexpected. The teacher said, fortunately it's not terrorism, it's just a fire caused by an electrical short. Chemicals accidentally mixed and caused the explosion. Ara's three friends sighed in relief. Then she announced that, because the school needed time to investigate, students would be given 2 days off. The news caught everyone's attention. Then the atmosphere erupted. Oh. Awesome. A break from school? Oh yeah. At that moment, Kang Gon was the only one who didn't feel like the others. He turned his face away. He remembered Tomwai's words, all of this was to keep you alive. He was tormented to save me. From whom? And why? The teacher reminded them that the final exams would still start on schedule the day after tomorrow. Remember that. See you then. After saying that, the whole class fell into deep disappointment. Kang Gon kept staring out the window. He looked at Hyuk and Agent Kang on the school grounds. Hyuk glanced back at that moment. He noticed a shadow looking in his direction. It was Kang Gon. Hyuk could see him clearly now. Kang Gon then opened the classroom door and stepped out. Yoon-ah's group found it strange what was wrong with him. Gon looked really bad. Dong-jun thought everyone was acting odd. After such an explosion, were we supposed to laugh like them? Seeing Dong-jun's brusque manner, Yoon-ah snapped back. What's up with you lately? Why are you picking fights about everything? Dong-jun scowled at Gon. Me picking fights. Yi Yui saw things were tense and cut in. Come on. Isn't the time until extra classes free, so what should we do? Karaoke or an internet cafe? Yoon-ah slung her bag over her shoulder and left. The final exam is the day after tomorrow. Go to the academy early to study. Dong-jun gruffly said. I'm going to the academy too. It's summer break. Plenty of time to play. In the group, Yi Yui was the most tired. Meanwhile, at Agent Kang and Hyuk's spot, Kang Gon kept watching him. He constantly displayed an overtly suspicious look at the man. At that moment he walked out onto the school grounds. At the same time, a white car drove up. Kang Gon stopped and took notice. Someone opened the door of the white car and stepped out. It was the branch director of CAI. He got out and walked the opposite way from Kang Gon. And others also exited the car. It was the bearded man in the red jacket, and a short-haired girl in a white blouse accompanied him. Kang Gon was wary of them. At first glance, something felt off. He calmly crossed the street while the three of them approached. They passed each other, and Kang Gon took note of them. The branch director also noticed Kang Gon. Suddenly, he called out in English. Hey. Student. He replied. Yes, what's the matter? The director complimented. Oh. Good pronunciation. Did you live in the U.S.? Kang Gon didn't want to engage. He asked the main question. What are you planning to do? The exam starts the day after tomorrow. I need to hurry to class. The director smiled and said, if the student needs to go to class, then go. I can't keep you hurry along. He felt it was odd to be called back and then have no real business. Kang Gon thought the man was strange. After that he just left. The man in red and the short-haired woman watched him go. Kang Gon tried to walk naturally. Inside he was really tense. The branch director asked, isn't that face on the list? The short-haired woman also recognized him. It's Kang Gon. He's the most suspicious one. Son of Stephen Kang, CEO of 11 Coin. The director asked again. Stephen Kang, is that data from headquarters? She said it's clean. Stephen Kang and 11 Coin have no issues. He said. Really? Request they investigate further. Then he turned and left. Even if today's explosion wasn't caused by Zero, it's serious enough to report to headquarters. She agreed, yes. An explosion occurred at the school attended by the children of the current and incoming presidents. The bearded man with the cap volunteered. I'll keep an eye on the name Kang Gon. The branch director didn't understand why. The bearded man continued. If he were an ordinary high schooler, he'd be scared just seeing my face. The woman giggled. Ooh, huh. Right? With that face of yours. It's true, but he's too calm. Like a child who has been thoroughly trained. The branch director concluded. The likelihood is increasing. Tail him closely. But you two know our target isn't that kid. Right? The bearded man nodded in confirmation. Then he moved in the direction of Kang Gon, while the other two continued their work. The man in red even tracked him all the way to the bus stop where Kang Gon was sitting. His footsteps made no sound. Once again, he came face to face with Kang Gon. He recognized him, but didn't react. This guy is following me. Why? What's the reason? He went to sit near him. His gaze flicked downward. Kang Gon tried to act fine. Though inside, he didn't know what to do. Just then Yuna ran up. Gon. Let's take the bus together. I'm heading to the academy to study. Come along for company. Yuna, having just seen the man in red, was startled as if about to fall over. He didn't say a word. But Yuna greeted first. Then she tiptoed back to Kang Gon and whispered, I'm scared, really scared. Then, ignoring him, she talked to Kang Gon about studying. During exam season we can use the academy's study room. I think it'd be better if you studied with me, and I'd study more effectively with you. Kang Gon felt awkward because the issue on his mind wasn't exams. Me. Before he could answer, the bus arrived. The bus doors opened. Yuna, still without an answer, kept asking you don't like it, or since you suddenly have free time, you want to hang out. The final exam is the day after tomorrow. I can't goof off. Kang Gon joked back. No. I do like it. Let's study together at the academy. Meanwhile, the man in red also boarded the bus. Yuna was happy. Really, it's Kang Gon. I knew you'd say that. So Yuna relaxed, laughing and chatting, while the man in red kept an eye on the two of them. Kang Gon tried to play the part of a normal high school student and live an ordinary life. After a while, they reached the stop. Both got off the bus. And he got off too. At this point, I really noticed how blatant his surveillance was. They both stepped down to the street. He followed as well. Standing very close to him, Yuna saw Kang Gon's face looked odd and asked, What's wrong? Kang Gon said softly. Do you want to go ahead? Yuna definitely didn't want to. She wanted to go with him. And she called out loudly. He smiled and replied softly. You go ahead. I'll follow right behind. Yuna also sensed something was off. But she said nothing. Then she turned and walked on ahead alone. Kang Gon turned back and demanded, Why are you following me? He paused for a few seconds. Then asked, You're really not afraid of me? Kang Gon found it completely absurd. Why would I be afraid of you? He continued, Your English pronunciation is perfect. And your Chinese sounds native too, he explained. I study at an international school and have many friends. Is that what you mean? The man snorted. Your name is Kang Gon. Right, you look interesting. Those words had an implication. Kang Gon glared at him. Not afraid. He probed again. Who are you? How do you know my name? The man calmly replied. You're really not scared, Kang Gon insisted. I'm asking how you know my name. The man stroked his chin and muttered in front of him that this was unusual. Normally a high schooler would be pale with fear. He was certain inside that this guy was a real agent. But where was he from, China or elsewhere? Kang Gon faced him without an ounce of fear. On the contrary, he stared straight into his eyes with no sign of weakness. The man declared, Who are you? Where do you come from? We know everything already. Then he forced a vague smile, as if he held Kang Gon's whole secret. He narrowed his eyes and looked him up and down. Kang Gon met that glare without flinching. He acted as if the man's claims were absurd. What the hell are you talking about? At that moment, a police siren sounded nearby. Yun-Ah ran over. She was out of breath, phone in hand, running with all her might. The man in red sensed something was wrong. Kang Gon put on a cheeky face. This is the Republic of Korea. Idiot. It turned out Yuna had also noticed the man in red was suspicious. She went ahead and called the police. She ran up, bunting, and hurriedly asked him, Are you okay? Gone. He looked a bit worn out. Seeing his face made Yuna tremble all over. When the police arrived, she finally dared to show an annoyed, haughty face toward him. Then she pointed at the man in red. I reported that this man has been following us. He's really suspicious. The police asked the man in red. Please show me your identification. He couldn't answer. Yuna made a scene again. See, he's very suspicious. He said he was American. The police asked to see his passport. Kang Gon had an effective way to deal with this man in red. But the man wasn't very concerned. His focus remained on Kang Gon. Then Yuna whispered to the police. We're busy studying for finals. Can we go ahead? The police agreed and helped the two leave quickly. Yuna grabbed Kang Gon's hand and pulled him along. She muttered angrily under her breath, what a hassle. The police now asked the man in red. Do you speak Korean? He still didn't answer, even standing next to the officers, which annoyed the policeman. Kang Gon followed Yuna, turning his head to look back. After walking a bit, she finally asked, Who was that scary guy just now? He said. He's a stranger. Anyway. Thanks after all. We're friends. Right. Yuna smiled so hard she trembled. Friends. Kang Gon stared at her in surprise. Then he lowered his head, feeling guilty, but he had to tell Yuna anyway. She pulled him along, but he stopped. Kang Gon spoke up. Yuna. This time you'll have to study and take the exams on your own. Yuna was a bit surprised, because he had just cheerfully agreed to study together. He put some distance between them. I need to go home urgently, sorry. Kang Gon changed direction. Yuna worriedly asked, Are you okay? At that moment, an orange taxi arrived. He opened the car door. Then he turned and forced a big smile. Trying to act natural, don't worry. Study hard. Okay. In the car, he told the driver, Take me to Banpo Blue Tower. The car left, and she watched it go. It passed by the police and the man in red. He took notice. The person in the car was Kang Gon, heading in the opposite direction, not to the academy. He remained uneasy. How did he know my name? The car stopped at Blue Tower. He got out and walked inside. He looked around carefully to see if anyone was still following him. He took the elevator up. Just as he stepped out of the elevator, Kang Gon also looked around to see if anyone had come up here. Only then did he relax and open the door to enter the apartment. At home, Kang Gon looked very tired. He looked at the two comrades inside the house. His aunt ran out to greet him as always. Son, why are you home early today? The uncle inside also looked surprised. He asked, Are both of you home today? His aunt smiled and replied, Your father just got home. So why are you back early? Isn't the final exam starting the day after tomorrow? He frowned and said, Something came up. Then he changed to a serious tone. I have something to tell you. I need to speak seriously with you both. Seeing Kang Gon like that, the couple began to worry. He said straight away, There was an explosion at the school. The couple were startled and panicked. Kang Gon continued, But more importantly, my identity seems to have been exposed. This news shook the older couple even more. A moment later, he sat on the sofa, and his aunt also sat down solemnly. Both of them waited for the uncle to act. The sound of Mr. Vang's typing filled the house. His aunt sat patiently, waiting to see what would happen. The uncle was furiously pounding the keyboard to find the cause. He kept hacking into nearby cameras and searching for related information. Then the uncle stopped typing. An image appeared on the screen. It was the group Kang Gon had met that morning. After that, he continued hacking other cameras at different times. This time he saw the red-haired man being detained by the police. Then, he pressed enter. Finally, a result appeared. A large logo of an international organization filled the screen. The uncle then hacked into their internal data to pull up information on these people. Immediately, their information showed up across the 3 monitors in front of him. In the living room, the atmosphere was silent and heavy with worry. Jumgang opened the door and stepped out holding a stack of documents. They're definitely a rather dangerous hunting dog, he said. Kang Gon went pale at those words, but Jumgang immediately reassured him. Kang Gon, don't worry. Then handed the file to his aunt. Then he asserted that what they were after was him and his mother. Kang Gon was even more shocked by that. Only at home did he show that near fearful expression. The uncle said we should probably go away and lay low for a while. Then come back, that would be best for Gon. His aunt turned away with a dark face. The uncle continued, If handled the usual way, Gon would have difficulty continuing his studies. His aunt clenched the paper tightly. Jumgung asked him, Maybe you have to live alone for a few months. Are you okay? He worried his presence would affect them and said, My identity has been exposed. and I don't think you two need to. But the uncle explained that his identity was completely secure. There was no reason for useless worry. Those agents were only grabbing at whatever caught their attention. Do you understand? Kang Gon was silent. He realized he was too weak to do anything. He clenched his pants with both hands and loudly acknowledged the orders. Roger. Outside the Blue Tower complex, Kang Gon was saying goodbye to his parents. The two elderly people seemed to be leaving for a period of rest. He felt a little sad. Were they really leaving so suddenly? The uncle said, "What's there to hesitate about? Just enjoy the house by yourself." The uncle kept up a relaxed attitude so things wouldn't feel hopeless. While his aunt remained forlorn and hadn't spoken all morning, Kang Gon anxiously asked, "But where are you two going now?" The husband opened the trunk. Inside were 2 suitcases. "We're going to Africa since you said you wanted to see lions with your own eyes. Or maybe your mother wants to fight a lion. Who knows?" he said. Kang Gon found it a bit jarring. Africa. Lyon. His aunt was sad about being apart from her son. Jumgang cheerfully called out, "Take good care of yourself." Son. After saying that, he sped off in the car. Kang Gon was surprised by how fast they left. Then he sighed. "They're really gone," he said. Kang Gon was afraid to face the loneliness. He then slapped his own face hard to wake himself up. Just think about the mission, don't think about anything else. He went back into the house, surprised to find dishes on the stove. His aunt had left a note reminding him to eat properly. At the end, she signed it, "Love you." Kang Gon picked up the letter and read it. He felt sad. His aunt even prepared food before leaving. Only then did he notice a large sum of money and a black card on the table. There was also a note from his uncle left there. He murmured, "How much of Dad's gift can I spend?" Kang Gon was alone in the empty house. He imagined his aunt and uncle and really missed them after they left. The happy smiles of both of them were no longer present in the house. Everything had disappeared too quickly. Only Kang Gon remained. He sighed. This house really is big. He clenched his hands. Then he straightened himself up. What am I thinking? Now is not the time to be lazy. The important thing is to complete the mission. Infiltrate the elite. I'll do whatever it takes to accomplish that mission. For ordinary students, given the chance to stay home with a pile of money like that, they would spend the day relaxing. But Kang Gon tucked himself into the study instead. He studied tirelessly, not caring about the time, fully focused on his goal. With no one else in the house, studying perhaps kept him from feeling empty. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. He went to the door to see who it was. Looking at the screen by the door, Kang Gon's face instantly filled with worry. Outside the door was Agent Hyuk. This time he had come all the way to his home. Kang Gon didn't expect this. What? Why is he here? After thinking for a moment, he made a decision. He opened the door. The lock clicked. Hyuk stood at the door like a block of ice. He asked, "Is your father here?" Kang Gon replied, "Why are you looking for my father?" Hyuk said he had something to ask. Kang Gon said his father had just left on a business trip. Hyuk grew suspicious. Then Kang Gon tried to close the door, saying if Hyuk had nothing else to do, he should leave. However, Hyuk used his hand to hold the door open firmly. He pushed his head in. "Can I come in for a moment?" The man's gaze was genuinely frightening. Dislike was clearly written on Kang Gon's face. But Hyuk shoved the door wide and stepped inside. He stomped hard on the floor. He entered someone else's home as if it were his own. Kang Gon's quiet atmosphere was shattered. He was truly angry. Hyuk went into the living room, looked around, and said, "Wealthy homes really are different. I grew up in an orphanage. Then step by step made it here." Kang Gon dropped his voice. "What are you trying to do?" He nonchalantly replied. "Don't you know?" Kang Gon pointed at Hyuk's feet and asked, "Why didn't you take your shoes off before coming in like others do?" But Hyuk coldly insisted. "Eliminating Jumgang and his family was the order the organization sent me yesterday. However, that order was abruptly cancelled. And there was even an explosion at my workplace this morning. Do you think why I came here?" Silence fell between the two. Kang Gon didn't answer. He looked at him with a hostile glare. Hyuk resumed his speech. "It took me 20 years to get here. I never had a day off. And I have never lived in safety." Kang Gon grew increasingly agitated. "What exactly are you trying to say?" He ground his teeth and interrogated Kang Gon. "Where is Jumgang?" Kang Gon scowled back and feigned ignorance. "Who's Jumgang?" Hyuk raised an eyebrow. In a flash, he lunged and threw a punch at Kang Gon. But Kang Gon managed to dodge. He tried to slap Kang Gon in the face, but missed. The man sneered. You're actually better than that girl. Kang Gon was truly annoyed that this guy barged in and caused trouble. What the hell are you doing? Get out of my house before I call the police. He scoffed. They call her number 13, don't you know that? It was then that Kang Gon seemed to realize something. Damn. I get it now. Hyuk continued his actions. This time he turned and kicked at Kang Gon's head. But suddenly his expression changed. He couldn't find the shoe on his foot anymore. He remembered having landed the kick. Looking up, he saw Kang Gon looming before him. Holding the shoe with an enraged face, Kang Gon dropped the shoe and said angrily, "Do you need me to take your shoe off for you?" He stepped back. "You're quite something." Kang Gon tossed the shoe into the bag and dropped it to the floor. He brushed his hands and looked at the man with a cold stare. Hyuk continued in a superior tone. "I ask you once more, where is Gyeomgang now?" And Kang Gon stubbornly replied, "I told you to take off your shoes." He snorted coldly. Then he sprang into action again. This time he used a high downward kick. He threatened, "Don't you actually understand when someone speaks to you?" Bang, the floor cracked from that kick. But Kang Gon quickly leapt aside and evaded. The two stared at each other with resolute determination, neither yielding. They kept their distance. Hyuk threw back the sides of his vest and activated something on his person. It turned out he had a dagger tucked behind his back. Now was the right moment to draw the weapon. Because of Kang Gon's stubbornness, Hyuk was forced to use a hot piece. Kang Gon gauged the intensity of the fight and resolved not to lose. At this point, Hyuk needed the sharp carrot to lunge forward and attack first. He leapt up and prepared his strike. Whoosh! The carrot sliced past Kang Gon's head. He quickly flipped and dodged. At the same time, he readied a punch with his right hand. Then he struck decisively, sending Hyuk's sharp carrot flying out. But Hyuk pulled another knife out from his sleeve. He took momentum from the air and prepared to drive toward Kang Gon. Determined to eliminate him, he aimed for the artery at the neck. Kang Gon shook his head to the side. He suddenly recalled something. At his uncle's house he'd heard about the sofa his uncle loved. It was imported from Italy, and you could fall asleep the moment you lay down. A counterattack came up right in front of Hyuk. He was stunned. Kang Gon sat on the chair and absorbed the blow with his bare hands. He said, "This sofa is something my father treasured." Hyuk sneered. "Your father? You speak as if Man Gyeomgang is your biological dad." Ha ha ha. For those who live in the shadows, things like family don't exist. Kang Gon preferred to endure the pain rather than avoid it and damage the sofa. He growled. "I'm warning you one last time, leave in silence and replace the broken table with an identical one." Hyuk gritted his teeth. "Can't you read the situation?" He increased his grip and pinned Kang Gon's shoulder firmly. But suddenly his expression changed. Kang Gon had, without him noticing, launched blows and was punching repeatedly into his ribs, heavy enough to leave marks on his body. Hyuk was taken aback. What was that punch just now?" His hand released the knife. Kang Gon then reached in with both hands. He used a hold and hoisted Hyuk up high. Then he bent and threw the man hard, sending him flying like a sack of trash. He spun and crashed straight into the wall, rolling over the kitchen table. Hyuk still tried to get back up. His whole body ached. He barely managed to brace himself on the kitchen table. Kang Gon calmly pulled the carrot out of his shoulder. He showed no pain at all, simply standing and staring at Hyuk with a cold, murderous gaze. Hyuk turned, his face drenched in sweat. Kang Gon chased him off. "Get out now, before I change my mind." The situation had completely reversed. Hyuk got up and began to fear Kang Gon. His footsteps slowly approached him. He stealthily took something from his coat pocket. He pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at Kang Gon. "You bastard. Who the hell are you? Why did you do that?" Facing the gun, Kang Gon showed no fear. He coldly asked a rational question. "Can you shoot me?" "Right here." Hyuk still held the gun, but inside he was full of panic. A shot rang out through the glass door. He threatened him. "I'm not carrying this just for show." Kang Gon remained silent. He said nothing. But the tension was extreme. It was as if Kang Gon was trying to suppress the murderous thought in his head. He looked down at the carrot in his hand, still stained with red sauce. From where Hyuk sat, he recalled his aunt standing at the sink washing dishes, and that happy laugh, the warmth he had so rarely known. Kang Gon narrowed his eyes and looked. The barrel was pointed straight at his forehead. Veins stood out on his face. Kang Gon seemed to be seething with rage. Hyuk fired twice at Kang Gon, but his speed was terrifying. Kang Gon managed to dodge the bullets, At the same time, he threw the dagger toward Hyuk's chest. Fortunate for him, Hyuk dodged. The dagger embedded itself in the wall behind. Kang Gon planted his hands hard on the table. He set his stance and leapt over the kitchen table. Using his foot, he kicked the gun out of Hyuk's hand. Hyuk hadn't expected Kang Gon to be so fearsome. Right in front of him, Kang Gon spun with practiced skill. Then he jumped up and delivered a powerful kick to Hyuk's face, sending him crashing into the table. Blood poured from the brat's mouth. Kang Gon, enraged, showed no sign of stopping. After a while, Hyuk came to. His nose was bandaged. He saw two men carrying a pane of glass into the house to repair it. He regained consciousness and sat up on the sofa. Hyuk couldn't remember what happened after that kick to the face. Kang Gon was like a different person. Now he paid the repairman with a charming manner. Here, use this to settle it. Hyuk felt goosebumps. The house was repaired. There was no trace left of the fight. Hyuk noticed the card Kang Gon handed the repairman. The money came from his wallet, stifling heat and discomfort. He thought to himself, "That's my wallet." After Kang Gon finished paying, he turned to look at Hyuk as he came to. Hyuk now rummaged through himself to see if his wallet was in his pocket. Kang Gon smiled in a that sort of way. He lifted his shirt to reveal Hyuk's pistol for him to see, with the item he sought confirmed to be on the man he wanted dead. Hyuk could do nothing but grit his teeth. Then Kang Gon flung his wallet onto the table. The repairman turned away with an indifferent attitude. Kang Gon held out his hand in front of the man. The two faced each other like arch rivals. Kang Gon quickly pulled a gun from his pants. Hyuk raised his hands. He pointed the gun at his face. Hyuk tried to grab it to wrest the gun back, but Kang Gon quickly pulled it away. He kept his aim steady, realizing he couldn't beat Kang Gon. The man finally stopped. Then he closed his eyes and sighed. He released his grip and slumped back onto the sofa. Kang Gon remained as he was. He prepared to squeeze the trigger. Hyuk steeled himself to be shot, but nothing happened, no matter how long he waited. He looked at Kang Gon in surprise. He said, "I've spared you once already." Then he threw the gun at Hyuk. He didn't understand his intent. "What are you planning?" Kang Gon replied calmly. "This isn't a country where high schoolers can carry guns." "Is it?" Kang Gon then sat properly in front of Hyuk. It was the first time the man had met someone so strong who dared treat him that way. Kang Gon lowered his voice and forced himself calm. "Now, can we talk properly? Comrade Bodyguard. Why did you go after Comrade Man Jumgang?" Cut to Seoul International School. During class, Kang Gon seemed rather uninterested. The teacher at the podium was asking about exam preparations and encouraging everyone to do their best. Yuna turned to Kang Gon. She signaled for him to do well on the upcoming exam. Kang Gon returned the encouraging hand gesture to her. He watched Ara and Dongwoo. They appeared normal. Dongjun was still jealous of Yuna but didn't dare speak up. Jinseok was still as arrogant as ever. Woo Young still harbored resentment. He quietly thought that things seemed to be stabilizing. He glanced over at Tomoe. He thought that problems weren't entirely gone. For now, he set aside the small issues. For the moment, focus on the exams. Break time came and Kang Gon stepped out the window for some fresh air. Yoon Ah walked over smiling brightly. Seeing his face, she said, "It's good you did that." And he tossed his hair, saying it was just luck. Yoon Ah said goodbye, "Enjoy the break. And next term I won't lose to you." As soon as Yoon Ah left, Ara came over. "Have you bought the plane tickets? We're leaving next week." He brightened. "Of course, I bought them." Ara's group and Kang Gon laughed and joked, making someone nearby uncomfortable. Kang Gon noticed this. Jinseok suddenly spoke up. "This trip should be fun." He looked at him thinking, "Is this guy causing trouble again?" Ara said. "Dongwoo and Jinseok are coming. And Sunyi is coming too." Everyone was excited, thinking the trip would be great. When suddenly Kang Gon turned his head to look. Tomoe was already down on the school grounds. She had left class at some point. And so school life closed for now. The first vacation began. This morning, Kang Gon went for his usual run. He kept up his habit of studying even during the break. And he practiced relentlessly. You have to say his self-discipline was top-notch. He trained not only the basics, but also difficult, high-skill moves. After training, he focused on studying. When studying was done, he would go into intense martial practice. This continued until the following week. At Incheon Airport, he arrived early. Kang Gon was mentally ready for the holiday. This was his first time going out with the group, a high society circle of friends. Ara was the happiest to see Kang Gon show up. Someone appeared who quite surprised Kang Gon. It was Jin-suk's bodyguard. He told him he was coming along on the director's orders. Seeing Jin-suk's defiant face, the guard warned him curtly, "Don't get any wild ideas." At that, the boy put on an obnoxious expression. Ara waved excitedly as Sunyi arrived. Sunyi had a bodyguard too, and number 13 was coming along as well. Somehow, number 13 had shown up with Sunyi. This left Ara and Kanggon frozen in place. Tomoe acted friendly with the bodyguard and Sunyi, explaining she came because her cousin is the head of the guard unit. Sunyi was cheerful. "We're all classmates." "Right," Tomoe beamed. "Yes. Exactly." Given the situation, Ara could only glare at Tomoe in hatred but couldn't stop it. But Kanggon noticed two figures watching from a distance. It was the bearded man and the black-haired woman agents from CAI. The vacation began smoothly, not only entertainment but the privileges of the elite. Just a group of high schoolers, yet they were taken on a private yacht. Outside, Ara's friends were posing dramatically like on the Titanic. Jin-suk wasn't very interested. In a place like that, he just slept alone. Ara sat and chatted privately with Sunyi. Tomoe took the chance to sunbathe and breathe in the sea air. Kanggon stood watching the peaceful sea. Suddenly someone shouted, "We're leaving." He turned around. The yacht took them to a resort located out at sea. The students grew excited as they neared. When the boat dock staff greeted them and their luggage would be delivered to each room, Ara graciously thanked everyone in advance. "Thank you all. You've worked so hard," Sunyi remarked. "Isn't this over the top? It looks expensive." Ara replied, "It's my first trip with new friends. My dad had to do this." As expected, Samjung was wonderful. When everyone arrived, it seemed everyone was pleased. It was Kanggon's first time experiencing such luxury. In front of him were high-end villas built out on the sea. To Kanggon, everything here felt strange. Tomoe was similar to him, though they wouldn't say it out loud. Even at a leisure spot, Jin-suk's bodyguard remained focused on his job. He constantly watched anyone who might pose a threat to the future president's son. The tour leader told the group there were other guests, but at the chairman's request, we reserved a separate lodging area just for you. This is the main building. You can have breakfast here. The green area is the accommodation, 1 room per person. Wow. This is really amazing, Jin-suk exclaimed. Not bad. Ara was pleased with the manager's arrangements and happily gave him a thumbs up. Dongwoo praised. Ara, this place is beautiful. Ara pointed and assigned rooms. Gone over there. Lee Jin is over there. She wanted to make sure the two of them weren't in nearby rooms. Ara turned to challenge Tomoe. You'll be on the opposite end. How are you going to handle that? Tomoe still smiled in an inscrutable way. Ara hated that smile even more. Sunyi grabbed the two girls and urged them. Come on. Go check the rooms first. Nearby. The two bodyguards stood close to the manager as he spoke a few words to them. As you know, Guam is U.S. territory and very safe. The resort is guarded outside. So you don't need to worry. This is a rather expensive place. So there's no need to be concerned about other guests. Your rooms are in the main building with me. Treat this as a relaxing vacation. Kanggon, he noticed something. His feet stood over the clear blue water. This place was entirely different from the world he knew. It truly felt like paradise. Then someone called out that Kanggon ranked first in the final exams. He turned around in surprise. It was the manager. The chairman wants to invite you to a meal. He was quite surprised. What? Chairman Samjong wants to dine with me. The manager explained it was because Miss Era talked about him every day. After all, it was Chairman Samjong. Kanggon hadn't expected him to want to meet. Fireworks seemed to go off in his chest. His mission was progressing smoothly. A little later, he went to his room. Opening the door, he was stunned by the luxurious furnishings. He couldn't believe he could stay in a place like this. Kanggon, out of habit, examined the room carefully. He went up to the upper floor, standing to feel the sea breeze. Kanggon had never imagined he could set foot in places like this. In the distance, Dongwoo waved and called. Everyone's going swimming. Hurry up and change, then come over here. He grinned and replied. Okay, inside he was delighted, even if it's a mission. This assignment is amazing. Kanggon opened his luggage. He stood before the mirror. The large scar was still on his body. Kanggon touched the marks left by battles. If he went swimming now, the scars would be exposed. He had endured much pain before. The things before his eyes now were things he had never imagined. On the other side, everyone was enjoying the vacation happily. Kanggon saw the elite kids playing together so comfortably. Kanggon's appearance startled everyone there. What? You're wearing a modest swimsuit. Kanggon showed up in that swimsuit. It looked pretty homespun. But he had no other choice. Everyone was just waiting for Kanggon to wear swim trunks so they could see his thighs. Ara's friends made a fuss. What's wrong with a little tan? We're in Guam. Hurry and take it off. I want to see your body. Don't laugh. You idiot. Do you think I'm joking? At that moment, Ara stepped in. Come on. As long as it's fun. Ara and Sunyi appeared in bright bikinis, the two prettiest girls in the group. The other girls screamed flattery. Ara. You're so beautiful. Goddess Sunyi. You're stunning. Then Tomoe came out, and everyone fell silent. She also chose a modest swimsuit. Ara wanted to hide the marks from her battles. And even so, Ara was truly alluring. Dongwoo was disappointed. He's wearing a modest suit too. This is Guam. Are you kidding? The two friends bickered with Ara. What's with Gon and that one? We're here already and they're still like that. When Tomoe appeared, only Sunyi greeted her cheerfully. Jin's arrived. Ara didn't bother. She openly hated. Number 13. Then got mad at Gon for wearing a modest suit like her. But only number 13 and Gon understood each other about this. Those children had been tormented and trained with brutal intensity. Their bodies were covered in scars. Only they could understand that sorrow. This issue was then set aside. And the whole group played together happily. However, the two kids from North Korea couldn't fit in with them. They couldn't be confidently cheerful like ordinary people. Tomoe remarked. It's strange. Isn't it how they find those things interesting? She smiled with concern. We learned to swim just to survive. Kanggon snapped at her. What exactly do you want? Why are you here? Number 13's face fell. She looked sorrowful. Her toes curled. Then she turned away and said, If you win, I'll tell you. Saying that, number 13 jumped in and swam off first. The two were preparing for a swimming contest. Kanggon also pulled his shirt up and looked at her with a puzzled expression. Then he jumped in as well. In the main hall, two bodyguards stood watch over the children of the current president and the future president. Hyuk heard footsteps indicating someone's arrival. They were people from CAI. Sunyi's bodyguard also took note of those people. Those two had tracked all the way here. After playing, everyone went inside to eat. The rich kids enjoyed these things as if it were second nature. Ara and Sunyi were always given special treatment and placed in distinguished spots. Gon looked at his food. It was the first time he'd eaten such delicacies. Number 13 then came over to where he was sitting. She scooted closer and sat near him. Dongwoo approached and asked, Can I sit here? He introduced himself to Tomoe. I'm Jang Dongwoo, Gon's close friend. We study math together. Tomoe acted friendly. I know you. We met in Jeju. Dongwoo was surprised. Huh? You remember me? Tomoe smiled naturally. Of course. I couldn't forget someone as cute as you. Gon has been telling me about you non-stop. The compliment made Dongwoo's face flush bright red. Another person wanted to sit at this table. Jinsok pulled up a chair and interjected. You two swim really well? Did you grow up studying together in Japan? Kanggon was momentarily unable to answer that question. Jinsok noticed his awkward reaction. Tomoe smoothly said, Wow. Jinsok. Your deductive skills are impressive. How did you know? He took the chance to boast. Come on. Kids who grew up together and swim that well, if you can't guess that. Aren't you an idiot? Ara. Overhearing Kanggon's table, loudly said, Don't brag about something. Even an idiot would know. Tomoe continued to praise him. Jinsok is so cool. Tomorrow, let's go snorkeling to see the coral. The three of us should go together. Jinsok, trying to act aloof, replied, Fine if you invite me. I'll go tomorrow. Tomoe laughed excitedly. Let's hang out, shall we? Rent gear and dive into the sea. Hearing dive made Jinsok a bit nervous. Tomoe deliberately mentioned Kanggon as a challenge to Jinsok, saying Gon can do it too. We used to play a lot of fun games when we were kids. Kanggon likely saw some intent in number 13 and remembered those days. Children were tied with heavy iron weights to their legs and thrown into the sea. To survive, they had to fight to swim up at all costs, training their breath-holding skills. Dongwoo saw Gon's expression change color and asked, Are you okay? Sunyi suddenly asked, You two can dive too. What level certificates do you have? Tomoe explained. We learned early from our fathers. So Gon probably doesn't have a certificate. But I do. Sunyi was amazed. You're still high schoolers, and you already have certificates. I'm only at the basic level. Suddenly, Kang Gon stood up abruptly, looking very tense. I came here to hang out with friends. I shouldn't separate myself. Sunyi was about to suggest a private outing but stopped. Ara doesn't know how to dive. And she loves this. It makes her fonder of Kang Gon. He looked at number 13 and thought to himself, as long as I don't know. Number 13's mission. I can't let Sunyi go with her. At that moment, the manager came to announce that after dinner, they'd prepared a big bonfire on the beach. It seemed the manager and Ara had planned this in advance. He winked at her. After speaking, the manager left, and Kang Gon sat down. Ara really liked Kang Gon. She looked at him with adoring eyes, while Gon remained anxious because of his mission. Number 13 openly acted as if challenging Ara. Soon, everyone gathered outside at the bonfire. The two bodyguards also went out there. Everyone happily played by the warm fire, laughing and chatting. The kids played without fear, because the bodyguards were there. Hyuk spoke with Jinsok's bodyguard. I heard you used to be an NIS operative. That's past. Now I'm just stuck following a clueless kid. Hyuk objected. That's not true. I heard the director personally recommended you to the opposition leader. To the person about to become president on hearing this. The other bodyguard fell silent. Then he turned and said, I heard you signed up to be a black agent. I also heard you were the ace of the security team. Why would you want to do that? He smiled. Serving the country is my dream. They both watched the kids dancing to the lively music. Hyuk confided. More importantly, I'm about to join the security team. Life here is tougher than I thought. Fortunately, our young lady is pretty easygoing. The bodyguard grimaced. If he wins, I'm planning to quit. Hyuk asked in confusion. What? He said. Someone who abandoned the country for personal reasons. How could they return to serve it? Those words reminded Hyuk of himself. He went pale. Jinsok's bodyguard continued. I'm thinking about cleaning up that kid's mess. Quitting would be less of a headache. Hyuk smiled faintly. And a night of the children's revelry went extremely smoothly. Nearby, the two tailing them spoke to each other. Do we need to come all the way here? The man in red asked. My instincts are very reliable. The girl turned away. They've saved our lives many times before, so I trust him, and followed. Is that kid really that dangerous? He nodded. Yes. He watched Kang Gon without taking his eyes off him. She questioned him again. Are you sure that child is connected to Zero? The intelligence doesn't match at all. He replied with a fairly convincing argument if Zero could be caught by intelligence alone. Would he still be this free? Having said that, the girl placed her trust. I'll trust your instincts. While the man in red kept his gaze fixed on the group of children, she now asked, So what do we do now? He said, Wait a moment. Bigger players are about to arrive. Bigger players. He grinned slyly and turned. The so-called future president and the economic president will meet here. The girl was surprised by this information, because he knew well they were using the children's outing as a pretext to meet secretly. He was determined the board has been set up. If we catch those kids, Zero will inevitably appear. She laughed. It's been a long time since something this interesting happened, and there are quite a few interesting children here as well. Under the guard of two bodyguards were high-level agents. The play of the elite children continued to be extremely lively. Even while on vacation, Kang Gon still ran in the morning out of habit. He had a discipline of steel, and now someone was running after him. Number 13 appeared behind him. Did this scene remind you of the old days? Whenever he met number 13 alone, he always asked, What's your real purpose? She answered. Aren't you aware that's classified among agents? He warned. Whatever plans you have, don't interfere with my mission. Number 13 replied. Same goes for you. Saying that, she pushed herself to run faster than him. Kang Gon exerted himself to chase after her. He then overtook number 13. He ran ahead of her. Number 13 watched the figure of her childhood friend receding. Ara from afar saw the two running together. Sunyi came over concerned and asked, What are you doing? Ara wondered about the two racing. Do you know what's going on between them? Sunyi simply rested. Maybe they're childhood sweethearts? Ara looked upset. Maybe Li Jin likes Gon. Sunyi was surprised. Oh my god. Don't tell me you're jealous. Ara erupted. What are you talking about? It's just that she annoys me. Sunyi changed the subject and asked, Anyway, your father is coming. Right. Ara didn't care about that. Yes. Why would he have to come all the way here? Sunyi seemed well informed about the political situation, she said. Jinsok's father also appears to be coming here. Era finds all this really troublesome. You're actually interested in these kinds of things. I don't even want to think about adult matters. Sunyi was silent for a moment. Then said, if I were in your position, I'd inevitably get involved in it too, but I'll get out of that situation soon enough. Ara joked. You've been working too hard. Sunyi watched the two figures, Gon and Tomoe, running out there. From here, it looked like a pleasant run together. But in reality, the two were fiercely competing. Ara was curious. Why are they just running around like that? This morning's breakfast was lavish. Dongwu was extremely grateful. The dishes on the table were all expensive and fresh. A middle-aged man standing in the center spoke up. Everyone please enjoy your meal. He was grateful that the kids were close to his Ara. And he was the chairman of the Samjeong conglomerate. He inquired about Dongwu. How is your father, Dongwu? Tense. Replied. Yes. Sir. Mr. Chairman. But he felt awkward about it. It sounded strange for Ara's friend to call him that. Ara was a bit annoyed by her father's presence. Why did he come here? He offered an excuse. Why shouldn't I come when my daughter is so far away from me? Ara thought it unreasonable. Father is very busy. He gently said that even if busy, a father should make time for his daughter and her friends. And since Miss Sunyi and Jinsuk were here too, he wanted to visit. Both of them received the chairman's special attention. Sunyi bowed modestly, while Jinsuk beamed at feeling important. Ara knew immediately it wasn't for her, it's just business. The chairman patted Ara's head. The company can only operate while your father is working. Then the chairman turned his attention to Gon and asked, so is that student Kang Gon? He thought to himself, this was a golden chance to make a good impression on the chairman. A leader in the business world. Kang Gon stood straight, bowed respectfully. It's an honor to meet you. Sir. I'm Kang Gon, he told him. I've heard you're a remarkable student. Sometime come eat with me and Era. Kang Gon blushed and seized the opportunity. It would be an honor. At that moment, the chairman noticed Tomoe comfortably eating lobster. He had never seen this child before. She was busy eating a large piece of lobster and turned to look at the chairman. Ara didn't feel very happy. Sister Sunyi brought that kid here. She just transferred schools. She's not someone worth worrying about. Father. Tomoe. Enjoying the lobster. Introduced herself. My name is Tomoe. Korean name, Lee Jin. Sir. You're younger looking and more dashing than on TV. Now I understand why Ara is so beautiful. Indeed. Eloquence wins the world. The chairman laughed heartily. Your friend is charming too. Very nice to meet you. Kang Gon didn't expect Tomoe could be so insincere. He understood even less what her intentions were. While eating, Tomoe would fling the fork straight into the chairman's temple. Then she would jump straight onto the table, continue using the weapon to ensure he was rendered unconscious on the spot, and rush to the station to decide. This place would be soaked in fresh blood. But all of that was Kang Gon's imagination. Everything was perfectly normal. At the same time, Jinseok's father arrived. Sorry I'm late. I didn't know this place required a boat to get here. The two powerful figures met. Ara's father replied politely. Not exactly. He must be very busy to come all the way here. Jinseok's father laughed and said the kids were just an excuse. I came simply to breathe. The fresh air seems Chairman Lee felt the same. Kang Gon recognized this man as the succeeding chairman, and he was shocked to see number 13 right beside him. He looked back at her, fearing she might ruin things. But number 13 really did nothing except enjoy all the delicious food here. When the two big figures met, they wanted to move elsewhere. Let's go to another table so the children can be comfortable. Suddenly, number 13 lunged from nowhere, pressing a dagger to Jinseok's father's throat. With a single practiced motion of her hand, a spray of red tomato-colored fluid shot out. But all of that was only his fearful imagination. The fresh, delicious food sat before him. But Kang Gon felt uneasy and couldn't swallow. He went into the restroom muttering that because of those names he couldn't let his guard down. He heard a strange noise. Inside the restroom was the man in red. He opened the door. He looked up with a dangerous tone. Fancy meeting you again. Kang Gon turned to look. He suggested, come with me for a moment. I have some questions for you. Kang Gon growled. Who are you? Why should I go with you? The man stood up and stepped out toward him. That hand moved very quickly, aiming for Gon's face. But he ducked and avoided it. His hand slammed hard into the wall, fingers sinking in, showing tremendous force. If Kang Gon had taken that blow, he wouldn't have survived intact. He asked, "What are you trying to do?" The man seemed more certain about Kang Gon. "Indeed, you're not an ordinary child." Kang Gon snapped back. "Have you washed your hands?" He then stomped his foot hard. Kang Gon clenched his fists tightly. Then he lunged at Kang Gon like a furious demon. Outside, on the big yacht, the two important figures had stepped outside to talk privately. The Samjeong chairman said Jin Seok's father was leading by 17%. Hearing that, he replied that since it came directly from the chairman of Samjeong, he was somewhat pleased. Then the chairman expressed, "Courtesy, what's ahead for you is a very significant matter. So we hope to offer you some assistance." The future president said the world has changed a lot, even if I win the election. How could I help the Samjeong conglomerate? The chairman did not deny it. He laughed comfortably, saying he could be of great help. Seeing the chairman so at ease made Jin Seok's father a bit embarrassed. Then the chairman got down to the matter at hand. "Our secret research has been leaked, the design process for the new brand semiconductor memory in which we invested 2 trillion. Jin Seok's father asked blankly, "What's happened?" The chairman explained that next-generation memory is the future of Samjeong. Asking the outgoing administration won't help. He asked again, "Do you have any suspects?" The chairman shook his head and said nothing. The future president replied that Samjeong's future is also Korea's future. "If I win, I'll wholeheartedly support the Samjeong conglomerate." The chairman nodded and pulled out a briefcase. Then he placed it on the table. Jin Seok's father stared at it. The chairman spoke, "You're very upright during work. There will be times you need to act secretly." Jin Seok's father stood, adjusted his tie, and said, "I'm just acting in good faith." Then he left. Times have changed. The chairman was silent. Then he bowed his head, apologizing for daring to challenge him. He extended his hand, and in it was a USB drive. The future president saw it. The Samjeong chairman said, "This is information on your opponent. We will help a bit with your campaign, if you had accepted the earlier offer. I wouldn't need to give this to you." Jin Seok's father smiled. "If it's this, well, you're clever indeed." He agreed. Outside the yacht, the manager and Hyuk were standing guard. In the dining room, the group of kids ate their fill and chatted happily. Ara looked around the room but couldn't spot Kang Gon anywhere. She asked Sunyi, "Where's Gon? I don't see Lee Jin either." Sunyi guessed maybe they went to the restroom. Then she teasingly prodded Ara, "You're not jealous." "Are you?" Ara bristled again with that. "I'm telling you, I'm not into joking like that." At that moment, Ara's 3 friends were still playing happily, making the room lively. Outside, number 13 walked alone down the corridor. She wore a very strange expression. As she was going down the stairs, she saw someone. It was a woman from the CAI organization. Who knows how long she'd been standing there. She told number 13 that the restroom was under repair and she could use the hallway facilities. Number 13 kept walking down and asked again, "Really?" Then number 13 wanted to look inside. The woman said it had been destroyed. "If you go down here, you can reach the corridor." So, number 13 followed the woman's directions. Then she bowed her head, apologizing for the inconvenience. Suddenly, number 13 turned and kicked the woman in the face. The woman was surprised but managed to dodge. She immediately changed her tone and asked, "Who are you?" Number 13 arched her body and said calmly, "And you are?" The CAI woman sprang into action at once. She kept her distance from number 13. Then she questioned, "Number 13, you're not an ordinary high school student. Are you Tomo?" I watched the woman in silence. Suddenly someone was kicked out through the main door, shattering the tense atmosphere between them. The one who jumped onto the railing was Kang Gon. Number 13 looked at him in surprise. Kang Gon's face was extremely tense. His opponent was the man in red. The two had been fighting in the restroom while the woman stood guard. His fight with Kang Gon looked like it wasn't going to be easy. He braced his hands on the railing and turned. Then he launched himself, jumping straight at the man in red. Kang Gon unleashed a barrage of rapid punches at him. He both blocked and was astonished. "Am I being pushed back? What kind of monster is hitting me?" And that monster was Kang Gon. Clenching his fists right in front of him, boom, he landed a thunderous blow to the red man's gut. He didn't reach the brain at all. The strike was so strong it sent him flying several meters. Then his back slammed hard against the wall. Exhausted, he looked at Kang Gon with different eyes. He couldn't be underestimated. Kang Gon was oddly calm. He stepped forward slowly. At this point, the red man was equipped with many hidden weapons. His abdomen was partially protected. He pulled out a strange weapon. He yanked it out into a long chain. Kang Gon decided this would be hard to handle. He rolled up his sleeves. Preparing for a second round, the two glared at each other, neither yielding. Then, they charged into a ferocious brawl. While the two girls on opposite sides watched closely, the black-haired woman from CAI said, "The person inside too, I'm very curious about her identity." Number 13 remained silent, her face unmoved amid the chaos. Then she suddenly broke into a sly smile. Number 13 shouted loudly, "Hey, save me," which left the other woman quite flustered. She suddenly didn't understand what was happening. At that moment, a Hyuk, fierce like a wild beast, appeared right behind her. He looked up with such ferocity that it gave people goosebumps. The woman sensed that something bad was about to happen to her. Number 13 confidently introduced the others to him and to her cousin. "You know what? I don't need to throw the first punch myself." The black-haired woman squeezed her eyes shut. Hyuk raised the barrel of his gun, pointing it straight at her. "I'm Kim Hyuk, member of the president's first security team in Korea. If you move, I'll shoot." Before this, she had been very annoyed, but did nothing. Then she spoke up and told him to put that thing away. "This is not a place for a guard to be, just saying that." A bullet flew close to her face. Hyuk fired to intimidate. He missed her head, but the shot whizzed past her ear. He lowered his voice. "Warning, that was enough. From now on, if she moved, she'd be shot immediately." She calmly said, "Guam is you. Is S. territory. We're on a mission." He asked, "You're the president's security, right? The child in there could very well be a covert agent sent by North Korea." Hyuk feigned, "Really?" Then he decisively fired the copper slug across the woman's head. She collapsed on the spot. Her head hit the floor. The corpse fell at number 13's feet. Seeing this, number 13 remained completely calm. At that moment, Kang Gon had sent the red-clad man flying out the door, landing right beside the black-haired woman's officer. He wasn't dead yet. He could still get up. Suddenly, his eyes fell on the body of his comrade. She was now lying on the floor with a pool of red ketchup by her head. He shouted, "Hoshikiri." Now Kang Gon slowly opened the door and stepped out. This time the man in red was surrounded by Hyuk, number 13, and Kang Gon. He held the weapon in his hand, trembling. Then he forcefully swung his chain whip. The chain whip wrapped around Kang Gon's neck. He yanked hard to tighten it. Kang Gon bent forward and braced himself with both hands to avoid the chain strangling him. On this side, Hyuk continued to point his gun at the red-clad man. The red-haired man let go. He kicked the pointed tip of the chain. It flew and struck the gun out of Hyuk's hand. He lost his weapon before he could fire a shot. Immediately after, the red-clad man abandoned his attack on Kang Gon and lunged at Hyuk, shouting furiously, "You killed Hoshikiri, didn't you? You bastard." But before he could reach Hyuk to attack, something was about to strike his face. Kang Gon had surged up from behind and delivered a kick to the back of his neck. Though bound by the steel cord, Kang Gon could still use his legs. He delivered a kick, like striking a soccer ball into the net. The red-clad man slammed his back against the opposite wall. Kang Gon landed safely at that moment. He didn't relent, using the momentum to spring up again. Another strike came right at the red man's face. Boom! Kang Gon drove his knee into the man's face. The blow was overwhelming, his features seeming to cave inward. Teeth and lips mixed together. He spat out a drizzle of fresh blood. Then he collapsed completely. Seeing this, number 13 also felt intimidated by Kang Gon's power. Hyuk had experienced this kind of power before. The atmosphere was tense. Then Kang Gon coldly turned his back and walked away. He picked up the gun. Then he walked over to Hyuk. He handed the gun to him. But then he suddenly snatched it back and aimed the barrel at the red-clad man. A shot rang out. There was a hole in his chest. Kang Gon had truly acted. He had done it. Afterwards, Hyuk and number 13 were tense. Neither dared to utter a word. Kang Gon then tossed the gun back to Hyuk and said, "They know our identities now. So, cleaning them up is only natural, understand? Comrade." Having said that, he left. He then walked up the stairs and ordered number 13, "Let's go, the kids are waiting." Number 13 followed Kang Gon, humming a tune and murmuring to herself, "So now we have nothing to worry about." Hyuk looked down at the two corpses and silently thought, America. Huh. They know Kang-gon's identity. Could they be watching us? I've been so careless. After dealing with the two, Kang-gon and number 13 returned to the dining room as if nothing had happened. Both smiled at everyone, revealing nothing. Sunyi kept teasing Ara, so Ara wants something she can't have. She snapped. Don't provoke me, do you want to try now? Everyone was chatting happily when Hyuk quietly opened the door and stepped in. He walked past the students' dining table. Then he approached Sunyi and whispered something to her. Her face went pale. Ara asked curiously, What's wrong? Is something the matter? Bodyguard Han watched the situation and sensed that something was wrong. On the other side, Hyuk looked hesitant at him, then nodded. At that moment, Sunyi stood up and told everyone, Kids. Sorry. But I think we should go back now. Ara, who hadn't finished playing, worriedly asked, Why so suddenly? The news dampened the children's mood and they fell silent. Jinseok protested. What are you talking about? We still have 3 days left. Bodyguard Han sternly reminded the young master. Go inside and pack your things quickly. The chairman will be leaving soon. At the same time, Ara's father's secretary hurried in and asked, Are you all right? Ara panicked. What's going on? The secretary announced. You must return to the country immediately. Dongwoo looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Number 13 stood up and walked away. Very quickly, the earliest flight took off. The kids left after the two checked out. Dongwoo sat next to Kang-gon, shaking. He hadn't expected to feel like he was in a movie. Kang-gon asked what was wrong. Dongwoo then told what he knew. Jin Se-ok said there was an assassin targeting Sunyi. Oh my god. I can't believe something like this could happen in real life. Hearing this, Kang-gon gave a cold smile. After the incident, Hyuk was summoned by Agent Kang for a private talk. He was very troubled. This is a mess. Hyuk bowed his head sadly. I'm sorry. Agent Kang replied. Why are you apologizing? The ones who acted are to blame. Hyuk fell silent, his eyes avoiding the agent. Then he continued. The president's daughter was present there. It's also where the president-elect and top businessmen held a secret meeting. They concealed their identities to assassinate and then attacked the whole group. If that's the case, Hyuk interjected. 2 students were in danger. They ignored the warning shot and attacked. Agent Kang was truly troubled. Yes. I've received local reports. Many staff saw you run off after hearing the girl's screams, since this is a private resort. There are no cameras. Hyuk asked worriedly. Could this become a diplomatic issue? Agent Kang was firm, no. It shouldn't. They concealed their identities and infiltrated a location with key Korean figures and were captured officially. There's no problem. They are the ones who should apologize to us. Hyuk exhaled. I understand. But Agent Kang continued. Officially, that's true. But privately, it could still be an issue. One of the dead men was Japanese. So I'm a bit worried about what comes next. Hyuk grew worried too. Pay attention to what those upcoming matters might be. Agent Kang asked. Have you ever heard of ninjas? Hyuk, half skeptical, asked back. You mean ninjas like in the movies? He suddenly lowered his voice. They're not just in films, they've existed for centuries. And they're an assassination organization. Hearing of such a powerful force, Hyuk turned pale with fear. The agent added. Hoshikiri died by your hand. I've heard she was closely connected to them. If this is a personal vendetta, tell no one, let me handle it myself. But Agent Kang had no intention of abandoning him. What are you saying? You're one of our Black Ops agents. The decision is that you'll stay with the security agency until management changes. Hyuk closed his eyes to show sincerity. I'm sorry for this trouble. Agent Kang was relaxed. No problem. After the election, I'll give you an easy assignment tour around Europe a bit. By then it will all be over. Hyuk said, lowering his head, sadly. After that, Agent Kang grew curious. But why would CAI target that student? Any ideas? Hyuk shuddered suddenly. He couldn't answer immediately and only managed a loud, hésitant. Yes. Seeing Hyuk's sullen expression, the agent didn't press further. You probably don't know, go rest. He then left. Though a trace of suspicion lingered in his eyes. Cut to the CAI branch director's location. On the desk were photos of the two dead organization members and of Kang-gon and Hyuk. A hand reached for the photo of Hyuk. The director asked aloud, "Prepare the guard team to take them down, 2 elites." Really? Is that even possible, dying while trying to catch a brat? He stared intently at the photo of Kang-gon on the desk. Then he exhaled a long, weary sigh. He stood silently before the glass panel, thinking for a long time. When a figure approached, the director turned abruptly and saw the person dressed entirely in black. The figure wore a demon mask and appeared extremely agitated. The branch director panicked, trying to explain. "Wait about Hoshikiri." Before he could finish, a throwing dart shot past his face. The ninja gave no long explanation. He fired a barrage of darts into the director. The man died on the spot. Unable to speak another word, the ninja then paced near the desk. He saw 4 photographs. His eyes narrowed in anger. He immediately took the photos of Hyuk and Kang-gon. Shortly after, police and fire vehicles were dispatched. The branch director's apartment was burned to the ground. The ninja stood on a ledge, cursing angrily. "I told you before I sent my sister there. If anything happens to my sister, I'll kill every one of you." Cut to the penthouse at Blue Tower. Kang-gon is exercising in the middle of the room. He stopped that movement for quite a while, sweating heavily. At that moment, he remembered the scene from yesterday when he shot the man in the red jacket. The man died from his bullet, and that time Kang-gon had truly ended a life. Working out. He kept thinking about it. He flipped over and planted his hands on the floor. Sweat soaked his entire body. He recalled the old days. When he was small and undergoing brutal training in North Korea, a guard introduced the hooded figures behind him, prisoners sentenced to death. Then he sternly ordered, "Those brave enough, step forward." The children, knowing what was about to happen, didn't dare move. On the table lay a row of pistols, the tools to send them to hell. The guard declared, "This will happen many times in the future. Those who can't overcome it will be eliminated." Kang-gon stepped forward then. But unexpectedly, number 13 was quicker than him. Bang, one person was sent off. Number 13 had successfully acted. The children's faces went pale. Looking at number 13, the first girl to dare do this. Kang-gon and number 13 looked at the condemned prisoners before them. After the shots, they started to panic and kept begging, "Please spare me. Please spare me." Then they split into groups and ran. The guard ordered, "The Republic's traitors are fleeing, and none of you seem willing to step forward." The children trembled. He pumped them full of poisonous words, "You miserable bastards, after a week of starvation and harsh training. I'll bring you back here. You'll have to fight each other for the guns again." After saying this, Kang-gon bent down and picked up a pistol. Alone he fired the gun at them. Every shot hit its mark. Even the one who ran the farthest couldn't escape. Kang-gon eliminated all the targets and told the guard, "Please don't starve us anymore." Back in the present, Kang-gon could never forget that past. He stared off into space, his heart heavy. Just then, a phone notification arrived for him. He picked up his phone to check, and his uncle's message came with a photo attached. "Don't worry about money anymore. Just enjoy good food." The photo showed his aunt clutching a dying lion cub. Seeing his father and mother like that, an involuntary warm smile appeared on his face. Evening at Blue Tower. Kang-gon was still diligently studying. Again, a message notification sounded. It was a message from Yoon-ah is Guam Fun. "We're planning to eat tteokbokki with some others. It's a secret." "Okay," he replied. "Okay." And Yoon-ah sent a picture of a blissful pig. Kang-gon found it funny. Then he heard many footsteps. Suspicious. Kang-gon opened his door and stepped out. He went out to the living room to see. He located where the noise came from. Someone had come to his house, and they were taunting him. "So you're home." "Huh?" "Open the door this time." Young Sik brought a bunch of guys to deal with Kang-gon. He hadn't opened the door and called from inside. "What do you want?" Young Sik punched hard on the door, his face dark. He shouted, "I want to see the face of that bitch who's your mother. Open the door now." Those foul words made Kang-gon lose his temper. A tall, black-haired thug outside called out, "Kid, you can't hide forever. Open up while I'm still being decent." Kang-gon found them annoying. "Keep causing trouble and I'll call the police." They taunted back. "Call the police, go ahead then. Pay a small fee and we'll leave right away. How long do you think you can keep hiding?" Inside, Kang Gon didn't reply. After a while, he called out, "Ha ha ha, wait a sec." And Youngsik puffed up. He then changed direction and went into his room. Kang Gon went to fetch something. He was holding a bag. Kang Gon's expression was truly dangerous. It was hard to tell what he was thinking. Then he decisively opened the door. Now he faced the whole gang of thugs alone. The tall black-haired guy said, "You live in a nice place." "Huh? One of you caused a scene and put my men in the hospital, at least pay compensation." Kang Gon asked. "So you came here over that?" Youngsik turned to the man behind him. "See. Boss, this kid's dad runs a crypto company worth like 10 billion. The man replied, "Damn, after that accident and hospital stay, we found a real payday." One guy held a metal-tipped pry bar and asked, "Kid, where are your parents?" The man in the green shirt said casually, "They'll show up soon, come inside first." They spoke as if the homeowner wasn't even there. And Kang Gon narrowed his eyes in anger. "Your troublemaking on the way here was recorded." He took the bag in his hand and unzipped it. The guys gaped. Kang Gon pulled out a pen. Then he threw it straight at the nearby camera, smashing it. The group and their leader didn't understand Kang Gon's intention and watched, dumbfounded. The pen lodged into the camera. It shorted out and broke. Youngsik felt that familiar fear again. Kang Gon declared, "I won't kill you." Then he hurled the bag high into the air. School supplies spilled out, landing right in front of the group. In a controlled voice, Kang Gon said, "Instead, I'll make you beg for death." Youngsik, infuriated, pulled out a knife and shouted, "You bastard." The pens and rulers were still hovering in midair, not yet fallen. Kang Gon snatched up a pen to use as a weapon to block Youngsik's slash. Kang Gon's ruler was cut in two, and by chance it formed a point. Youngsik was still dumbfounded. Excited, "You idiot." "What is that?" Kang Gon raised his hand high. He swung hard, driving the ruler into the arm. It stuck fast into the thug's scrawny arm. He screamed in agony and collapsed in the hallway. Kang Gon glared at them. The gang froze in place. Then they lunged forward, shouting curses, "You son of a bitch." They all rushed Kang Gon at once, swinging wildly. But he dodged nimbly. He quickly grabbed an erasable pen. A big guy jumped in and threw a punch. Kang Gon ducked and then delivered a straight punch to his face. At the same time, the pen went into the man's mouth. Immediately, a knockout blow rose from under his chin. His front teeth got stuck on the plastic pen. Blood and lips mixed together. Just like that, the biggest guy in the group went down with a thud. Kang Gon stood amid them. And now no one dared step forward. Kang Gon's hand slowly reached for the scissors. Their attitude changed. They were no longer arrogant. Each face drained as they feared Kang Gon's every move. He grabbed the scissors and placed them between his hands, with a light pull to each side. The scissors split in two. Quickly, Kang Gon had a brutal weapon he pulled, each half with both hands, face drawn tight as a string, staring ahead. Yet the thugs still had nerve, and they all leapt at him together. Kang Gon focused intensely and lowered his body. Earlier, near Kang Gon's building, Agent Kang took a taxi to come here. He happened to want to meet Kang Gon this time. He wanted to see him and also knew that Kang Gon's parents were abroad. The agent entered and saw the guard trembling and waving. He was at a loss in the current situation. The agent stepped in and told the old guard, "I have business to handle on the VIP floor." But seeing the old man's gestures, Agent Kang realized something was wrong. What had happened? He was sweating and shaking. Earlier, some gang-like men had come. They went up to the VIP floor, despite being told not to. And they kept threatening to sneak in. The uncle was stunned. What? Then he immediately pulled out his phone and asked how long it had been. The guard said 30 minutes. The agent uncle took a few breaths and said, "Please let me up." Because he promised to handle it, the guard allowed him up to Kang Gon's place. He rode the elevator with a troubled mind. Gangsters. What had happened? The elevator doors slowly opened. On the top floor, the agent was horrified at what he saw. A hallway drenched in fresh blood. He sensed something was terribly wrong and ran out. But this time, what he saw made him even more terrified. The gangsters were cleaning up. The bloodstains spread all over the place. Each of their faces was battered and looked pitiful. Agent Kang felt disgusted. In Kang Gon's room, he forced the three guys to kneel before him and raise their hands to receive punishment. The terrifying, murderous aura Kang Gon exuded made the three men obey without daring to resist. They couldn't even summon the courage to look Kang Gon in the face. Kang Gon pressed his lips together and took a breath. The three older men hunched in fear as Agent Kang entered the house. He looked at the child standing before him. Kang Gon hadn't expected another troublesome figure to appear. He left the three men kneeling and walked over to the uncle. "Why are you here?" Agent Kang was silent for a moment, then asked. "Do you remember who I am?" Kang Gon answered casually. "Of course I remember, you're the unfamiliar guard I met in Jeju." He frowned and said, "Oh well. That's not too surprising. Can you explain what happened just now?" Kang Gon. The student. He glanced at the three men behind him. In that moment, it was hard to say. Then he asked to arrange a meeting. "Could you wait for me at the cafe in front of this apartment?" The uncle looked at Kang Gon in silence for a moment. As if wanting to talk right then and there, Kang Gon pleaded, "I didn't do anything wrong. I'll explain later. Please go and wait a bit." Hearing that, the uncle turned and said, "All right. I'll wait." He also noticed then that the camera had been destroyed. Then he added, "Take your time coming down, I need to check a few things." As soon as the man walked away, Kang Gon turned his face and changed his attitude. At the cafe opposite Kang Gon's building, the uncle was looking at something on his phone and waiting for him. On the phone was the video of Kang Gon and that group of men. Then the camera was destroyed by the pen. The screen went black. It was unclear what had happened at that moment. The uncle was already very suspicious of this person. Just then, Kang Gon changed into a new set of clothes and arrived. Agent Kang asked if he wanted anything to drink. He declined and said he wanted to talk quickly so he could get back to studying. The uncle said, "I know you're that legendary exceptional kid." A phrase Kang Gon found a little puzzling. The uncle continued more gently. "It's impressive, since transferring to school in Korea you've never dropped from first place. And your grades in the U.S. are also outstanding." Kang Gon asked, "Who are you to know all this?" Then he handed over his business card. He was from the National Intelligence Service, Captain Kim Chael-gon. Kang Gon was surprised that this man held such a high position. Team leader of the National Intelligence Service. Wasn't he just an ordinary guard? Noticing Kang Gon's change in expression, the uncle reassured him. "Don't worry, I came to confirm a few matters that occurred in Guam." Kang Gon began to twitch nervously. Guam, so he must have investigated Hyuk, if anything happened. Kim Hyuk would surely expose him first. He sighed and told himself to stay calm. He was just a normal Korean student. Then he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I'm actually pretty good at fighting." Agent Kim was dumbfounded, not fully understanding Kang Gon's meaning. He feigned enthusiasm. "Not just good, but very good. My parents warned me not to get beaten. So since I was little, I've tried every martial art." The uncle interrupted. "Well, what does that have to do with anything?" Kang Gon explained that it was the key to explaining what happened in Guam and what happened today. "You know the Chinese man who followed me in Guam? He came to my school on the day of the explosion." Agent Kim listened intently. "He was terrifying and chased me all day that day. So I had to call the police. Anyway, if you check the CCTV, there should still be footage." Agent Kim said. "Surprised there's that too." Kang Gon took advantage and continued, "Yes. But that day I accidentally ran into him in the restroom in Guam." Hearing that, Agent Kim tried to probe further. Kang Gon kept protesting childishly. "Did you see his face? He was really frightening. But I'm not the type to be intimidated by someone's stare. So I stared him down, a normal thing in America." After staring for a while, Agent Kim listened seriously. Then he said the man told him he'd take me somewhere and that he'd investigated a few things about my mother. Hearing that, Agent Kim guessed that CAI might suspect Stephen Kang is Zero. This seemed like the crucial point. Agent Kim had suspected this before. Now Kang Gon was clever in telling the truth selectively. He figured mixing half-truths would make even lies seem believable. He nonchalantly continued, "So we exchanged martial arts at first. I could handle it. But then that guy started using a weapon. Then Suni's bodyguard appeared and saved me. At that moment I really thought I was going to die." Hearing this, Agent Kang pondered. Zhang Long was truly regarded as a killing machine in his line of work. Could a student with only a bit of training really fight one-on-one with someone like that? Kang Gon tried to add, "Even though I fought those thugs today and won. If you saw the corridor is narrow, situations like that mean you only need to take out one or two people. Even if there are many, Agent Kim silently absorbed every word Kang Gon told him as the boy acted out the scene, saying they came to avenge past incidents. I once fought 5 fighters from the boxing club and won. Those thugs funded the club. So he came here to extort me, Kang Gon said. Hearing this, Agent Kim barked. You. Kang Gon. He startled and stopped. What is it? The uncle immediately pulled a straw from his coffee. Kang Gon was quick to notice. He acted very fast. Standing and swinging hard. Aiming for the main carotid artery in the neck. Kang Gon stood up to block. His reflexes were lightning fast. And he grabbed the straw. Agent Kim was astonished. He stared wide-eyed at the kid before him. Kang Gon, fierce like a monster, snapped the straw in two. He ground his teeth in anger. Kang Gon shouted, "What the hell is wrong with the intelligence agency? Acting like this is Korea." Right. Surely Agent Kim couldn't repeat these words. But Kang Gon continued to act like an aggrieved civilian. Jin Seok's bodyguard was supposedly from the intelligence agency. And he attacked me for no reason. The uncle agent recognized Agent Han and Kang Gon's words. He then declared clearly, "I'll say it again, I'm really good at fighting. Even that guy gave up trying to beat me." Agent Kim now looked at Kang Gon with suspicion. He was half inclined to doubt him, not fully believing, but not ready to declare him a liar.